How can we make it easier for them to find their way forward? Because that's what we continue our development for every day. And have always returned giants to their former glory. We help out hard-working sea dogs when a successful catch calls for a good old cleanup. And lend a hand to everyone creating their very own happy place. For them, we constantly improve our performance and become even more reliable day by day. We keep the wheels turning. For our hard-nosed kings of the mountains who see the bigger picture. For the diligent early birds and all those who want to have a clear view. Everywhere. For our freedom-loving explorers who keep it spontaneous, but don't want to miss out on anything. As well as for the home-keeping heroes with an eye for detail. For all of them, we do our best and promote their qualities through our quality. Consistently. Because cleanliness preserves value.
Wow, we have had some truly captivating performances today. Each film showcased today has depicted its message beautifully, taking a piece of our hearts and leaving a deep impact on all of us. Our next event promises to be just as engaging. We are honored to have Ms. Dar Gai, one of the country's most famous filmmakers, as our first speaker of the day. Miss Gai, as we all know, is an extremely talented director, screenwriter, producer, and activist. She is most known for her highly awarded debut film feature Teen or Adha and her work in prominent music videos including Liggi, Kasoor, Sage, and many more. She has mastered the art of giving a scenic story, underrated things, and making films known for their concept. She has worked with renowned directors, acted in more than 15 plays, and was a theatre director of 10 theatre plays and street performances. She went on to become the co founder of Jugaad Motion Pictures and founded the art organization Molfinist. With the wealth of experience she brings with her, we are delighted to have the opportunity to have this interactive session with Ma'am, with Karan Chawla moderating the event. He is a former member of the Dramatic Society SRCC with a passion of filmmaking. Having his own production house, Nizare Productions, he has worked with some of the most prominent names in the country, including Azim Kapoor, Shantanu and Nikhil, Peetal, and many more. So, without further ado, let's begin.
A very, very warm welcome to everyone here. Miss Dar Gai will be joining us within the next 5 to 7 minutes. So I urge the audience to have their patience because we'll be getting to hear her fruitful words uh, in a very short time.
We have had some truly captivating performances today. Each film showcased today has depicted its message beautifully, taking a piece from our hearts and leaving a deep impact on all of us. Our next event promises to be just as engaging. We are honored to have Ms. Dar Gai, one of the country's most famous filmmakers, as our first speaker of the day. Miss Kai, as we all know, is an extremely talented director, screenwriter, producer, and activist. She is most known for her highly awarded debut feature, Teen Aur Aadha, and her work in prominent music videos including Liggi, Kasoor, Sage, and many more. She has mastered the art of giving a scenic story to underrated things and making films known for their concept. She has worked with renowned directors, acted in more than 15 plays, and was a theatre director of 10 theatre plays and street performances. She went on to become the co-founder of Jugaad Motion Pictures and founded the art organization Malfinist. With the wealth of experience she brings with her, we are delighted to have the opportunity to have this interactive session with ma'am, with Karan Chawla moderating the event. He is a former member of the Dramatic Society SRCC with a passion for filmmaking. Having his own production house, Nazare Productions, he has worked with some of the most prominent names in the country, including Azim Kapoor, Shantanu Nikhil, Peetal, and many more. So, without further ado, let's begin.
Hi, Da. Can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yes, Karan. Hi.
Hi,
can
how are
hear
you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thanks for taking out time to talk to all of us. I'm sure all the students and me would have a lot to learn from you. So, how's it going in these circumstances? I know times have been tough, but how's it going? How have you been keeping up?
I think it's a bit tricky. It's especially with the virus like this. It's just so funny, right? Remember all of us 1 year ago when it just started. Half of us who were believing in it, half of us who were thinking it's a hoax, half of us were, like not even wearing masks as a protest. And then unless it kind of comes too close to you, you start reacting. So right now, I mean, it's very tricky because we were shooting something and we got some cases. So everything had to be kind of like rethought and restructured. And it's tricky. It is. I think first year when it just started, we knew how we can adapt. So we started doing a lot of shoots like this through Zoom calls. So I think I've directed around 3 to 4 ads just on the Zoom calls. And it was fun at the beginning. I really enjoyed it. But then now I just realized that there is also a limit, right? There are certain projects that you can't do, for example, on the Zoom call. So you want to be present, you want to talk to the actors, you want to touch the actor and just to explain something that you can't explain just through the words, that you want to explain through the like almost touch, smell, and feel. So it's tricky, but on the other hand, for all of us, it's a good time to write. We have developed around 3 shows right now in lockdown, and I guess now we'll have to develop some more. I mean, it seems like another lockdown is happening. Yeah, I mean, you see, it's always the way how, I mean, as creative people, we need to find the ways how we can create in any circumstances, right? Whether it's in just 4 walls that we're stuck in, and there's always opportunities. Doesn't matter what the country is going through, doesn't matter what politics of the country, I don't know, social circumstances, we always can find our own voices and what to say and how to say.
Right. We're looking forward to all the projects you develop through this time, and I'm sure it'll be hard. It must have been hard for you to conduct all the shoots through Zoom calls, because all the behind the scenes videos I've seen of Jugaad, the way you're so involved in the process, I'm sure that would have been tough for you. But I have lots of questions to ask you. So beginning with the first one. See, I know that you don't like being considered as a Ukrainian filmmaker or an Indian filmmaker. You don't like to be, you don't like a term associated with you. But I'm just curious to know how, like in the initial phase of your journey, was it for you to adopt to the Indian cultural nuances? Because in one of your talks, you've said that to make a character relatable and to make the audience empathetic towards the character, it's important to show the mistakes and just the small subtleties of the character. So in the initial part of your journey, how was it since you spent most of your life in Ukraine, so how was it for you to pick up those small cultural nuances?
I mean, you see, Karan, it's like if, for example, I can ask you, right? Like, are you an Indian filmmaker? And you're like, I don't know, I'm just a filmmaker, right? I just create. And
Right.
I think all these questions will become, and of course, it's important questions. And of course, there are a lot of curiosity around that and, combination of different cultures. But I feel as soon as we're becoming this outcast, right? This is when it becomes, not outcast, but outsider, let's call it. It becomes, then the question arises, right? Like, let's say when you create, when you're a filmmaker, I have a lot of questions also on gender, right? How it is to direct being a woman in a patriarchal society. It is tricky. But on the other hand, when I create, I don't feel that belonging. I just create, and I want to be as far away from the, in a way, designations or choices as possible, because I feel I am who I am. Yes, of course, because I'm from Ukraine, it has influenced certain ways, because I was growing up reading certain books and being part of certain historical lineage and culture. But in the same way how you and me, we are different, right? It will be the same way how you and, let's say, I don't know, Ishita or Goshin here on this call are different from you, right? Because on the way how you grow up, Varun Agarwal grew up different, and like he had different parents, and something that his parents told him when he was 7, your parents told you something else. So we're already so different, right? And that difference just helps us to create certain things. But at the same time, all of us, we're human beings. All of us, we have this weird mind and desire to survive for slightly longer than we supposed to. So I guess it influences me in a certain way. But when I came to India, somehow I adapted very fast. I spent for 6 months on fort in Gwalior in Sunday school, as you know, and it was a very interesting experience. But at the same time, like, kids are kids. I was conducting theater plays there, and then I was teaching a couple of subjects. And I mean, all of us were human beings. All of us, like, kids are kids everywhere. It is annoying, it is exciting, it is inspiring, and somehow I got so many ideas while I was there. Then every time when I was just traveling around, I was coming up with more and more screenplays ideas, and it's actually very weird, whenever I'm in Ukraine, and Aditya and me, my cinematographer, we keep discussing, let's shoot something in Ukraine, let's shoot a film in Ukraine, and I'm blank. Like, I have around 50 ideas for a feature film here in India, and maybe like 5, 6 just international projects. I don't have even one in Ukraine, and I don't know why. I have no idea how to answer the question and like what the reason for that.
Well, that's super interesting. And
Yeah.
So in one of your talks, I heard that you said, like, I think it was one of your interviews where you said that it's as like a filmmaker, and considering we have lots of aspiring filmmakers here in the call, you said it was important for you to study something else in the undergraduate program, and so it is for other filmmakers, because that, like, just I'm sure you'll be able to explain that well. But for you as a philosophy student back in Ukraine, how did that play? How do you see that plays a role in your filmmaking journey now that you look back at it and connect the dots?
I think I remember I was choosing between to study law and philosophy, and I chose philosophy. Weird, again, choice. But I was just, I mean, I think it was one of my best decisions, because it trained, I feel, my mind. It created certain habits that otherwise I wouldn't have had. The danger is when you choose to study filmmaking as soon as you're coming out of your school, is that it needs a lot of self, I don't know, like responsibility in a way, you need to push yourself, you need to push yourself to read more. And with filmmaking, because it sounds and looks like fun, so then you have so many different excuses saying, oh, just the next 2 days I'll be just binge watching stuff. But I don't binge watch because I'm a filmmaker. I need to watch to finish season of, I don't know, the 100 on Netflix. But all this is just in a way an excuse, right? And when our mind is not strong enough, it's very tricky to handle it. Because I feel when you are studying, let's say you're studying bachelor in engineering or philosophy, we're studying something else, and we're learning how to handle even like knowledge that we don't like, but we still have to find the ways how to understand it and how to just like put it in different folders in your own head. It's in a way gym for our brain, right? How we go and we work out and we go to the gym. The same way we study. And if we don't have those 4 years of really knowing, maybe we're not very happy with what we're studying, we're not very happy with teachers, we hate just remembering by heart some things that won't even be useful for us in the future. But it's useful for our brain. It's like, just like you're training the muscle. It doesn't mean that you will be like hitting someone with that muscle, but you are just training it. So I feel good education, and doesn't matter what it is a great ground for filmmaking. And at the same time, it gives you expertise in something which is not just filmmaking. Because at the end of the day, you as a filmmaker, you have to tell the story, right? You're a storyteller. But fine, you studied, what kind of tools to use to be a filmmaker, but what kind of stories to tell? That can be tricky. I taught in Whistling Woods for 3.5 years, and I saw a lot of different students coming just straight from after the school. And yes, you have sweet and cute naivety. Yes, you have the desire to create, but that they don't have tools to tell the stories. Of course, you have geniuses, you have prodigies who are just like can create anything. But the percentage is very low. Like I'm not one of them, for example. I had to gather as many knowledge and as possible, which later comes through your work. Whether it's bad or good doesn't matter, but it influences your work. I feel it makes it much more layered. Let's say when you talk to the lawyers who switch to filmmaking, their take on filmmaking is just so interesting, and again, it's so layered. Or even engineers. I have one person who works in Jugaad, Pranit Sani. He directs and he produces, and he used to study. He's done his bachelor in engineering, and he came after that. And just the way how he systemizes everything, how he looks at how he behaves on the set, how he behaves with his crew, and how he produces, it's much more systemized than, for example, interns which are coming just straight from filmmaking schools. But again, that depends. If you have driven that desire, and you push yourself to read every day, you push yourself to read something which is not just on your curriculum, that's amazing. I'm not one of them. When I've done my bachelor, it was 4 years I studied. I've taken breaks while I was exploring and I was working. And then I realized that I want to go back and I want to finish my master, which was 2 years for philosophy, because I couldn't force myself to read. So I kind of like use that as a tool to just, educate myself. Right, so I think you just need to be honest to yourself and realize what kind of person you are and what can you push and what you can't push.
Right. And I also know that one of your DOPs, Aditya Verma, also studied commerce, because I had a chat with him on Instagram, because I'm such a fan of the whole team. So he told that he hasn't studied filmmaking as such in an institution. So that was super interesting for me, because even I have studied BCom honors in my undergraduate program. So it just
amazing.
So it just gives confidence. Okay, maybe I can also pull it off. You were talking about Whistling Woods. So before you were a teacher over there, you took up a screenwriting course over there, but initially you wanted to study documentary filmmaking, but not enough people were signing up for that course, so you had to go for screenwriting. But I've seen your work, even the music videos and the films that you've directed. I see a lot. The style is very documentary like, and even the decisions like taking up Namdev Bhau, who is not an actor, and even in I think Rahi, the music video that you directed, you took up a lot of non-actors. So is that a very conscious choice? Do you feel that the documentary style of filmmaking still reflects in all the feature films that you're working on, or even the music videos?
No, I think it's just a low budget.
Right.
I mean, even to be honest, even to study documentary, yes, I really want to study documentary filmmaking, but even documentary came from the decision that it was just the cheapest course, there. Otherwise, there's like some ridiculous numbers, and then it didn't happen. So I went back and I checked another cheapest course, and it was screenwriting, because I knew that doesn't matter what I will study, I will use that knowledge to be a director. I'll use that knowledge to be a producer, and I just want to enter the industry, whatever capacity it was. Like I remember I was meeting some random directors, and I was telling them that I want to be intern on your set. I will do anything. I'll be working like 24/7. And so for me, it was either that choice to work on the set, or to enter industry in more kind of systematic way. I think both can work. But coming back to your question, I don't think that it reflects, I guess, again, it depends on the budget. And for example, because of Namdeba, because he was the only one I felt who would be able to represent that role the best, that we can just capture his candid moments. Yeah, and rest of it just budget. Oh, I think we can't hear you. I think you're on mute.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. So in one of your talks, I also heard that you as a person are quite imperfect, and you feel that imperfection are what drive, certain nuances in a character, or it just is the beautiful part about filmmaking. But what in the whole video production process, which is such a vast process, are the things where you're always chasing perfection? Are you very involved in like the edit process, or even like are you very involved in the technical parts of the process, because you took up the decision of shooting Cold Mess on film, and also like shooting Tino Radha in like 3 long takes? So all those decisions are like are those very conscious? Are you very involved in the technical parts also when it comes to the whatever you're working on, directing and writing?
Yeah, of course, because even those technical parts, they are part of the storytelling, right? Let's say the choice to shoot on film. The reason was that we want, like, when you just think about any of your relationships, right? And you remember the face of that person, with whom you dated, or whom you just liked, or whom you just spent some really interesting conversations with. Somehow those memories are very soft. Like it has it as if there is a whale in front of you, and those soft memories I want to recreate on the screen. And I knew if we'll go digitally, it will not capture the same emotions and the same feeling. At the same time, when you're shooting on film, it's very unpredictable what kind of rushes will come back, and because you have to send it to the lab, you have to scan it, and film is almost like a live creature. You never know how it will react to light or to darkness, and it's almost as unpredictable as relationships. So I felt that I can use the same tool to tell the story of Cold Mass, of just weird, toxic relationships. So I think all technical questions or decisions, they always come from the idea of what kind of story I want to tell, right? Let's say we shot Namdeba on a really small camera, right? Yes, one of the reasons, of course, was the budget, but also we wanted to capture that moment of almost fly on the wall story, right? Like when Namdeba going on to search for his silence, and you don't want to have any extra eyes around, or 3.5, which was shot in 1 take. Again, it is a technical decision. You're shooting it without any cuts. It's a decision for your editor, a decision for your camera that can't cut for the next 35 minutes. So we had to figure out how we shoot it, whether it will be a Steadicam, how to take care of the lights so that the shadow of the Steadicam operator will not come there, etc., etc. But the idea again came from that I want to tell the story of the walls, which always there, always omnipresent, always hear and see and feel what you feel. And they don't blink, they don't look away. So the only way how I can represent it is with 1 take. Because cut is a blink of an eye in a way, right? You blink and you see something else. You blink, you see somewhere else. You blink, you turn somewhere. I didn't want to decrease it. Someone says that the blink is almost like a small death, right? I didn't want to have this death. I want to have the continuous story. And of course, I'm involved in all the stages. I'm very particular about sound design. Sound design for 3.5 and for Namdeba was going on and on for a really long time, because I love sounds. I can differentiate different sounds. I still remember sound of leaves in autumn, or I remember sounds when I was 7 years old and there was just far away bass and it was making very particular sounds. I remember them and I want to recreate them, because even now, all of you're sitting in your room, right? And even if there is no sounds, there's still some sounds around, whether it's sounds of AC or sound of the fan, and fan has different sounds and different speeds, the way how you just like moves around and your chair makes sounds. And that's unique, and that's unique for where you are right now. And in a way also it represents who you are. I feel sound design for me is as important as acting and as editing, because subconsciously it can influence us in the way that we can't even imagine. I mean, the most cliche romantic feeling that we can just right now we create, just remember monsoon time and it's raining, right? And someone makes tea and we can hear that spoon and or it's raining and there is some metal thing and you can hear difference between the drops on the metal thing and on the ground, and it's so interesting, right? But the same time, let's say rain in the sea has different sound, or rain is just like bucket of water that you forgot to take in, and all this has a story. Same thing with editing. With editing, you can go fast, you can go more stylized, you can go more organic, and it's always a choice that you have to make. So I guess each and every step that you do, you need to be particular. You need to understand nuances. You need to understand technicality, because this technicality just puts you closer to the story that you're trying to say.
I think that's beautiful, and I think that's one of the things that I love about all the music videos Jugaad does and that you direct. There's just slight certain nuances that you pick up which are so beautiful and just makes me watch it again and again. And one of those things is that I think in Sage, you made the tall guy, have soup while the other friends were enjoying. And that was something that you took up from your personal experience where one of your family members, I guess one of your old family members was doing that.
Yes.
And you remembered that in specific instance. Are there more such personal experiences which you pick up and, make it a part of the character or the story?
Yeah, I think all the time, even when I'm producing something, let's say when we are thinking about different concepts for Vayu, for Batekaro, Deer came out with this idea of, that we are always on the phones. And I love the idea, and we start developing it. And we are thinking, how can we tell the story that all of us, we're part of that crime, right? We're always on our phones. But how can I show that it wouldn't be preachy? Because I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying that it's a tool that we might use it in a wrong way. And I remember moments when, let's say I'm sitting with someone and that person's on the phone, and I'm like, okay, fine, I'm on the phone. And we're in this really beautiful locations, but we're on our phones. So I wanted to have something that I've experienced or I felt, right? And sometimes whatever you felt, it doesn't mean that you have to represent it in exactly the same way, right? Let's say, I don't know, there is one shot when both of the actors, they're sitting on different sides of the bed, facing back to each other, and they're on their phones. Of course, it's a bit stagey, but it just represents that they're not together. I haven't experienced exactly that. I could have been just sitting in the living room and my friend was in the kitchen, but this is how I feel, that we're just like facing backs to each other, right? So your form can be different. Your form can be nothing to do with exactly how you experience it. But I think essence always needs to come from something that you either experienced or felt or thought about. Because sometimes I feel it's it's not necessary to experience things that you want to tell, or you can experience them not through actual events that happen, but you can experience them through thoughts, For example, if tomorrow you have to make a film about a couple who, let's say, cold mess, and they're going through cold mess relationships and toxic relationships, and you haven't ever been in relationships, is it a problem? No, it's not a problem. The only problem is if you don't read books, because then it's a problem. But if you have read enough books, if your mind got used to the idea of traveling and experiencing different settings and circumstances that you create for yourself just in your head, and we do it every time when we read something, right? Then you don't need to necessarily experience that, right? Because all of us, we're built in the way that we are empathetic towards each other. Whatever Karan you have experienced in your life, maybe I haven't experienced exactly that, but I can empathize with that. So I think for us as storytellers, we need to press those buttons of can someone else empathize to my story or not? Even if we tell, let's say, a sci-fi story, it's a fiction story, but can we place it in a setting that all of us who can relate to? Recently, I was in a weird, I guess, state of mind. We were writing a lot, and I wanted to slightly relax my mind. Excuse. And we were watching one series. Don't ever watch it because it's a trap. But I will tell you, The 100 on Netflix. Right? It's a very, very questionable show. The way how it's kind of short. And my first episode, when you watched it, like, oh my god, it's quite cringy. But the writing is just so good. It's unbelievable. It's very crisp. I mean, if you want to watch a couple of episodes and just break down the writing, because everything, there is cliffhanger not in each episode but in each scene, right? But what's unique about it, that though it's a sci-fi, it's based in X and X number of years, but it's always about human relationships, whether it's on Earth, on Mars, on just some weird spaceship, but it's always about whether it's a man and a woman, best friends, something that to all of us, we know the value of. And that always comes from the personal experience.
Right. That's beautiful. After you were done with, I think, Namdev Bhau and Teen Aur Radha, and after you were done traveling across the globe and lots of premieres happened in a lot of film festivals, you ventured into, you founded Jugaad Motion with Dheer. So what were your learnings during that process, the initial part of like making a production house, if I may say so, or I don't know how you put a name to it, but just like streamlining the chaotic creativity into like an organized way where you are leading a team in a way. So what were your learnings there? Because there's lots of business students here listening to us and who might want to venture into media field. So what were your learnings there when you're like acting like an entrepreneur now, not just like a filmmaker?
I think there was not much difference because I've used a lot of people who was working with me on the set for both of my feature films, and I invited some of them also to work for Jugaad. And Dheer and me, we knew that instead of, as I usually say, knocking at different people's doors and ask them to produce our films, can we just put team together that can do the same thing in much lower budget, and we're responsible for our own ideas. And we started it at the beginning. It was just two of us, and I remember we started after 3.5. So when Namdev Bhau was done, I think every day I was sending around 2,000 letters to different festivals asking for a waiver because we didn't even have money to pay for entrance to the film festival. By the way, it's very expensive, guys. Always put it in your budget, the festival fees. So we drafted emails. I was sending every day. Then some more people start joining us to develop a couple of scripts and a couple of projects. Then Pranit joined it. Then more and more people start joining whom I thought I can rely on. And still we're keeping it very small because I think less people, of course, you handle, better it is. But it's very important to have people who believe in your ideas and believe in you and believe in your vision and has that knack of not having fear to fail and starting something new despite of what other people are saying. So now we have around 12 people, and 12 people who are always working for Jugaad, and then I have a lot of different associates which are more on project base. And again, it's your choice what kind of person you are. Like, I love multitask. That's why in Jugaad we have several projects. We're shooting music videos and ads, and we're developing one feature film, and we're developing right now 3 different shows. Because I love this, like, in a way what you said, chaotic movements. I'm not the one who just will concentrate on one idea, will sit on it for 2 years. I love exploring the world. I like exploring the world through different ideas that we can tell as filmmakers, and I like that speed. But of course, it comes down with its own difficulties. But I think to understand what's the message of your company, that's important. Not what you're trying to say. Like, I knew that with Jugaad, our main idea is to create a bubble in which we feel safe to create. Because as you know, industry can be very toxic. When you're working with different people, they can be geniuses, they can be incredible, but there are a lot of ego, there are a lot of people's pride and insecurities and etc. etc. And I didn't want to be in that environment. I want to create my own environment in which I feel safe, and people who work with me feel safe to fail, to create, to try something new. Until now, I feel very happy about it. We had opportunities to work with a couple of studios on feature films and make it like a big Bollywood films. And at the last moment, we were always just like backing, because I had fear to lose the freedom. Yes, you might make this big film, but if you will make it and you will have to lose just your freedom, your patience, your happiness. I was not ready to sacrifice that as of now. Maybe I will do it tomorrow, but not now.
That's such a courageous decision, and I'm sure it would have been hard to say no to such opportunities, but it's so inspiring to see that you chose like happiness and creative satisfaction over that. But what are your future plans? Are you? I think Namdev Bhau's first half was in Marathi. Do you plan on venturing into regional cinema? Do you want to make regional films? And are you planning to direct theater shows here in India as well? What are your future plans? What are you working on currently?
Actually, great questions, Karan. You asked everything that bothers me, and that's in my head every day of my life. Yes, so we're developing one show for OTT platforms, which are kind of like coming of age story. I really hope that all of you guys will like it. Sure. We are doing, and we're developing a couple of more shows for another OTTs, but at the same time, of course, I really want to. It's my weird little dream. I really want to do one regional film, which is South Indian film. That's like my whether we have one idea for independent and then one for slightly more commercial. I think me and my team will love South Indian films, and we are very inspired by them. So I'm really excited to try that. And I love regional cinema. There is something also so unique in the language. Recently, we were discussing with someone from the industry that actually, even Hindi language, it is regional language, because if you look at the numbers, right, and people who speak Hindi, it's actually very low. Right. We made it, and in Bollywood we have this idea as Hindi as this national language, but it's not. And now after OTT platforms, after seeing the reports from what people see there, we realized that we were wrong all these years. Right now we have just produced a regional film, which is a cello show, the last film show by Pan Nalin, and it will be premiering. It's an opening film of Spotlight section of Tribeca Film Festival. So it's also very unique. It is in Gujarati, and regional cinema has the touch to its soul and to its soil as well. And I think this is what I'm really inspired by. At the same time, if you also think about regional cinema, what it has a lot of different funds than the local kind of the local governments. They can support it. There are You can apply for different grants, which is also can be very useful for young filmmakers. So yeah.
That's great. And I want to congratulate you on the last film show. Because I read it on your Instagram post that it was always your childhood dream to
Yes.
get to know about Pan Nalin's film process, and you were involved with that through Jugaad Motion Pictures. So congratulations on that. I think I'm pretty much done with my questions. I think the audience has a set of questions they would want to ask. So Varun, if you can see what all people here are curious to ask, I'd love to take up some questions there, and then
Also,
we'll
Karan,
wrap up.
you mentioned, I just realized that you also mentioned about theater play, and this is another
Yeah.
weird dream of mine that I really want to do it. Like every
Right.
year, I just keep discussing with my team. I'm like, let's just do the theater play. Let's just do it. So I really hope once the COVID is over, we can take 6 months just off and prepare a good theater play. Sometimes I just dream about it at night.
I hope that happens soon, and we get to watch. We get to see that as well. Varun, can you see if we have some questions in the chat or the stream?
Yes, sir. So I think Radhika had a question to ask.
Okay.
Yeah, Radhika.
Hello, ma'am. So firstly, ma'am, thank you so much for coming to our festival, and we're really honored to host you here. So, I would like to believe that filmmaking also comes under the umbrella of content creation. And one of the content creators said that, when you're in the industry of creating content, your brain never stops working. Like, whatever you're looking around, whatever it is that you're looking at, you're always thinking of integrating it in your videos somehow. So does this happen with you as well? And
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think it's a constant, like wherever I am, whatever I'm doing, somehow it always comes back to, oh wait, I can use that in the film. I can use that in the film. I can use this sentence in the film. Sometimes I have really heart-to-heart conversation with someone, and suddenly someone says something, and I'm like, just 1 second, and I'm just taking my notebook and I'm writing it down. It can be very awkward. Or like, when you have to go to like boring events like weddings or something, and you're just like standing there and you just observe people, and you're coming up with different scenarios and different like scenes unfolding there. I think a lot of us, my ideas came from this, I call it uncomfortable zones. When let's say you're bored or you're awkward, and your brain finds the ways how to make yourself feel less awkward and more comfortable. And that's why for us as filmmakers, it's important just to try to control our addiction to, let's say, binge watching or TV and phones, because every time when we watch something, it's time when our brain doesn't think about our own original ideas. For a long time, I just realized yesterday actually. So I was showering and I kept listening to different audiobooks. And yesterday I didn't do that. And I had so many different thoughts about my own screenplay and something else. There was something else. I'm like, no, I'm not taking anything in the shower. I'm just by myself. So I think for us, I mean, for all of us, for any creators, from business to filmmaking, it's important to have our brain just empty with no information, so that it just have enough space to just stretch and to think and to come up with the ideas. I don't know, Radhika, was it a question that you asked that I'm replying to? I just went on some other spiral thing.
You answered my question completely. I had a follow-up question as well. So, when you listen to a song, like let's say when you heard Kasoor for the first time, so how do you envisage the vibe of the video? Like, Kasoor, the video itself was so grand. Like, I think people loved the video. It touched something during the lockdown, especially. It made them vulnerable in a way, and it went on to become a trend. So, how does it feel that, the video that you're creating, it is impacting people in a significant way, and it goes on to become a trend?
I mean, I still don't, like, every time when someone says something like that, I'm like, yeah, doesn't it become a trend? I don't know. I mean, I saw a couple of them, but
Ma'am, I think I can vouch for it when I say that it has genuinely become a trend. Like our society also made a video which was based on Kasoor.
No, that's sweet. Thank you. We were just discussing recently with Dhiru. We came from a meeting from some studio head, and she saw all our videos and she said she was a fan of our videos. And then we just look at each other after we left the office and like, have we missed something? Because have we done anything that good? I don't know what she's talking about. So I guess it's, you're always doubting, right? Because you always, first of all, you imagine that something could have been much better. Then you also, when the project is over, usually it takes weeks and weeks to release. So you're already in some different zone. For example, we shot a video for the twist, which we shot in December. And it's what right now? It's April. It still hasn't come out. And I think it will be very, very, very unique video. It has a very unusual idea and execution. But I think by the time it will come out, we are so detached from it that we don't feel anything in a way. So I guess it depends. But of course, it's very important. No matter how much distance you can create between you and the audience and pretend you don't care. Of course we care. Of course it's very important. And we always hope that it will relate to people. And we always have fear, what if people will not like it? Or what if, I don't know, we'll get backlash. Like Kasur, for example, also I remember got backlash from someone because someone has interpreted that we don't have enough different cast involved in representation of Kasur. And that, of course, hurt all of us. We're like, what? We just put different people together. We had no idea what cast they belong to. So I think we need to ready, guys, and all of you need to be ready that society we're living in right now is different from how it was 5 years ago. And yes, we need to care about what audience feel and to make them feel certain things that you want to make them feel. But at the same time, you do have to create distance between you and them, because sometimes it just goes to complete absurdity. And I don't want any of you to be bogged down by that. If suddenly you will just get backlash for something, or suddenly you will get some criticism from some weird, creepy film critics, which hasn't, you know what I mean. I don't want you to be affected by that, because at the end of it, why do we create? We don't create just that we'll get that award, or that we might just create to tell my mom that, I became a filmmaker, I'm going to try back up. But all that's secondary. Believe me, as soon as you make them proud, next day they're like, but you haven't got married yet, yeah? So everything is very temporary. But what I'm saying is that you guys need to be ready that if you're a creator, you're creating in a way also for yourself, and to be true to your art, that you chose this journey to be a storyteller. Again, doesn't matter whether you're a businessman or you're a filmmaker, but it means that you have right to tell your stories, whether it will hurt people, whether it will affect people, whether they will feel abused. It's your choice. You might be the most, wanted filmmaker in the country. It doesn't matter. You chose that journey to tell the story, and this is what's important. Because I don't want us as creators to be scared to tell too mild stories, or too cheesy stories, or too political stories, or too social stories, because fear is something that goes so far away from creation. If you read autobiography of Fellini, despite of him creating, of course, completely like iconic films, at one he was creating Church, of course, Catholic Church was against it because it was saying that it gives a wrong interpretation to the church. And neorealism critiques, film critics were against him because he was saying you can't call yourself neorealist because you're talking about all these metaphysical subjects, right? And you're also showing church. So everyone was against him. So most of the time, if you create something good, everyone will be against you. But there will be always a group of people who will support you and who will believe in what you're doing. And this is what's important, because remember also that the amount of weird people and psychos and just they're much more than more adequate people. Like I don't think I'm an adequate person. So we need to remember that it's okay and don't have fear to create anything.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was lovely talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhika.
I think Shivika has one more question in the chat. She's asking how important are aesthetics what is more important for you as a filmmaker, visual presence or the storyline? And I also personally wanted to ask you that, because even in Cold Mess, the color palettes of your music videos are so beautiful. So like, what's the process with that?
Thank you, Shivika, for your question. I think it's both. Again, even aesthetics, they just, it's always a choice of a story. Let's say again, let's say, what should we see? Yes, let's say Rahi. The idea was to show it like as real as possible, right? Because actually the real people were shooting it. And I didn't want to stylize it too much. But let's say if you have seen Valentine's Day ad, Netflix, that was completely stylized, because the idea was to create almost like Tarantino-esque struggle between two people who are exes and war between them. So it always comes down to what kind of story you're telling and how visuals can help to tell the story. So, and that's why your relationship with your DP is very important. Someone who you trust, someone who have the same aesthetical senses in a way, and someone who's ready to be on the journey of discovery, the visual world that can help you to take out your emotional world on the screen.
Right.
Okay. Just a follow-up question. So you talked about feeling, right? So how important is feeling? I mean, do you have to be a filmmaker? Does a filmmaker particularly have to be very vulnerable? Not very vulnerable, but a little vulnerable to create something? Is it like something of that sort? What is your take on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I guess it depends. I feel I'm a filmmaker, which is like, I love emotions. I love to tell emotional stories. I like to touch those chords because I feel so much and I feel all the time. And I want people to feel what I feel. I don't know why. But sometimes there are also different filmmakers who are, let's say, for them, it's not about the feeling, for them, it's about the logic, right? And that's also very important. Each and every of us have completely different brain structure, and therefore whatever we'll create will be different. So we need to understand what's our forte and like what bothers us the most. But doesn't matter what kind of left or right brain domination you have. Definitely, I think as a storyteller, all of us were vulnerable, because we're vulnerable to things which are happening to us, and we're vulnerable to. And that's why we want to tell the story. And yeah, I don't know if it replies your question. Let's say if you look at Aaron Sorkin, right? Like his screen plays and his films, they are most of them very like either politically or socially based. But you know that he feels for everything he says. Like right now I'm watching and breaking down his newsroom, and the characters that he's building is so unique. And once he said that I'm creating the characters which are really good at what they're doing, no matter they're good or bad, but they're really good at what they're doing. If he's a journalist, he'll be the best journalist. If he's a policeman, he'll be the best policeman. And it's a very interesting stand, right? But he's vulnerable towards it. This is what he feels. And so I think just as filmmakers, yes, we need to be vulnerable. And the most important thing, we need to listen more than we speak, I feel. A lot of times when interns are coming to Jugaad, I always like, do you speak or do you listen? And sometimes you know that they're waiting for you to finish, and they want just to jump and to jump to the next stage. But the idea is, as filmmaker, you need to be dissolved in another person, because if you are considered only about yourself, it's very interesting, a bit complicated structure, but try to be with me on this. When you are with yourself and you're inside yourself and you're kind of like concentrated on what you want, what you think right now, how other people look at me, then you are telling this story, which is not exactly yours. You're telling the story of a creature which is just being affected by all these thoughts because of the society you were brought up in, parents you had, etc., etc. But if you just will come out of your own body, and instead of just speaking, how I'm doing right now, I would be in my conversation over coffee with Karan, I will be actually listening to what he's saying and what's his experience in filmmaking and in the industry, how it is to shoot his films, how it is to shoot his ads, and how it is to work with different actors, because I know that his experience will be so unique, and he will say one thing that will stay with me, and then we'll go on something else, and then we'll come up with some idea together, and that will be so important, and it makes me closer to myself, to my actual self. So to understand ourselves, we have to get out of our own self, right? To explore, and only in that case, it will make us closer to who we are.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Shweta.
That was such a beautiful answer. I think the last question which Akul has mentioned in the chat, he says, how are the early years of production house? What advice would you give to the young and budding filmmakers? I think that answer pretty much answered all of it, but still any last few advices you want to give to the listeners who tuned in, who maybe want to get into filmmaking?
Yeah, I mean, I would say like how are they early or production house? Yeah, I mean, just quickly, early days of production house, a lot of struggle. You have to take a lot of projects which you maybe wouldn't want to take, but you're taking them for money or to build a reel, which is also important. And you shouldn't hesitate. It's like, oh, I will not take that. You need to understand what kind of team you're working with. You need to please read all the books also on business, or let's say on Netflix HR. Woman who actually created the system of Netflix. Just keep reading different books, or like Shoe Dog, which helps you to understand how the production can be run, and why you are making a production house. Are you doing it for the sake of it, or because of something? So understand that reason why, and just remember that to find the right people who also believe in that impossible. That's important. Find the right team. And know also the moments when you should also sacrifice your own ego, because you started a production house not so that you can boss around, but so that you can co-create together.
Right.
And another thing also, when you're joining industry, it's important to understand that you're coming as an observer. And so whenever you're joining someone and you say, yeah, I want to be director. Usually like everyone wants to be director, right? But first of all, are you good at it? What if you will join, like I have, let's say Pranav, he wanted to be just director, but he was open to everything, from being almost like my PA to DA to AD, and then he started producing, and then he turned out to be a really, really good producer. So now he's director/producer, right? Or Supreet, who also joined Jugaad 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, I think. She didn't know at all what she wanted to do. She started as a storyboard artist, but now she's a co-writer with me on a big project, and I'm waiting also for her to direct her first feature. So it's all about figuring out how to just to be open to everything, not to say, yeah, I just came here to be director, because believe me guys, to be a director, it just sounds cool, but it sounds 99% cooler than what it is. There are a lot of administrative work. Sometimes I feel I am more like a team manager than a director. So we need to be ready for that, and we need to ready for everything. What if you want to be director, but you're a genius writer, or what you want if you want to be writer, but you're a genius producer? So we need to explore all the roles, and we need to give 100% to what we're doing in different capacity to know what we're good at.
Right. I think there are a few more people who want to ask questions, but I think we're running on a tight schedule, and I'd like to wrap this up here. Shivika, do we have more time for questions, or?
I think we can take one more question if it
okay,
is.
One last question. I think Hriday had a question. If you can answer that.
Yeah.
If you can ask that.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask, when do you know when to stop rewriting your script?
Oh, I think that's again a very good question. You never know when you should stop rewriting script. Right now, I went through, I think, like 10 different iterations of the first episode, And for me, it's tricky because I'm more like a sprinter writer. I write a feature film in like 5 days or 1 week because I like working from morning to evening, and it takes a lot of time for me to make myself to sit and to do it instead of doing it in 3 months. But this is how my brain works. But definitely rewriting and creating different drafts is very important. I feel once you read it, have a table reads, have your friends who just read it out, and you sit and you listen. You don't read together with them the script. I feel if you have 2-3 drafts, this is a good just good number to start also showing to people who are in a way more professional. Let's say your first 2 drafts you're showing to your best friends, and then what if they say that it's great? Then you have an option to show to more like professional people, and have a table read, because table read also shows all the loopholes that you have. But the key there is not to participate, not to read for any characters or even like the stage instructions, but just to listen and to make notes. So yeah, I don't think that there is any rule like 3.5 and now and above. It was just first script, first draft, and because at that point I was very impatient, I just wanted to do it. And with Namdev, I didn't have time. For me, it was either we're shooting my first draft or we're not shooting film at all. But right now, of course, when I look back, I'm like, oh, I could have changed so much, and I see so many flaws in first and second one, and I'm like, I wish I would have worked on it more. So I guess it depends, and it depends on the project, and you need to just to value what it gives you if you will go ahead with the script right now and whatnot. I think also somewhere deep down, you know whether you need to rewrite it or not. Somewhere deep down, when you read the script, you know it's almost there or it's not almost there.
Thank you so much.
Great.
Thanks
Thanks a lot, Dar, for answering all the questions. I think we got a lot to learn. And for the other people, I think they should definitely follow you on Instagram, because I picked up a lot of things just going through your posts, the thought of the day, the book of the month, and all of these. So there's a lot to learn there as well. And the last few days I spent just listening to your TED Talks. There was just so much I could learn through that process. So thank you so much for giving us your time.
Thank you, Karan.
It was an absolute pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, Karan. Thank you, Shivika. It was great. And guys, if there's any questions I didn't reply because we didn't have time, please feel free to message me on Instagram and I will reply all of them. Yeah, just continue creating. Don't have any fears to move ahead with any of your ideas. Find right people. If you don't find right people, great. You're also great on your own. We don't need anyone then around. And just please continue reading and listening to other people.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you,
so
Karan.
much, ma'am.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So with this, we finally come to the end of our first speaker with our first speaker for the stage, which is our speaker session, Ms. Dar Gai. Next, we're going to have Mr. Avjit Dutt in the next 10 minutes. He's one of the most legendary theatre practitioners in India. He's done over 100 theatre plays, directed them, written them. He does not need an introduction. Please stick through, and we'll be beginning shortly. Thank you.
When it comes to supporting people with their plans, we shouldn't just ask who, when, or why. Above all, we should ask ourselves, how? How can we make it easier for them to find their way forward? Because that's what we continue our development for every day, and have always returned giants to their former glory. We help out hard-working sea dogs when a successful catch calls for a good old cleanup. and lend a hand to everyone creating their very own happy place. For them, we constantly improve our performance and become even more reliable day by day. We keep the wheels turning. For our hard-nosed kings of the mountains who see the bigger picture. For the diligent early birds and all those who want to have a clear view. Everywhere. For our freedom-loving explorers who keep it spontaneous, but don't want to miss out on anything. As well as for the home-keeping heroes with an eye for detail. For all of them, we do our best and promote their qualities through our quality. Consistently. Because cleanliness preserves value. When it comes to supporting people with their plans, we shouldn't just ask who, when, or why. Above all, we should ask ourselves, how? How can we make it easier for them to find their way forward? Because that's what we continue our development for every day. And have always returned giants to their former glory. We help out hard-working sea dogs when a successful catch calls for a good old cleanup. And lend a hand to everyone creating their very own happy place. For them, we constantly improve our performance and become even more reliable day by day. We keep the wheels turning. For our hard-nosed kings of the mountains who see the bigger picture. For the diligent early birds and all those who want to have a clear view. Everywhere. For our freedom-loving explorers who keep it spontaneous, but don't want to miss out on anything. As well as for the home-keeping heroes with an eye for detail. For all of them, we do our best and promote their qualities through our quality. Consistently. Because cleanliness preserves value.
Thank you, Karcher, for being our associate sponsor.
Hello. I am. I'm one.
Sir, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi there. So, how are we going to go forward?
Good afternoon, sir.
Nandini will lead us
Hi
with
there.
this. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Thank you, Dar Gai ma'am, for your insightful words. We are really grateful that you graced this event with your presence. We now begin today's veteran session of The Stage. He is versatile. He is evocative. He is a maker, playwright, director, and an actor who acts both in theatre as well as films. Avijit sir is a brilliant actor and performs in English, Hindi, and Bengali stage, delivering his lines with impressive eloquence. He has been on the stage for 45 years, and its manners have seeped into his gait and movements. His conversations are peppered with dialogues with people he has known and imitates, and the punchlines are spot on. Avijit sir has been Ghalib, Banquo, Rabindranath Tagore, and enough characters in theatre. He has performed with Utpal Dutt and Badal Sirkar, among others. Bollywood has cast him as a research and analysis wing officer in Madras Cafe, a corrupt cop in Jolly LLB 2, and a defense lawyer in No One Killed Jessica. He did the second best exotic Marigold Hotel for the sheer joy of acting, alongside respectable actors, including Judy Bench. Also, as a theatre director, he has done more than 100 productions and has written 6 full-length plays. Our esteemed speaker is also a philanthropist and has launched Childline along with UNICEF and NHRC, and has also diligently taken up several causes, the prominent one being the cause of child abuse. Stories are important. For me, it enables a search for a better way of living. Why is that a man is so brutal with a man? Isn't there a better way of living? Asked Avijit sir. He is perhaps the only actor to have 2 patents, including for a toilet. His organization, Enable, of which that sir is a chief motivator and director, has built toilets across North India, though not the one he had patented. I would like to extend a warm welcome to you, sir. It is indeed an honor to have you here with us today, and we are truly elated to be given the opportunity to hear your word of wisdom. I would like to hand over the dais to Mr. Aman Sakhuja and Ms. Supreet Jas, the moderators for this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandini. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hi, good. Thank you. And you?
I'm totally fine, sir. And
how are you?
It is sorry, sir. Yeah, I was saying it is an absolute pleasure to have you here with us, because having someone so learned and so experienced as you is not an opportunity we get every day.
Instead of saying these usual things, why don't you say something completely out of the box? Like, it's horrendous to have this man coming on 1 minute late. Why were you a minute late? Don't give me fatuous comments. Give me something that we can work off.
So we give that 1 minute to technical issues. I mean,
yeah.
Someone like you, we can say that.
Not in the position to be able to tell you that you were late, so it's a complete pleasure that you took out the time from your schedule. You being involved in so many things already are here with us, and
we will give our best to, we will give our best to make the most out of this 1 hour that we've got with you. And there are a lot of questions that we have for you, because obviously you've done so much. The questions can never end. We need to know about you. And I guess if there's anything you would like to say before we begin with the questions.
You know, people would say about Bob Dylan, he's lived too many years. So when Lennon got killed at 40, they said if Dylan was finished by then, then he would become a saint, Saint Bob Dylan and nothing lesser. But by living on more years, he's ended up getting the Nobel Prize. Mine is somewhat similar. I haven't got the Nobel, I haven't got any major prize, but I've got a life full of experiences. So as you say, you've got a long list of things. That's just because of the long life that I've already been enjoying. And all of it has been active. And I've been living 25 frames a second very happily. Yeah.
And let me be very honest, those experiences are what we wish to share with you. And awards are obviously materialistic, but experiences are what we can, crave for and we can learn from. So that is what we try to gather from you as much as we can through the questions that we've, prepared or thought of. Okay. So Supreet, should we begin?
So, sir, we can talk endlessly about your experiences, and we might not be aware of many of those experiences. And it would be a great pleasure if you take out some experiences that you think would be great to share. But if you want, so first of all, I would really like to ask you that being so prominent in theatre, in Hollywood as well, and we all know your great work in Bollywood. So what is the difference that you find in the working environment in these three areas?
But, theatre is completely different from cinema.
Yes, sir.
Theatre is here and now. So I haven't really been able to wrap my brain around this whole business of the COVID and the ghost light being on in the auditorium. You know about the ghost light in the auditorium. When there's no actor in the theatre, a light is supposed to be kept on. It is called the ghost light. Unfortunately, for over a year now, I've not been in any performance. And I can't get myself to come in and do something on Zoom and presume that it is theatre. Because to me, theatre is sharing that same space, sharing that here and nowness that will never recur again. This moment is gone. It's gone. And this moment has just gone. But it's that moment of time and space that stands still to share with my audience. And that is an experience unparalleled. Cinema has a fantastic reach. So I could be peeing against a tree in Bhutan and someone comes out and says, "Sir, I've seen you in a Hindi film, sir." Or you could be playing bongo with somebody in, it was I think in Barcelona, and this group hangs on and then they say, "Sir, we've seen these films of yours." Or so cinema has that experience, which is fantastic, that someone who I've known for many years and haven't known anything about for the last 30 suddenly comes on to your social media stream and says, "Hey man, I just saw you in this film and that was remarkable," and so on. So it is a remarkable bridge. It is the most modern art form. It is kept for posterity. Marvelous. The theatre is theatre. And for 2000 years, people have been saying it's a dying art form. It's still dying. Takes a long time dying, doesn't it? So
very true, sir. Very true. And very rightly said, this pandemic has actually been very unfortunate for everything, but specifically for theatre, because we can definitely look for alternatives. We can try out something new. We can look for other domains, but nothing can definitely replace theatre, and nothing can definitely replace being in that present moment and expressing yourself through the stage. That is actually very true. And sir, we've also heard that you had a strong background in English literature and have been a part of, and you started your career with being an English faculty in St. Paul's School, Darjeeling.
Yeah, to be absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. So, sir, related to that, I was curious to know, has this background of yours in English literature particularly helped you excel in whatever you've been doing over the years? Like helped you in direction, helped you in being a playwright, helped you in acting in any way? So, if yes, please.
I was going to be facetious, but I think you put me onto a far better orbit. I did take on English literature because I felt maybe it's going to be the simplest possible ticket to my post-graduation. While I could do theatre and while I could do everything else. But what really happened was that I was a science talent scholar when I finished school. I was very good in the sciences. But in that interim period between sitting for my exam and getting my result, I read a lot. And I've always been a tremendous reader. And this period helped me go through a lot of literature. Blew my head off. And I realized that I know nothing about nothing, which I still don't, but I knew even lesser then. And I decided that I was going to be pursuing humanities. I had thought it was going to be very helpful for me as a writer, in understanding scripts and feelings and people. Yes, all of it did, but not as a cold critic looking back at work and saying that didn't ring true, because it becomes more of an internalized experience and you see everything against that prism of experience. So yes, it did help a lot. Yes, it still continues to help. And I think I do lean back on that basic understanding and learning to take me forward. I finished school and got into college. And while doing Jatra, I realized that my grandfather was very keen that I be a lawyer. So I started working as a lawyer as well. So I was allowed by the syndicate in Calcutta University to sit for English and law at the same time. And I was deviling in a solicitor's firm, but I hated it. My ideals were very strong at that time. And especially so early 70s Calcutta, when you were being rocked by the leftist forces and you're just out of school and you're burning with fervor. I didn't want to be a lawyer. So literally over a drink at the Bengal Club, I was offered a job in Darjeeling, and I went up to teach in Darjeeling, and had 2 lovely years there. And then from Darjeeling went to Shillong to start another school there. So life is amazing if you let that river travel, and if you travel with the river instead of fighting the tides.
Life definitely has its ways. You started with something else and now you are someone else. I mean, someone filled with so much experience of all sorts of domains that you've stepped your feet into. And just one question. I mean, I heard that you are not a critic. I mean, you mentioned that you don't use your English literature to be a critic of what you do. So, I mean, I just want to ask out of curiosity. You are an actor also. You've directed. You are a theatre director also. So, after performing in various films, when you watch that film, do you watch it as a critic or do you just enjoy the film and enjoy whatever you've done?
I think earlier I used to even try and break down shots and try and figure out what was it that they did here and how did they manage that, and wow, Hollywood actually puts the actors onto a trolley and moves them back, and so on. Now I don't. Now the feelings are something that remain with me. I guess I've grown up.
Very true, sir. Very
true. So, sir, you talked about how you've been involved in literature. You've been a lawyer. You've had interest in science and humanities as well. And you also are a consultant. So, sir, this really intrigues me to know that how were you able to develop interest in so many varied domains and that do not have a lot in common?
No, I'll be very candid. I went from Darjeeling to Shillong. And it's only now I realize that in Shillong, I started a school for the Assam Rifles. I'm sorry, all of you are far too young to know, but Assam Rifles were the oppressive force in Northeast. There were more people who were dying under their boots and in their bayonets and their bullets than any other disease. And as a result, they were looked down upon. But in their great wisdom, they decided to begin a school because they said that's the best way to get in with the society. I was this young teacher who had a lot of aspirations and dreams, and not material aspirations. So when I was invited to come and help with it, I went in with my eyes open. I dived right in. But they said a problem is that people will not be coming readily to the school. So I said, no problem. I'll go from unit to unit selling the concept of the school. And let's make this the country's most what would one call it? Most accessible public school, where the brigadier's son and the brigadier's batman's son would study together. The reason was that this would help us get our first batch of students, number one. But number two, what it also meant is that there would be none of this, you are better than me or your father is richer than mine. None of all that. And which we managed. The school, I'm happy to announce, still runs and still sings a song that I had written 40 years ago.
Wow.
So,
that is actually amazing, sir. And I mean, what we can take from it is this shows another aspect of your personality, looking out for the issues in the society. And I mean, no. I get it.
All it shows is that keep on at it and you're going to leave things behind.
Sure, sir. Very rightly said. And so since we are on the topic of covering different domains and doing all sorts of things, there is another domain that you stepped into and you already touched it, which is social welfare. So we know that you launched the Childline with UNICEF and National Human Rights Commission.
I joined advertising after coming back from schools. Well, I was just acting as a Jatra actor. But my father, who was a good corporate man and was in ITC, a favored company, and he was very upset that I was not working towards a career. I finally gave in and joined advertising, telling them that, look, the money you're paying me is lesser than what I pay for the fuel to drive to office. I had my own car. And I had bought the car with money that I earned from Jatra, from acting, and from lights design. So I joined advertising almost as a lark that, okay, it's one profession that will keep going. So by the time, I think in 5 years out, or rather 3 years, I shifted out of Calcutta and came to Delhi. And got stuck in Delhi, and I haven't shifted out of Delhi ever since. That is from 83, I've been stuck here. And still finding out which way life is going to take me.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. And now we know how someone who was actually passionate about the creative field went into marketing and advertising and communication consultancy. Because even we were when we were reading about you to gather something to ask you, even we were confused why you chose such different domains: marketing, advertising, communication, and then theatre.
No, and then in advertising you have this hassle. You have the hassle of selling inconsequential stuff. You might have a major idealistic view against it. Say, for instance, Fair and Lovely. I detested doing work for it, and I said I will not do it. So I was informed that, hey, you are a creative director with Lintas, which is Levers International Advertising Services, and you don't have a right to say no. So I said, fair enough, then here's my resignation. The resignation wasn't accepted then, but I was allowed not to write for it. Because I was intellectually completely against this concept of Fair and Lovely, and it took so many years for it to stop being called Fair and Lovely. Any case, but I had to find my sense of truth. Then I discovered that in advertising, there are things you can do that you couldn't do anywhere else, like talking about UNICEF campaigns, or I did Ministry of Consumer Affairs. I don't know if you know anything about that. There is this whole campaign on Jago Grahak Jago.
Yes.
That's mine. And it's been running now for quite a long time. Now, these are truths which you would make my journey worthwhile. And I would say I'm shooting a documentary somewhere in a village, and you find 4 women are buying something at a shop. Sorry. And one of them says, hey, tu dekhna. So this girl comes and she looks at it and says, Arey, ye पुराने माल क्यों दे रहे हो आप? डेट है इसमें लिखी हुई. I feel so proud of it, you know. The consciousness of expiry date. We presume it's something so simple, isn't it? You know, when we started this, M&Ms, Mars, and all kinds of rubbish was being thrown into our country after their expiry date. Being sold at a discount, but well after their expiry date. And people were unaware of it. But now you have people going into a medicine shop and checking out, does it work or not? That to me is a huge, huge thing. Those are the small victories you live for. You know, it's your personal joy.
So, sir,
Sorry.
Go ahead. So I was asking, sir, so you were not very willing to enter the corporate world on your own. But once you did, I guess you enjoyed the advertising part of it, because you were able to somehow inculcate the theatrical aspect, maybe the shooting the commercials or other things. So, sir, at any point of time did you feel that you are missing out on theatre because you have entered into the corporate world?
No, you know, I didn't, because with advertising, I had the right, since I was senior enough, I had the right to say, all right, 6 o'clock, everybody out. Everyone knew where I was headed. But I would tell them, go and get another life, come back to office tomorrow, energized, and tell me what you've gone and done today. And I would proceed to go to my rehearsal. So we would, of course, be having these 2 lives of finish the work day and then go into rehearsal. And like Peter Brook says, drop off the backpack of your day outside your rehearsal room and enter there with all energy, ready to take on the next part. And as Nasir says, theatre is such a blessed craft. You forget about all your minor problems. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, this is what makes us realize what we are a part of. I mean, we being members of the dramatic society, there are times when we forget about the value of theatre. But then when we listen to things like this is what, revives that feeling and brings us back to our track. Tells us that you have chosen a path which is actually something which can help you in the long run. not just in the short run. People say that theater में पैसा नहीं है, ये नहीं है, वो नहीं है. They keep complaining theater is a dying art and everything of that sort. But then how it transforms a person? It totally transforms a person if you are even, doing it part-time. Not totally into it, but even if you are doing it part-time.
No, but I'll tell you, in my own life, my daughter said, Baba, I don't want to follow your path, which is balancing on two boats. I would much rather try my hand and be at only theatre. So my daughter is just an actor. And fair enough, that's her life.
Everyone has their way of, pursuing things. Yes.
So were you driving on these boats by choice, or was it just because of your father?
Did I join advertising just because of my father?
Yes, sir. That's one thing that I wanted to ask.
I think, well, I did need a career. I had a girlfriend also who was pushing me at that time. Hello? Yes, not now, miss. I'm sorry, I'm a little busy. Yeah, sorry. And I was almost 24 and wondering whether I need to relook at my own life. Am I getting into my middle ages without any kind of surety of where I'm going to wake up tomorrow? So, a little shamefacedly, I gave in and went to advertising. And I was 25. And I then very rapidly became the youngest creative director in the business. And then as rapidly had to leave the business because of various reasons. I'll tell you about it.
And so, what is your take on, the new age Bollywood movies, the Bollywood movies of today, becoming more inclined towards, the social issues, important social issues, picking up different social issues and making films on them. I mean, what is your take on that? Is it something that can actually create awareness? Is it really helpful? Because it is very good that the Bollywood industry as a whole is taking a stand for this. But then, does it really have an impact? Or, I mean, what are your views on that?
Firstly, I don't know what we call Bollywood.
Hindi film industry.
Hollywood should call themselves Bombay Films, because we, by right of the number of films made, we are far ahead of anyone else. Yet, we have borrowed this moniker of Hollywood, added Bolly to it and made it into Bollywood. Fair enough. When I did my first Hindi film, it was with Anil Kapoor. It was his first film, and it was Pankaj Kapoor's first film. They were both, I don't think I can say it in civil society, but both were older than me. Now I think one of them is younger and one of them is still older. Anyways. But after doing that film, the film was called Kahan Kahan Se Guzar Gaya, directed by M.S. Satyu. I said to myself, yaar, films nahi karna hai, zindagi bhar theatre hi karna hai. और हाँ, अगर वैसे रोल आ जाए तो फिर जरूर करूँगा. अब वैसे रोल तो कुछ आया नहीं, तो I carried on doing theatre, and अगर कोई भी ऑफर्स आते थे मैं ना कहता था. Here, time moves on, and now we are down to 95, and this friend of mine is making a film in Calcutta, Bengali film. And he says, your wife in the film is Munmun Sen, who you know, and your friend in the film is Victor Banerjee, who you know, who you worked with in theatre. So it's Lilette, who you also know from theatre, so you'll have a good time. So I went and did it. It was called Bow Barracks Forever. Lovely film. I loved it. And in 95, I also did Kama Sutra with Meera, Fire with Deepa, and a few other films. In all, I did 6 films in that 1 year. And I said, bahut ho gaya, is zindagi ke liye, end of story. Bas, cinema finished, out. I've had my experience. I've done about 8 films. That's more than enough. So there would be offers and I would say, no, thank you. I'm just not interested. I'm not interested. And no other story that really, made me stand up and say, oh, wow, that's something else. Yeah, there was a Bengali film, which I wish I could have done, but I didn't do it and I wasn't so keen on it. Time moves on and I was a president marketing for a mobile company traveling the world when these guys came and wanted to test me for a film in the role of a lawyer. And while I was waiting outside for the audition, the first and the last time I think I've ever gone for an audition, this other actor came who I knew, not a very good actor. Therefore, I shan't take his name now that I've already said that. But they took him in for the audition and made me wait. And I was taking the flight out later that evening to go out to South Africa. So I got up, I got into my car and drove off saying, bugger off, excuse my French. They called saying, sir, kahan gaye? I said, rehne de, I'm not interested. End of story. But उन बेचारों के पीछे पड़ गए उनके डायरेक्टर कि नहीं उनकी ऑडिशन लेना ही है. They would call me up, I would be in South Africa, next time they'd call, I'm in Jakarta, then I'm in China. They said, sir, आप कब आ रहे हैं? I said, on such and such date, I will be in Delhi for 3 days. They said, आप एक दिन हमें दीजिए. I said, एक दिन नहीं दे सकता. He said, no, 1 hour, one of the days. So I gave them a date and quite forgot about it. They came that evening and I was at home and my wife said, there's someone at the door for you. I think they've come to shoot something. So they came in and they shot and they went away and the next morning they called back to say, sir, you are very good in the audition and we want you for this role in No One Killed Jessica. That was a story I liked. Ever since, I remember doing the dubbing for No One Killed Jessica and Rajkumar, who was the director of the film, I just asked him casually, Rajkumar, batao yaar, what does an actor do? Do you have, we don't have acting, managers or anything of that sort, or our agents. We have managers here. And the managers play a different kind of a role. He said, sir, aapki kuch zarurat nahi padegi. Ye film hi aapka kaam karega. Truth be told, ever since No One Killed Jessica, every year, I've done a minimum of 3 films. And this year, because it's a special year, since October, I've done 7 projects. It's mind-blowing. I don't know from where all. 4 films and 5 films and 2 web series. So, I still do not have a manager. I do not live in Bombay. I do not, as a principal, go and meet people and say, sir, मैं भी actor हूँ. कभी नहीं किया. I'm hardly going to do it at this age. So I'm very, very grateful that people are very kind. They look at me still. And जब तक मिलती है, great.
So, since we touched on this topic, how different has it? You said you've done 7 projects this year, right?
Yeah.
So, how different was it working in these circumstances compared to the past normal years that you worked in? I mean, considering this pandemic.
The first project I did was an ad. 24 Cars 24 or something. Yeah.
Okay.
So everybody was in PPE suits and good show. Okay. The next one I did was Delhi Crime. Delhi Crime is, so I've done season 1. This was season 2. And season 2 now it's a Netflix property. So more budget, more people, everybody in PPE suits. It was like you're doing some science fiction project. Yeah. And besides me, who was the actor, everybody else was in PPE suits and so yaar muh to dikha. Yeah, right, dikhai nahi diya. So it was a whole different reality. The next one was a film which is called Hum Do Hamare Do with Rajkumar Rao, and we were shooting in Chandigarh. We drove to Chandigarh, my wife and I said, might as well. So she came along, and we were told that, sir, I'm sorry, but she can't stay in the same hotel because of security issues, COVID security. So I said, my wife, who lives with me, who has driven down from Delhi with me, so ridiculous as it may sound, she was living in another hotel at the Marriott, and while I stayed at the Hyatt and shot for the film. Finished that, and end to edge, finished this film and went straight up to Manali to shoot for this Telugu film, which is now released and is also released in Netflix with a dub in all the South Indian languages, and interesting. And then so on. But there is this feeling of you're not sure who's infected, and almost everybody you treat as someone who might infect you. The last one I did was on the 4th of this month, and my wife put her foot down saying, now you must not till you've finished both your vaccines at least. And it was in Old Delhi, and it was a crowded place. And I really lost my cool with them, saying, you guys are just not taking care. It's not fair. And, but thankfully, I didn't get infected there. And I'm not doing anything right now. The times, they are no good.
Okay, sir. So, sir, you talked about working with Rajkumar sir in No One Killed Jessica. So, sir, I wanted to know that there might arise a situation when your interpretation of the script or of a particular scene is different from that of the director.
Yes.
So, sir, how do you approach this situation?
I'll give you 2 examples. I can name one of them since the film is out. Jolly LLB 2. The director wanted me sitting inside the courtroom for 8 days. Now, we are paid per day. So he said, look, you gain 8 days, you're paid your daily rate, which is a not bad amount. I said, but my character will suffer immensely. So he said, what do you want to do? So I said, all I want to do is just come to the door, look at him, have a half smile, and walk away. That's all. So he said, it'll make no sense to the audience. You think the audience is so interested? Saurabh Shukla, who was listening in, he said, यार करने देना एक बार तो करके देख ले, अगर नहीं लगा ठीक तो फिर आ जाएंगे ना, बैठ जाएंगे. So I did the first, and I realized it works. Because Subhash asked me to do various options of that. He kept that first take. And that is what works with that character, because people remember that character that just comes there, doesn't say a word, half smiles and goes away. The other film I cannot take the name of because it is still being edited, I think. Post is on. I'm doing a character, a historical character there. And I'm supposed to be 85 years old. So naturally, there's a certain slowness that comes about in your delivery. But the director, who is from Ad Films, he wanted speed. And I kept saying, listen, pal, it doesn't work. So then we came to a compromise where I would do his take and then I would do my take. At the end of day 3, I think, he said, "Sir, forget my take, just do yours." So these are they victories? Not at all. Is it that your view of the film is better than his view? No, it isn't. It's just that you have made that character yours. You possess that character. And you've thought about that character, the character's history, what they come from, where they come from, how they think. The principal characters are more thought about by the actors than by the directors. So if you can bring that other depth in, you are only imbuing the product, the work, the film with greater depth. And any director who's really keen on their own film will see it for what it's worth.
And sir, another thing related to something close to this, how much does the importance of your character in a film influence your choice of films? I mean, does it play a role while selecting a movie, or is it just the overall story that you look out for?
Overall story, sure. But if my character does not bring about some kind of cogent change in the film, I try not to do it. Yeah.
So, sir, we heard that while shooting Jolly LLB2, you were also working for 2.0 robot.
Yeah.
And you had completely different hair color in the two of them. So,
how did you know about this?
So, just saw one of your interviews.
Mr. Rajinikanth actually was very unwell.
Okay.
And because he was unwell, we lost out on a lot of days. That was the first time I was ever doing a Tamil film. And Tamil is a damn difficult language to speak. Does anyone speak Tamil here? No, well.
Anyone who speaks Tamil can raise your hand. Okay, we have one.
It doesn't have punctuations. So it's a very, very clever way of breathing, which is very different from the English speaker or the Hindi or the Bengali or the Sanskrit languages. And I had this very complicated piece about outer space that I had to tell Rajni in a telephone call. That was my first day of shoot. So I thought to myself, yeah, I've done so poorly. And Shankar, the director, he said, not at all, sir. If I had to say that in Tamil, I would have fallen on my face. You did very well. Don't worry, sir. Don't worry. But thanks to me, Akshay and others managed to get scripts which were in Hindi, which imitated the tongue movement, the lip movement for the Tamil words. So whenever they were on camera saying Tamil, they would be saying Hindi words which are akin to the Tamil sounds. Any case, so we were shooting for Jolly LLB, where I had dark hair and I had a mustache. So they said, sir, we'll need you for 3 days for 2.0. I said, look, I would love to. Because I thought I was out of 2.0 after that phenomenally bad day of shooting. They said, I don't know why you're worrying about it, sir. Don't worry, you're fine in it. And so I said, look, my other problem is my hair. My hair is all dark. It's been dyed dark. I don't wear dye and I hate it. And I have a mustache. They said, mustache, don't worry. Don't shave your mustache. Keep it. Our makeup person will imitate that mustache, make one. And after you shave it, when you go back, we will give you that mustache. You can take it with you. Okay. The hair, they said, don't worry, we will get makeup hair, a certain color from New York, which will give it that texture. Fair enough. So I went for it. They tried it. The moustache, of course, was brilliant. It worked like a T. But the hair didn't. This natural grey has in it a lot of many years of wisdom. Wisdom doesn't come from the edge of a pencil. But it was great fun working with him. And what a wonderful man. Wonderful man. Yeah.
And sir, another question, just out of curiosity. There might also be times when you might feel a particular way about your character or your play that you're directing.
Yeah.
But then you might also have the feeling that the audience might perceive it in a very different way. Or the audience might not relate to it a lot, but then you actually wish to portray that character, or you're very keen to put that play forward. So which one gets more weightage? Do you go out for what you like, or do you consider the audience's perception more?
Theatre gives you the liberty to go with your heart. So you finally decide, dekhi jayegi. We can make changes as we go along. Of course, there have been times when at the end of a play is never a play till you've met the audience or till the audience has met you. And it's only after that first night you realize that, oh God, we've overshot the bloody time limit. It's 1 hour too boring and too long, and this whole scene must be out, and you're brutal after that.
Actually, theatre gives you that liberty, and audience's perception is something which is uncertain, but whether you like the play or not, or whether you like the character or not, that is totally certain. So
well, actually, truth be told, it takes about 6 or 7 shows for a play to start getting its own feeling. And in amateur theatre, normally 6 to 7 shows is, you've done a lot, you feel. But then, well, c'est la vie.
So, sir, you've worked with Rajni, sir, and currently, I guess you're also working on a Telugu film called Wild Dog. So, sir, you've worked in all sorts of industries, in the southern film industry and also in North. So, which one is closer to your heart, or which one do you feel is more efficient or better?
I think Hollywood is the best because they give, the actor is at the center of the universe. Here, the actor is ready, and a vague voice says, "Are you ready, sir?" And you say, believing they're asking you, "Yes, sir." And the camera DOP says, "No, sir." ये तो उसमें आता, ये भाई वहां पे लगा, ये ऊपर चढ़ा, ओ यार फिल्टर दे बल. Sir, are you ready? Oh, we don't. Sir, shall we change the lens? Oh gosh. And the lens is changed. And you're ready for it again. And you're thinking, all right, now I've got it. And the scene is about to start. And he says, "Sorry, sir. Hey, kya kar raha hai piche, yaar?" And all this carries on. This never happens in that set. In that set, they take things down. They make it work for the actor. South Indian cinema is fantastic for payments, great for looking after you. While shooting 2.0, there would be a car that would be assigned to you. And every morning I would ask the production guy saying, "Has the car arrived?" "Yes, sir. Car is there, sir. No problem, sir." After the 3rd day, this girl who was an assistant director, she said, "Sir, every day the car is there. I don't know, you're not going anywhere, sir." So I said, "Going anywhere meaning?" "Yeah, I walk out." "No, sir, the car is there for you only till you leave for Delhi." This doesn't happen in Bombay. It doesn't happen. After the shoot, you are dropped back, then you're on your own. Cheerio. Ta-da. When you take a break for lunch in South India, it is a bad scene to get back to the shoot because they come to your vanity van with a tiffin carrier of food and a guy serves you course by course and it's a huge meal they serve. It is mind-blowing. Any case, each one comes with their special advantages, with their madnesses, and with their organization, disorganization. I like it all.
But obviously, the acting part is what connects all the three. And
Yes.
yeah. And sir, we heard, I mean, we saw you say in an interview that you closely noticed Kathakali dancers and how they, portray every emotion without showing too much out of it. So, what did you take from that particular experience, and how did you apply it to, your own field and your own work?
No, I shan't go into the people, but I read from various sources, including Carl Jung, Anthony Nardo, theatre director, etc., about Kathakali dance being connected to our dreams and how that could be a great source of training for actors. So while doing my undergraduate course, I traveled to Kerala, to Varathol's village. Varathol was a leftist poet who founded this village and started the Kathakali school and has also built a classical theatre there, the Kutambalam. And the whole village resounds to the sound from Kalamandalam. The school is called Kalamandalam. To the sound of the chenda from early morning. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. But more importantly, I learned over there about actor centering, about all the mudras or the various rasas that you learn. They are not to wear outside. It is for getting that inside training. And yes, it has helped me immensely.
That's great to hear, sir. Okay, sir. So one more question that I really want to ask is that you've been seen in many movies that touch sensitive topics, like No One Killed Jessica, Jolly LLB 2 was also based, Madras Cafe also. So, which character did you enjoy playing the most out of these movies, and why is it so that you have a special interest in this genre of movies?
I liked No One Killed Jessica. I liked Bo Barracks Forever.
Yeah.
That's
romantic
Bengali in the film. I'm very curious to see how this film, Wild Dog.
Yeah.
I'm very curious to see how that comes out. Madras Cafe was interesting. Piku, I had to leave it midways and I had to go away, so my character is incomplete in it. I had to leave because of various other constraints. But such is life. And have I finished? No. Am I still looking for good work? Yes.
That's what keeps the trial going, sir. Okay, so can we open the floor? Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are a lot of people who would like to ask questions from you.
Surely.
We could open the floor for questions, the chat box for questions. And Arshia has raised her hand. Yeah, Arshia.
Hi, sir. Hope you're doing well.
I am, Arshia. Thank you. And I hope you are also.
I am. Thank you. So thank you so much for answering all these questions really patiently. All your answers were very well put. My question to you is, what's the best advice that you've ever received? Because I know that you've worked in different language-based films, different genres. You've been in theater, and of course, you've had multiple career changes as well. So, if you could give me a cumulative piece of advice that you received during your entire life, which really stuck with you, or something that drastically changed your life, something of that sort.
Two things.
Mm-hmm.
One was I had taken sannyas when I was in college.
Okay.
For quite a long time, I was without a single pie in my pocket. And very difficult when you're the only son of a Bengali family. So when I got back, my grandfather asked me, "Did you find what you went for?" I said, "No, I didn't." So he said, "Let me tell you a story." And he told me the story of the musk deer. You know the musk deer?
Yeah.
Musk deer, if any of you have traveled in the Himalayas, you would have seen the musk deer. It jumps from rock to rock and sniffs the air and again takes a jump. It is actually seeking the source of that fragrance. Only at death it realizes the fragrance lies within me. And it rips its own stomach open. So you have to reach the musk deer within 2 hours of its passing away, or else that musk is ruined for life. So it lies within you. The Buddha puts it very beautifully too. The beginning, the middle, and the end is all within this one human frame.
So basically, what you're seeking for is actually within you. You're the solution to all your problems.
Absolutely.
Wow.
And the second thing is, never give up. When everybody gives up, that's when you need to sit up. So we were shooting in Hyderabad just a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. No, a month and a half ago. And it was a whole nighter.
Okay.
So this was the second whole night we were doing. And naturally the body says, "Hey man, come on, go back to sleep now." But at about 4 in the morning, when everyone else was collapsing around me, I said, if I don't wake up now, then I'm going to get hit by all these other characters and I'm going to start sleeping also. So I literally woke up and the entire set kind of woke up around me. And much later, the director came to me and said, "So what did you do? Did you go out, have a cup of coffee or do a line or something?" I said, "Yeah, I did a line inside my head saying, if not me, who?" And that's it. So, worked a little bit harder because after all, who have you to disappoint? Yourself. The biggest, no?
Absolutely.
All the very best.
That's lovely. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes.
There's another question. I mean, there are 2 questions in the chat box. Mr. Vasu Khanna has asked, stage always gives something in return to you. So what's the most precious gift stage has given to you?
My daughters traveled with me when they were 2 and 8. We traveled like a family, the entire theatre group. I think theatre has given me a great sense of completion, a great sense of Purna. No? If you understand that word, Sampurna, there's this great sense of, yes, there is that completion. And there's so much more to do, no? And you do a play and you find the people coming back and you find their reactions to the experience, makes you grow on it. for the next few months. Yes, it does give back immensely.
Completely.
And so there's one more question from Hriday. He says he had a two-part question. I guess Hriday, you could unmute yourself and ask.
So I had a question regarding writing. So it's a two-part thing. First thing I want to ask is, I face a challenge that all my characters sound exactly like me. How do I overcome that? And the second part to this is, how has your writing changed over the course of your lifetime? Like, how does age affect writing? Like, because I'm sometimes wondering, should I sometimes wait till I'm like 30 or 40 to actually start writing? Because it might give a little more depth to it.
Hriday?
Yes, sir.
Keats died in 29. John Keats. Imagine if he was waiting to write afterwards. The world would have been that much poorer. Start off now, but sharpen your ears to hear how others speak. Do me a favor. Do a dialogue today between you and me.
Right, sir.
Okay? And I'm sure you've been listening to me now for almost a year, for an hour, or got bored, whatever. Try and write these two voices, yours and mine.
Yes, sir.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And I think Supreet has my telephone number. Send me a WhatsApp of it.
Sure, sir.
And then let's talk about it.
Thank you so much, sir.
And let's see how good or bad it goes. No?
Yes, sir.
All the very best.
Thank you so much, sir, for that. And Sutej Nayak raised his hand in between. So, do you have a question? Yeah, he's raised his hand between. You can unmute and answer. Is he a panelist, Sumita?
I'll just make him a panelist. Give me a minute.
Yeah. Just a second.
Yes.
Very good afternoon to you, sir, and huge fan of your work, like literally a huge fan of your work. I just wanted to know that when you prepare for a character, such as characters in No One Killed Jessica or Madras Cafe, or other such films, is there a specific procedure that you follow to prepare for a certain character? A certain set of rules that you do? Because if you see, all these characters are hugely different from each other, and when we as actors or someone like us, when we try to do other roles, some of our old characteristics, they come into the new character. So how are you able to differentiate between other characters, and like what is your mantra?
It's kind of simple if you give yourself character traits. And then what happens is you start looking different, but unfortunately that's only superficial. When you really want to make a difference, I think it's your thought that needs to change. Each character that you or me will do or will attempt to do are actually based on our own life experiences. I am not going to be you to do your character, but I will take from you what is in me that is in your mind. And that is what becomes prevalent to guide me in my character study. Once you've managed that, then I think it's not such a difficult task. But of course, I'm making it very simple. It's hardly as simple as that. I started off with finding a character voice. I used to. Then I said, yeah, but that's so limiting. You're proud of your voice. You know how to use it. Why should you just limit your voice down to this. So then I said, all right, let me figure out a way of walking, a way of moving. So in theater, that's a little easier, but in film, it becomes difficult. So like, for instance, Nawazuddin, when you first saw him in Kahani, he used this great amount of twitch and movement, and his tongue would always be, it was like as if he had some pan stuck there. But he couldn't do that ongoing. Then he suddenly discovered that, hey, ये सब नहीं करने की जरूरत नहीं है. रुक जा बाबू, अपने अंदर ही है. And ever since he settled into that. So the characters may ostensibly be similar, but they are worlds apart. I think it's that which we need to discover about a character. Does that help at all?
Yeah, surely, sir. It does help a lot. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
I think that's a good note to end on. Thank you so much, sir. It was such a precious hour that we spent with you. Got to learn so much from you and your experience.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, and I'm really deeply humbled, and I hope it was enjoyable.
Sir, indeed, sir. Each one of us.
I seriously wish we had more than an hour, but obviously we can't extend. But thank you so much for your time, sir. Thank you for being here, and thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Absolute pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Take care.
With this, we end with our session with Mr. Avijit Dutt. We'll be beginning with our next speaker session with Ms. Shehnaz Patel. She is the co-founder of Rage Productions and has been a part of one of the longest standing English bilingual plays in India by Rahul Dakuna by the name of The Class of '84. She's acted in Guzarish, Black, so many other movies, in Talash, and we really hope that you guys stick through. It's going to be a wonderful session. We'll be beginning shortly in another 6 minutes. Thank you.
When it comes to supporting people with their plans, we shouldn't just ask who, when, or why. Above all, we should ask ourselves, how? How can we make it easier for them to find their way forward? Because that's what we continue our development for every day, and have always returned giants to their former glory. We help out hard-working sea dogs when a successful catch calls for a good old cleanup, and lend a hand to everyone creating their very own happy place. For them, we constantly improve our performance and become even more reliable day by day. We keep the wheels turning. For our hard-nosed kings of the mountains who see the bigger picture. For the diligent early birds and all those who want to have a clear view. Everywhere. For our freedom-loving explorers who keep it spontaneous, but don't want to miss out on anything. As well as for the home-keeping heroes with an eye for detail. For all of them, we do our best and promote their qualities through our quality. Consistently. Because cleanliness preserves value.
Before starting with the next speaker for the veteran session of the stage, I would like to thank Mr. Avijit Dutt for such an enriching session. Theatre is not just a way of expression, but an opportunity to learn every day. For some, it is a way of life. With the true essence of theatre in mind, we're proud to commence our next session of The Stage with Ms. Shehnaz Patel. On behalf of the college and everyone present, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to Ms. Shehnaz Patel. She is an Indian film and theatre actor who has worked in English and Hindi films, most known for her roles in films like Black of 2005 and Guzarish of 2010. In 1992, she performed the lead in the English play Love Letters for the first time, along with Rajat Kapoor and under the direction of Rahul Dakunda. The play is still being performed. She made her theatre debut with The Diary of Anne Frank in 1984 and a film debut with Mahesh Bhatt's TV film Janam in 1986. Since then, she has acted in several noted productions in Mumbai-based English theatre and formed the Rage Theatre Group in Mumbai with Rahul Dakunda and Rajat Kapoor in 1993. Ma'am, we're delighted to have you with us. Without taking any more time, I'd now like to hand over the mic to Poshal Gyamba, the moderator for this session.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Ma'am, firstly, to begin with, it is an absolute honor to be here moderating this session for you.
Thank you. So happy to be here.
Yes.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, ma'am. To begin with, the spectrum of your work already talks volumes of the amount of talent and experience you've curated and compounded over the years of your career in the industry. But I want to start with the beginning of that journey, which was by the theatre production on Anne Frank in 1984. Ma'am, the story itself is very emotional. At the same time, it is also very draining. How did it impact you being the first major play that you did? And were there any other challenges and stories related to your first performance?
No, I mean, it was obviously very exciting. We were just finishing college actually. And while we were in college, I was in a college called Elphinstone in Bombay. And actually, Rajat Kapoor, who later is my partner in Rage, he was in a college called Sydenham. And, Sydenham wanted to do a play along with Elfie, like do a sort of collaborative piece. And I was head of drama society for my college, and he was head of drama society for his college. That didn't take off, but we landed up performing a play of Elphinstone in the Sydenham Auditorium. And through that, we became friends. So when he started a production company of his own and invited me to play Anne Frank in The Diary of Anne Frank. So, I mean, obviously you're really kicked because it's your first professional play. You've been working, I mean, you do plays in school and college and all that, but, you're on the stage. And it was lovely because it was a very, even though we were a lot of us were just starting out, it was a very professional setup, and the play was brilliantly received because it's that kind of story, and it was great. We traveled, we toured with it. It was our first tour. We went to Hyderabad with the play, and it was lots of masti and lots of fun. And yes, you're right in that the play is demanding, especially for my character, because everything is seen through her lens. But at the same time, and I feel it resonates even today because she spoke about hope. One of the main lines in the play was that in spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. And for a young girl to have that kind of maturity of thought and of principles, it was, I mean, it's something to aspire to, right, for the rest of your life. So I think people were very moved by the story. It was also funny and, very much a relationship story because they're all stuck together in this house. And, also the threat of the outside very much present. And, we got invited to perform at the Prithvi Theatre for the first time, which was also huge for us. That was massive to perform on that stage. So there were many firsts. And, people from the professional theatre come and watch you. So it sort of changes your life a lot. So I remember it very, very, very fondly.
Now, it is absolutely beautiful to know that you still remember lines from your first production, which was so long ago. You talked about how you were very active in your theatre society during college. It is a position that all of us currently find ourselves in, the college theatre life. How important do you think was theatre in your school days? And what impact did it leave on you as well as on the college community you were a part of?
See, I was very lucky because both my parents are in the theatre. So my mom and dad were started off in Gujarati theatre. In fact, my mom started when she was 16 and doing professional plays, and met my dad there. They fell in love, got married. So theatre was very much part of our home environment, right? Like, I'm sure doctors' kids, they discuss medicine at home. All that was discussed as home was theatre. There was always tension on an opening night, and we were 3 kids. They never know what to do with us when they would go off for rehearsal. So we would be lugged to the makeup room, sit there. So backstage, on stage, it was like a sort of massive doll's house for us, because there were all these props to play with. And we would come in, sort of in between everybody who was getting ready. But it was this magical world. And then at some point, the curtain would open and there would be applause and laughter. And you're watching your parents receive all those accolades as a little child. So it was really in my DNA. So I have to say that I'm very, very, very blessed that I had that. And I'm always amazed at kids like you and other kids who have not had any exposure through your childhood and still choose to do the profession, or fight against your parents and choose to do the profession. My hat's off to you, because I was really lucky. They were thrilled when I wanted to get into the profession. I also had great teachers in school. I had a wonderful teacher called Pearl Padamsee, who's, she was a real icon and a brilliant, brilliant director and brilliant teacher. So I think it was natural to get into college and join the drama society and, immediately jump into doing theatre. And honestly, guys, I think that's the best. That theatre that we did in college, with the amount of masti and maja that you have, that is, you still get it, of course, in the professional world. But finally, your reputation is much more on the line in a professional space than it is in college, So the love and the camaraderie, and I'm sure all the friendships that you guys have made just in the drama society, those are the important things. And finding, stories to share with audiences, which perhaps later in life you will worry about the whole commercial aspect of it and will people come. Here you have a chance to do what the hell you want to do. Write your own pieces, devise your own pieces, choose difficult texts, choose things that really shake up society. You can do anything that you like, So I think it's the best time, and I remember those days fondly. And I also think one of the great things is you can have someone from the 11th standard and someone in the TYBA, and we'll all work together. And somewhere, so even now I have my LP friends who are from batches junior to me or senior to me, because we were all doing theatre together.
Absolutely beautiful. Your childhood sounds so colorful, and it has highlighted how great life is to be working with theater in it. Here you also mentioned about the importance of learning, and with that I want to highlight how you went on for the Charles Wallace Scholarship at the Royal Scottish Academy at the age of 38. Ma'am, how did the whole process go about receiving that scholarship, and how did it affect your learning in the field of theatre? And at the same time, any advice for people who may not have the opportunity to go for such scholarships, and how can they build on their learning experiences?
Yeah. So see, basically, I came from a really middle class family. As I said, my parents did theatre, so no money really. My father had a job. so going abroad to study is a very, very expensive proposition. And actually, I applied to NSD, and um, I had some issues with the way that the selection process happened. Even though I got in with full scholarship, but I had issues, so I was one of those people who said, "Screw you, I'm not joining your college." So I didn't do it. But I always had this thing that I want to study. I really want to be able to just hone my craft, but I could never afford it. So year after year, I would apply to schools in the UK. I would, apply for scholarships from the schools, get rejected because most drama schools do not offer any aid. Universities do, but not drama schools. And even universities, or even in India, most of the aid you'll find is for science, mathematics, engineering, things like that. Especially back then, it was, I think, even worse. So I just, sort of just carried on. I do an odd workshop here and there, but those sort of weekend workshops, you enjoy it while it lasts, but it doesn't really stay within you, like 6 months later, you've forgotten all about it. But I kept doing that. I kept reading a lot. And of course, the main thing, which is performing. I never stopped performing. And I think if you can't afford to go abroad or go to a really good school, there are schools now in India as well. If you can't afford any of them, there is no substitute to practice, right? The more you do, the more you learn from your mistakes. It's like just being thrown into the deep end and you learn how to swim. And that's exactly what all of us did. I just had this chaska that I wanted to study. So finally, the Charles Wallace Scholarship is the only scholarship that exists which is purely for the arts. And because I had a good, solid body of work behind me, I applied and I got it. And I think it was the last year that I could have applied for this scholarship. I think it's for under 40 or something like that. So yeah, all my classmates were all your age. And but we had a blast, it was a small batch, and it turned out to be a master's degree. So it was great. It forced you to develop your own process, which works uniquely for you, because I don't think there is anything like a generalized process. What works for me and what works for you may be two totally different things. So I think it helped me formulate my process, the way I want to work and the way I enjoy working for myself.
That sounds amazing. I would also like to highlight here how subtly you've shown us such an important attribute, that is persistence, throughout this process.
And rigor, rigor, according to me, and I think that's true for anything that we do in life. But rigor is really crucial. People think, "Arey yaar, I'm damn talented. I can crack a joke and 100 people laugh. And yaar, main to actor hoon. I do such great mimicry of my mama says I'm a brilliant mimic. So I think I'm an actor, right? And therefore you just sit on your laurels and think you're brilliant, and that's it. But it's not. Any profession, including acting, is hard work. And it's every time you get a new part, every time a new role, you start again. You're only as good as that part. So every time you have to prove to yourself and to your audience that you can do this and you can do it well and truthfully. So it's that, constantly digging, never being satisfied, even after a show and after accolades, even if the critics have praised you. The next time you do the show, you work slightly harder because you're always trying to better yourself. So I think that's true for everything in life,
Absolutely. Ma'am, here I would also want to talk about how your performances over the years have not only imprinted in us great performances, but have also highlighted such unique stories in Indian cinema. For example, Black or Guzarish or even Rockstar. All of these performances have such unique stories. How important is it for you when looking at any new plays or a new film that you're working on, that the story and the character that matters, and how do you approach the character?
approach is difficult to talk about because with every character, your approach is different. But I think, honestly, it's just luck. Yes, in the theater, because I'm senior enough now in the theater to be able to say, yes, I want to do this part and I don't want to do this part, because anything that I do has to be challenging for me. I mean, that's true for cinema as well. Now I just keep getting offered like a generic grandmother, and I'm like, I can't do this, man. I really can't. I don't want to do it. I'll sit at home, I'll read a book, but I'm not playing those kind of parts. So I just say no. But once in a while, like a role like a Black or a Guzarish comes along, and someone believes in you and trusts you and pushes you to be better than you are. And even though I'm not in the rat race of cinema at all, I come from a Parsi family, so we are not exposed at all to cinema. So still, in spite of that, I think I've been lucky and got some really iconic roles. They may be few and far between, but whatever they have been iconic. Whereas in the theater, because I've done so much, I will always look for work that it's not about length, yeah, because length is very inconsequential. It's about the challenging yourself really more than anything else, where you feel that, oh, I've not done this before, and I want to push myself to do this, and let's see if I can or not. In terms of process, I guess I do a lot of research. I like doing the research. So, or if it requires, like for example, I mean, okay, in a film like Black, we all had to do it. We all had to learn sign language, and we all had to be exposed to, children of that nature to get used to what that was like. But that's very specific. I think generally, whatever I'm doing, especially in the theater, I will really try and see everything possible that's in the script. Because most of what you want is, if it's a well-written script, it's all there. It's just a question of reading it again and again and again and again, and knowing your character inside out as much as you can, and then embellishing it as much as you can with your imagination, because that's what you need to be, in any creative profession. That's basically what I do.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I want to talk about the play Class of '84, which us as a society also hold very close. The play has been in running 15 years with over 350 shows done already. How has that experience been like? Is doing the same play over and over again does that become monotonous, or does that help you in performing better and understanding the character better?
It's a bit of both. I think the thing is, with Class of '84, what happened was, we were really blessed because over the rehearsal process, we all became very close friends. Even though some people we'd never met before, it was like we met at the rehearsal. Of course, some of us like Rahul, Rajit, a few of us were friends from earlier, but a lot of people we met for the first time. So we spent a lot of time together. After rehearsal, we would invariably go out for a drink or go out for dinner. And it was through that we became really like a really close-knit unit. And actually in the first year itself, we did almost 100 performances in that first year. So the balance of them has been really spread out over a long period of time. So after every few months, we'll keep getting messages, come on, yeah, let's do a show. Yeah, I'm not on a show for so long, because it's really, we know this play inside out. So when you see us, we are really like just chatting, we just chat. Many times we forget there's an audience there, because we're just having so much fun, exactly what the play requires. But we're just having fun ourselves. Of course, it's difficult when you're doing a play again and again. The pitfalls are sometimes you just stop listening, because you know the lines so well, everybody's lines inside out, so it's all in your head. So you're not really, the biggest thing is to listen to your co-actor, right? Like you're listening to me now and responding, and I'm watching you nodding and watching the others and responding. We're listening to each other. But what can happen is when you're doing something again and again, you just stop listening because you know exactly how the person is going to say a line and you know exactly how you're going to react. And then it becomes totally mechanical. So, of course, it's not like we're superhuman. Yes, I've had many shows where I'm totally mechanical. And then you shake yourself up and say, you know, what the hell am I doing? And the next show you come back and actually really listen, you know, and respond in the moment. So you may not respond, when you respond in the moment, you may not respond exactly like you did yesterday. Something new may come up. You may laugh at something which you never laughed at before. But the important thing is you know your character really well. So whatever you're doing is within that world of the character. I think when you do something for 15 years, you better know the character really well.
Ma'am, we can't wait for the production to come to Delhi and for all of us to get
we can't wait to just perform.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ma'am, you also mentioned Rajat Kapoor and Rahul Rakhuna, together with whom you started Rage Productions.
Yes.
You met through Class of '84, and the theme of the play is friendship. How has that played out into collectively starting a production house?
No. We started Rage in 1992 or 93. Class of '84 came 10 years later. So it just so happened that we were, before we formed Rage, we were already doing theatre together. Rahul was directing and I was, Rajat and myself were invariably acting in it. And we in fact did Love Letters before Rage formed, and Love Letters turned out to be this massive success from the time it opened. And that's when our conversation started, that why are we doing stuff for other people? Why don't we start our own company? So when Rage started, we were actually 7 of us who started together. And then along the way, 4 people left, you know, to move on in life, and 3 of us kind of stuck it out. So we were always friends, which I think is a great thing. But of course, also what's great is we have very different personalities. So we fight a lot, but it's very creative and you know, it's more arguing to get something done in the best possible way, and 3 people approaching it with their 3 different temperaments and personalities, which I think makes our work really shine, you know. And because we're such close friends, we can bang the phone down and, you know, call up the next day and pretend like nothing happened. So that's the good thing. But I think it's much better if any of you are thinking of starting a production company after college. It's nice to do it with other people. You know, it can be very lonely on your own in a thing like theater. So I think we're really blessed to be 3 people doing it together because we feed off each other all the time.
Yes, ma'am. We have little experiences knowing that putting up a production is very hard work. For you to have started a whole production house and doing multiple productions in a year, I'm sure there must have been a lot of hurdles in the process. What are the challenges that you have faced in this experience, and how in general has the experience been?
Yeah, I mean, it's a continuous challenge because theater is challenging. You know, every time we do something, it's like, where do we get the money to do this? I think that's the biggest problem. You know, you need that damn money. But we've been quite smart and quite lucky because we've done both. We do big commercial shows, and then if we make money there, we'll put it into something that's small and experimental in nature. So we kind of juggle these 2 ways of working. But as a producer or as anyone in the theater, anything can happen at any time. And because we are unfortunately, you know, don't have the luxury of, let's say, things like, you know, having an understudy, for example. If you fall sick, what do? You still have to perform, you know, or if there's a calamity at home, what do? You still have to perform. It's like we did a series of monologues just now last year in the middle of the lockdown. and it's a logistic nightmare, right? Because there are 10 monologues, and with 10 directors and 10 actors performing them, and you have to send stuff that they need. Somebody will need suddenly a someone's playing a nurse or a doctor in a hospital, so we have to figure out how the hell do we send it to that person's house, because everything is in lockdown. Somebody else had to create the sense that they were in a hut, but you're shooting it in your apartment. So how do you do that? So, all this kind of jugaad. Someone suddenly fell ill and could not do it, and we had a deadline to submit the piece. One actress, while rehearsing, she broke her foot, but because it's from the waist up, she still managed to do the piece. So you have to keep constantly working this out, and that's the exciting thing. Sometimes you're traveling and your set doesn't arrive, or is stuck at the Technaka, and your show is about to go on in a few hours. What do you do? Or there are auditoriums where the lights are so bad, and it takes like some 12 hours to just get lights done, and by then it's already 7 o'clock, and we don't get a chance to go onto the stage. We just get ready and go and pray that it works out. All that kind of stuff happens because it's live, and that's the thrill, right? That's why we do this, because it's live and anything can happen.
It is a beautiful attitude to look at life with, and foresee the challenges that it brings. With that, you mentioned about the pandemic. Ma'am, COVID-19 has been the period where you digitalize Adhyayam. How has that experience been like? What do you think these new OTT platforms have impacted the opportunities for theatre artists?
They're two different things. I think OTT has really helped actors, especially theatre actors, because cinema is one thing, and for every I'd say every 100 theatre actors, one perhaps gets lucky in a movie. So it's a huge struggle to get into cinema. But OTT has really opened it up, and because some of the work is so wonderful and challenging, they're constantly looking for actors. And where else will they look but in the theater, right? So I think a lot of younger actors, so many of my actor friends are actually doing, touchwood, really well, because they are either performing in OTT. A lot of them are writing, a lot of theater people are writing scripts for OTT shows and directing them. So, it's opened up this whole huge new, and lucrative avenue for people from the theater. But theater digitally I'll be honest, it's a real struggle. When we were first in the lockdown last year, it was like a knee-jerk reaction. Everyone was doing stuff online. Good quality, bad quality, didn't matter. Everyone was doing something, a monologue, short story, workshop, master classes, you name it, and it was happening for, I would say, a good 6 months. Unfortunately, most of what everyone did, they did for free. So people got used to not paying to consume that material. So when quite a few of us tried to monetize it, because obviously without that, we have, as in the performing arts, we're all really in a bad shape. There's no way of earning a living, because we are live entertainers. So what are we going to do? And okay, not I'm touchwood. I'm okay and I'm settled in my life, but there are people who are all your backstage team, your lighting team, your makeup, your production, set guys, they're really, really struggling right now and suffering a lot. So obviously you want to make something to, aid your community. But I think what's happened now, I feel, is people have had enough. It's too much. It's a Zoom bombardment, and I think people are fatigued and tired. That the novelty of it is completely worn off, and I don't think it's just here. I think it's around the world. And it's true, right? If I have Netflix, and why would I want to consume a play, which is sort of not a play, it's digital, it's neither here nor there, and then have to pay for it, right? I mean, unless I'm a real theater diehard, it's impossible to lure the regular theater community to come and watch. I think what's maybe worked better is where it's interactive, where audiences, I think that's more something that all of you would probably take into your future, because you're that generation, you know, you guys like, you want to jump in and be part of the creative process, you know. So anything where there's improvisation or where there's audience participation, those things I think have worked far better than recording a show and showing it online.
You have also worked on an OTT platform for TVF's Triplings. The show is much loved from all of us and in general youngsters. How has that experience been? Do you feel that it was very different from mainstream films?
Yeah, I had already done Bang Baja Barat before that. That was another show on OTT. And yeah, I mean, come on, Tripling. If you've seen Tripling and you know the story, and definitely characters like mine, you'll never get to see in cinema. And I would never be offered perhaps that kind of part. Again, it was because it was theater people doing it. You know, Akarsh, who wrote the script, Sumit, all these are my like buddies, you know. So it was really like being on a large play set. So it was wonderful. I mean, we had a blast shooting, and I mean, I've got a small part. I'm just, you know, but it's quite a memorable part because it's so hatke, you know, from the usual mother.
Yes, ma'am. The entire show is very heartfelt, and all of us have enjoyed watching every bit of it. Ma'am, you've also expanded your portfolio and done a lot of dubbing work as well, voice acting. For many big applauded English movies, for example, the How to Train Your Dragon series. Then you did Avengers and The Lion King. Ma'am, do you believe that dubbing artists maybe do not receive the kind of credit that the amount of work they put in for? And
look, it's I don't think people do it for credit, you know. I think we are the voice of somebody, so I would much prefer that if the character works and the actor playing that character works, then I've done my job, right? I think it is a fantastically lucrative profession if you've got a good quality of voice and you know how to use your voice. Then even if you are just a theater actor, you will be able to supplement that. Because I've been doing voicing from when I was in college. I started then. So, you know, just the odd ad film, corporate films, storytelling, something or the other kept, you know, would keep coming. And so it's just one of the many things that I do as a performer, and a lot of other people who work in the theater or work in films, it is another source of income. There are, of course, people who are pure dubbing artists. They don't do theater, they don't do film, they don't act, they just do dubbing. And they, in fact, some of them who are really good, I mean, you know, really doing well. They earn a really good sum of money, and it's very lucrative if you get it right. And again, it's a difficult community to break into, because, you know, especially for example in advertising, a lot of money is riding on that ad, and therefore a lot of money is riding on the way you sell that product with your voice. So, you know, you really have to be good at what you do. Yeah.
Awesome. Ma'am, with that, I'd like to go back to Black. And you mentioned a little about how much prep work went into the movie, all of you guys learning sign language and all. The film received a ton of positive critical reviews. How was, during the production of the movie, what challenges did you guys face? And if you could just elaborate more on the prep work for the characters.
You know, I mean, it started off actually as being it was meant to be a very small film. Originally, it was meant to be a small English film, which is why people like me got cast. And then along the way, once Mr. Bachchan came on board, um, I think everyone realized that it can be a bigger project. But at the same time, it was never pitched as, your usual big commercial portfolio, right? So no one, I mean, we just did the film with a lot of heart. Um, and like really, again, very much like theater, like a family unit. So when we shot in Simla, we were really just like we would party and we would have fun and we would be working at the same time, and that kind of environment. And Aisha, of course, the little girl, I mean, she was just a joy. And again, comes from a family she'd never seen a Hindi film in her life before she shot. She didn't know who Mr. Bachchan was. So literally one day on set, she asked him. She said, "Is this your first film as well?" So next day, Mr. Bachchan, some book of his, his life story had just been released, one of these big coffee table books. So he brought it and he said, "This is me." And he sat with her and showed her all the films that he had done. So it was that kind of spirit. None of us were, I don't think anyone was really afraid of anyone, like, oh, and I don't know, these are big shots here and etc. It was great fun. I mean, it was all new for me because, this massive sets and just a different experience altogether. And also the understanding of the craft of cinema. It's very different from the craft of theater. I'm saying craft purely, like finding your mark, and there's a camera here and there are all these people around you, and you still have to be honest and truthful and cry and do all those things. It's not easy. You get used to it with practice, but that first time it's quite hard. So it was all new and exciting and challenging. And of course, we lost our entire set because there was a massive fire halfway through our shooting. So the entire set, which is the entire house, the entire dining table, the room where Michelle is, trained, everything. It was just rubble overnight. I mean, we literally came onto set in the morning and we just stood there and watched the entire set burn. And it was probably, I mean, it looked like they would shelve the project because it was too mind-boggling as to how would they resurrect something like this, because we had a lot of genuine antiques, a lot of antiques which all got ruined, all our costumes, everything. But I think everyone pushed Mr. Bansali and said, no, we want to do it. And I think Mr. B was really instrumental in pushing him, and Rani, and pushing him, and we can do it. So luckily they had photographs. So based on those photographs and all the footage that they had, they rebuilt every single bit. So you would never know, because sometimes there'll be half a scene that was shot before the fire and half a scene that was shot after the fire. And you would never know. It was, the art directors did such a, incredible job. So I think, we all did it really in that spirit, the project, and also the importance of the story. I think that was very crucial for a lot of us.
Yes, ma'am. It is beyond amusing to imagine Black not being made with an intention of what it has become today, how iconic and what a benchmark for cinema the movie has become. I'd like to ask my last question and then not wait, not make my other audiences wait for their questions. Ma'am, what young message would you pass on to young adults who are about to begin their journey or are pursuing theater as a profession? How important do you think it is for them to learn the craft first and then move into the industry? And how do you imagine for them to go about it?
See, there are two schools you can go by either. I think both work because I've been part of both. There is the school which says train and really know my craft well, and then enter the profession. But there is the equal school which says just practice, just do it. The main thing is to do it, to keep doing it, to read, to um, watch as much work as you can. This is actually a great time. There's so much being put on, free content from around the world. National Theatre, I don't know if any of you saw the NT Live work that they were putting up for free the whole of last year. And, now, of course, it's paid for, but last year through the lockdown, Andrew Lloyd Webber puts up his massive collection. Then there is, a brilliant German plays. I mean, there's plays from around the world which people have been putting up for consumption. So watch as much as you can. Even locally, wherever you are, I'm assuming a lot of you come from other cities as well, or I don't know if most of you are Delhi, I don't know. But whatever it is, try and watch as much as you can, and then just start doing it. It's don't wait. You don't have to wait to join another theater company. I'm sure if within your group you have somebody who's great at production, somebody who's really got a director's vision, and a bunch of people who can act. That's all you need. And you need, in today's day and age, you guys are performing everywhere, art galleries, studios, anywhere, right? Cafes. So just start and see where it goes from there, because you will learn by doing. I mean, you don't learn by sitting at home and practicing in front of the mirror, right? You will only learn by actually doing the job. And now my other piece of advice would be, look, theater is, I always worked because I had to. I could not just do theater, even though I come from a theater family. I've seen my dad had a job. Otherwise, how do you raise 3 children on a theater salary? And it's the same for me. I mean, theater is something I do because I absolutely love it, and it's my passion, and it's my life sort of goal. But I know that I have to earn. So I have found along the way, I mean, before I went to Scotland, honestly, I was working in a television company, one television company next. Then I was making my own films for about 8 years. Then I had the courage to say, okay, now I can leave everything. I've earned enough to go and study abroad. And then when I came back, I said, now this is what I'm going to do, But it took me a while to have that confidence in myself. But it does mean that, you have to sometimes teach, or you have to do voice work. You have to do many other things, because the theater by itself is not a greatly lucrative profession, unfortunately. And it's always been like that. Maybe by the time, the next 2-3 generations, it will break. So I mean, that's what I would recommend, is that, yes, give it your full priority, but be smart, use your talent in other ways as well. Let's say, for example, if you can write, develop that skill as much as you develop your theater skill. Perhaps you can write a play, but then you could also write a book, and you could also write a serial for an OTT platform. And those things will supplement your life as a playwright, so that's the way you have to think. And I've seen it, especially in the younger generation. I have so many actor friends who are in their late 20s or 30s who are doing everything. They'll be in an OTT project, then they will jump to do something else, then they will come and do a play. So I think in what happened in our generation was, most of the actors would start off in the theater, and then once they got into film, they never came back. Yeah, it was gone, which I've never understood, because anywhere else in the world, they keep coming back to the theater. Why? Because they know what they benefit from a live audience that you cannot get by doing multiple takes, right? It's a different skill and a different high that you get when you perform live. So that's why they do it internationally. They will perform on the small screen, because a television performance is slightly different from a large cinema scope, and stage is different. So they'll keep juggling. Here, I mean, you name them, except for a Nasiruddin Shah and Ratna, and maybe I'd say about 3 or 4 of them. The rest have not come back to the theater. Whereas your generation and the generation above you are not leaving the theater, which I think is very heartening. So they will go off, they will do an OTT show, but they will keep that time aside to rehearse and do a play. I think that's the great thing. So this is what I would recommend. I mean, beyond that, if you have any questions, you can just ask me.
Yes, ma'am. This advice is not just implementable. At the same time, it's very practical. Thank you for that. With that, I would extend the floor for the audience to ask any further questions, which I know are beaming with a lot of questions because we do not get an opportunity every day to speak with such eminent theater artists. And there's so much curiosity we have in us.
Yeah, I'm sure. Anything in the chat? No. How was working in Interior Cafe? Interior Cafe was great. I mean, we literally, it was a 1 day, 1 night shoot. That's it. I mean, that's all that, the filmmaker could afford. So we literally, I think, not even a full night, maybe we shot for some 6-7 hours, but we had rehearsed it very well before. So we knew the script before. Also, Nasir and I are good friends. So it was, I didn't need to get to know the actor that I was working with. So it was very comfortable. And yeah, it was a lovely, lovely story. And I was very happy that I got to do that.
Ma'am, there are a few questions. I think our panelists have raised their hand. Varun, if you could please unmute.
Yeah. Hello, ma'am.
How do I see everybody? I have to go to gallery view?
Ma'am, I'll just spotlight myself.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
So, ma'am, so you just talked about knowing your co-actor, to have an impeccable performance. So even as a part of a production myself, I personally felt that, you need to know the co-actor that you're presenting a play with. But do you think that there's another way? Is like, because that will always not always be the case where you have to, you have the time to get to know your co-actor. So is there another workaround for that, that you don't get to know the co-actor as well?
Yeah. Most of the time, in theater, there's no way, right? Because you'll be rehearsing for 40-45 days. So you have to get to know each other. Whether you like each other is a different thing. And I mean, I'm making everything sound very romantic here, but there can be instances where you really don't get along with the actor you're working with. And you have to be professional enough to put that aside, luckily you will always, as an actor, root everything through a director, and the director's word, according to me, is final. So, everything will be filtered through that. So even if there's tension between actors, hopefully it will not, it'll be rooted through someone else. And 100% the audience will never know. Now, in terms of cinema, I mean, 80% of the time you meet everyone on the set. You don't get to meet them ever before. I mean, even a film like Black, I didn't meet anybody till the first day of the shoot, right? And I didn't know anybody either. I don't know, there's something about it where you have to work together, and so something just kicks in, and you just do it. I think it's a question of not being at all self-conscious, because it might be that you've been husband and wife for 25 years. Therefore, there has to be complete physical comfort, right? It cannot ever appear that this is a stranger that I'm touching for the first time. Even if it's touching his shoulder, it has to seem like it's second nature, no? When we do that with someone, even with a friend. Even, I'm not even just saying romantic, it could be a child, it could be a friendship. Those are things you imagine, you use your imagination, your spontaneity, you stay within the scene and what the scene requires you to do, and you just do it. And hopefully, it's so much about giving and receiving. So if you have a really nice actor opposite you who gives you as well 110%, then you're just playing, before you know it, the scene is shot and it's done, and everyone's happy.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Not at all.
Ma'am, I'd like to ask Arsha to join in the questions.
Yeah, thanks, Varun. Hi, ma'am. First,
Hi.
thank you for your lovely answers. You've put in so much energy, and I think everybody is really enthusiastic right now. And I think there are a lot of questions in the chat box as well. So, you talked about watching things, right? Like that was your first advice. You said you have to constantly watch a diversified range of content, right? I think upskilling yourself is extremely important, irrespective of the career option that you're going for, be it theater or something in the corporate or whatever. What are your modes of content consumption and upskilling, other than, of course, watching stuff? How do you constantly work on yourself and, you know?
Yeah, to be honest, I just do now. After I came back from Scotland, most of my uh, anything I do is just practice. It's constantly practicing stuff that I've learned. You do get complacent, I have to say, after a while. So you have to push yourself not to be complacent. I read a hell of a lot. So I will read about plays, and I buy a lot of plays. A lot of my money goes in buying plays because it's now through Amazon, it's become quite easy. So any play that I read about where the storyline sounds really interesting, I will buy it. I have thousands of plays, many I've not even read, but I just keep buying plays. I buy a lot of them on Kindle as well. And then I'll try and, look up the person who's in the play. There are interviews about them. If I've read the play and I found the character really interesting, then I'll try to find out more. You know how it is with research, you just keep going further and further and further into something. And I'm sure all that is subconsciously influencing me in some way, influencing my taste and what I like and what I don't, is not for me. Like, for example, I'm not really very good with devised plays. It just I've seen some great devised work internationally, really brilliant, and then I've seen a lot of mediocre stuff. So I'm not really a fan of that. I'm not very much a fan of physical theater, but that's personal. I like words. I like text. I'm a very text-driven person. So I will explore that, but it's taken me time, right? I mean, I'm not a young person, but I didn't formulate opinions too young. I think I've formulated things that I like and I dislike now. I still will go into everything with a very open mind. I hate it when people go to watch a theater or watch a performance already having an opinion of what they will like and what they will not like. You never know what can surprise you and move you and touch you in ways. And also it's dependent on where you are in life as well, right? I think if all of us, after having gone through this period, imagine what it's going to be like to sit in an auditorium and watch anything. I think we're just going to be weeping. However awful the thing may be, we're just all going to be crying because we can do this now, right? So I think so it's about time and place. But look, whatever you find interesting. I have a lot of books. Because I just like to read, and every year you will find new books about the craft, new approaches about the craft, constantly available. I love voice work, so I must be having at least 20 voice books because each teacher has a different methodology. And again, while reading, you say, this I understand and it appeals to me, and this I don't. It doesn't really get to me. And if you can, you guys, of course, that places like the drama school have wonderful workshops. Even you don't have to do the whole course, but great workshops. There's a lot of opportunities out there. Honestly, given a choice, I would love to go and study again.
Really?
But I would love to go again. I really would. I really would go and do a double masters, or I would go and just there's no better thrill than to especially I think mid-career, where you don't have to worry about electricity bill and this and that and cooking and all that other stuff. You're just focusing on what you love to do from morning to night, and with people who all feel the same way as you. So I think that what I got in that 1 year, and of course the exposure to people from around the world, um, that I mean that's like irreplaceable, and I would, if anyone who can do that, just go get out of here right now, so don't even come back. But honestly, if you can go abroad to a really good school, a good course that you really want to do, you get a scholarship, or if Touchwood you can afford it, just do it blindly, is what I would suggest, because it will change you 100%. Because you're also, we get quite complacent, right? Because we think, "Oh, I'm so good, I'm now famous, I can sit back and just do the same thing again and again." And then suddenly you're pushed because there are people around you who are far superior than you. And so you've opened more doors for yourself by doing that. So that complacency totally breaks.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Not at all.
There's one question in the chat box. I hope you don't mind me asking you. It says, if I'm not wrong, the class of '84 script hasn't been changed over the course of 15 years. How do you think people still relate to it in the current time?
Yeah, it's a toughie because we had to change a few things, as in we cut out a few references, because it would be really absurd for us to pretend like we were much younger than ourselves, right? We are still saying we are the class of '84, and now we are in 2021. So we are that age, right? So when we first did the play, we were much younger. We were like almost 15 years younger. So it all made sense. So like now, for example, if you had a line which said that, "Arey, yeah, we've known each other for 15 years, yeah," we changed it to, "Arey, yeah, we've known each other for so long, yeah." So we removed those references that would confuse a person, so that we were not embarrassed also by trying to pretend like we're much younger. Those are the only tweaks we've done. Otherwise it's exactly the same. I mean, whatever improvisation we wanted to do, we finished doing in the first year, because Rahul would tear his hair out if we started messing with it any further. So he gave us his blessings after all the improv we'd done in year one, and then that's what we stuck to.
Thank you, ma'am. Take care.
Ma'am, there have been a couple of interesting questions in the chat box.
Yeah.
Someone mentioned how you've been an actor for so long. Acting enables you to experience and touch multiple lives of such diverse people. Do you think it has made you sympathize with people in general better and understand them better?
Yeah. Oh, that's a very nice question, whoever's posed it. See, I think one of our greatest skills for actors is empathy. Yeah, we have to empathize with human beings. If we have to play them, we cannot have preconceived notions about anybody. And over time, I find that I think all of us who are really sensitive develop that empathy, for not just for the characters that we play, but for people in general. Which means I would find it very difficult now to have any sweeping generalizations about anyone, because I think we're all very complex and we all have successes and failures and joy and sadness, and we're all a bundle of all these things. And so I think it pushes you to look beyond the facade at the real person inside. And I think that's really what performance is. We can't judge our character. Even if your character is has murdered somebody, you can't judge her, because certain circumstances made her do what she did. And you have to understand those circumstances and why she did it, rather than saying, I mean, I'm a villain. There's nothing like that. What is a villain? So yeah, I think, yes, you're right. It really, you learn how to tap into that side of you, And I mean, I think that's what drives you to be truthful, because you are really empathizing with that person, not sympathizing, empathizing. I think that's the important thing.
It has been this is a very amazing answer that you just gave. Um, and Diksha asks, what do you think is more important, talent or training?
Ooh, I'm sorry, but I will go for talent because I think training can make that talent better. But I think it might be controversial, but I think if however much you train, if you do not have that spark, you're not going to make it. Because a lot of the time, that's what gives you the work, that spark, that individuality, that something that a particular person has. It's like you can't teach presence. How do you teach someone presence? What is it? And that's something that always fascinates me. Even if we're watching a movie, our eye will go to one character. What is it? And it doesn't necessarily have to be the hero, we're always drawn to someone on the stage or to someone on the screen, and that's quality of presence is something that I feel, again, you cannot teach. Similarly, I think there's a certain just God-given spark, which may be the beginnings of talent, but even talent needs to be honed and improved. But if you have talent and then you back that up with training, I think, a lot of doors can open for you.
A related question has also been asked. Has there been any recent film or play that you wanted to be a part of, or a character that you related to in particular?
No, not really. I'm sorry, no. I mean, yeah, it may be, but since March now, we've not been last year. There's been no question of thinking about any of this stuff, So, honestly, no. I mean, I think at least for people like me, till we really can start performing again, I just don't want to dream. And I don't know if any of you feel this way, but I find it very difficult just now to, we'll get into, we'll start planning for a new production or planning for a new project, because I just feel it'll lead to disappointment. So I just rather wait it out. And, just like now the UK is opening, the US is opening, I'm sure our time will come when we will open. And then when we know that that's nearing, that's when all this excitement of what to do next, which character, which play, all that will start coming back. But for now, I think I'm just lying low.
Yes, well, fingers crossed we get to have that experience really soon.
We will, I'm sure we will.
Now, a question has been asked about the idea behind the name Rage. Who came up with the name? What is the story?
You guys must be knowing the actor Rahul Bose. So Rahul Bose was one of our partners when Rage first formed, and he actually came up with the idea of the whole concept of let's rage, the phrase let's rage. So Rage actually came from that. So it was completely him who gave us the name.
Now, with that, I think we've come to an end of our session's time. I thank you so much for being here.
Can I just ask, are you guys doing any theatre work in college right now?
Yes, ma'am. We have put up short films, and at the same time are working on audio plays.
Good.
For this year.
Okay. Audio plays is really good, guys. Do it. It's a whole new, profession that's opening up. I mean, it's always been huge internationally, and I've done a lot of work for Audible, but it was a big struggle to get people to actually listen to books in India. Internationally, people just, are used to listening to talk radio, BBC and stuff like that. They've had plays, for donkeys years. So now suddenly people are listening again. So it's a great profession to even, for any of you to look at for the future is audio. So, really work on it. It's not easy. Yeah. It's not easy. And just remember a few things like, treat it like a normal performance. Don't think that because you've got a mic, we all have to talk really sexily and, I've got this deep voice, so I'm going to just, it's normal conversation, and the more real you make it, the more you overlap and you sort of make it like a real conversation, the more it will seem authentic. And then, of course, you have to think of the soundscape, which is really crucial in audio drama.
Yes, ma'am. Having this talk with you has further fueled us to continue working in theatre despite not being physically able to be there right now. I thank you so much for taking out the time for this session and being so forthcoming, and for the wonderful opportunity to do this with you. Thank you.
I mean, it's my pleasure. And anytime you guys, maybe when you've done your plays, you need any feedback or you need just to do another session before you leave college or whatever, just call on me. I'm always happy to help.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good luck. Stay well. Stay safe, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
With this, we come to the end of our session with Ms. Shehnaz Patel. It was indeed a very enriching and a very insightful session. I mean, all of us would agree how inspirational she is and how big of, how humble she is with whatever that she said and she told out of her own experience. We'll be starting with our very, very much awaited creators session in another 2 minutes. So please stay back. We'll be starting shortly. I can vouch for it. This session is going to be really crazy. So yeah, please stay tuned. Also, I'd also like to thank our associate sponsor, Karcher. Thank you.
Hello, Prakhar sir. Hello, Vedant sir. We'll start in 2 minutes as and when Shwetabh and Paritosh sir is here.
पारितोष तो आ चुका हूँ यार मैं
अपना नाम नहीं डाला है तू अपना नाम क्यों नहीं डाला है
ब्रो मैं मेरी आइडेंटिटी मेरे चेहरे से मैं अपने नाम से मेरे नाम
भाई पर सुन जबरदस्ती की फिलॉसफी नहीं ठीक है नाम डाल अपना
अब भाई अब मेरे को नहीं पता नाम कहाँ से डालते हैं भाई
कोई नहीं अब तो ठीक है
इट्स ऑलराइट आज से मेरी पहचान D2S4 से होगी भाई मैं अपने इंस्टाग्राम पे
D2S4
explain to me what D2S4 is because we confused
actually it's day 2 and session 4
अरे भाई साहब इतना दिमाग
तू सिर्फ day 2 session 4 रह गया है पारितोष लाइफ में
Hi guys, how are you all doing?
You're doing perfectly fine. How are you?
बढ़िया यार इसको भी पी रहे हैं ठंडा लगे बढ़िया
बहुत ठंडा हो गया भाई मेरी यहाँ पे स्वेटशर्ट निकल गई सारा देहरादून में The temperature in Dehradun is 18 degrees right now, dude. मस्त मजा आ गया. क्या ही डिसीजन भाई घर आने का. इतना खुश कभी नहीं हुआ मैं जिंदगी में.
Guess where I am from. I'm from Manali and the temperature is really low.
Bro, यहाँ तुम्हारे बर्फ पड़ी है ना अभी?
मनाली बर्फ?
Yeah, recently. Yeah.
मेरे बहुत दोस्त मनाली जाके बैठे हुए हैं. तो I saw भाई मतलब लोग बढ़िया अपना स्नोबोर्ड निकाल लिए.
Yeah.
हम भी कह रहे हैं यार बढ़िया है. तूने वो एडिट्स तूने बनाया ना पीयूष?
Yeah.
अरे वाह क्या एडिट बनाया.
अरे क्या बात है भाई.
बस इसके बाद ना तू उसमें रोमांटिक लोफाई म्यूजिक और डाल दे. और ऐसे ही हम सबको वो बना दे. वेदांत के टिंडर पे लगवा देंगे हम कल से.
Why not? Sure. Absolutely.
तू गया नहीं अभी तक मेरठ?
नहीं यार, I can't even go back now. लॉकडाउन लग गया फिर.
क्या बॉर्डर्स भी क्लोज हो गए क्या?
दिल्ली क्लोज्ड है कि मेरठ क्लोज्ड है?
दिल्ली क्लोज है ना. Another week of lockdown. I mean कुछ जुगाड़ करके जा सकता हूँ मैं, but there's no need to go back. यहाँ बैठे बैठे काम करेंगे.
क्या बात है भाई.
सही है. तू कहाँ पे पारितोष? तू तो देहरादून है.
देहरादून भाई.
हमने तो भी कुछ दिन पहले बात की थी.
हाँ जी. आपके डिस्कॉर्ड में जाके मस्त चिल करता हूँ भाई मैं अब.
है मेरे डिस्कॉर्ड में
मस्त एकदम. और नहीं तो क्या.
तूने मेरे डिस्कॉर्ड का कैसा मतलब भाई?
रात को जादू 11:30 बजे बैठता हूँ वहाँ पे 1:30-2 बजे तक मस्त एकदम भाई बातें करता हूँ लोगों से. बड़े मजा आया.
अपना डिस्कॉर्ड बनाया तूने अभी?
बन रहा है ब्रो अभी मतलब काफी.
ये इसका बढ़िया है. ये तो मेरी ऑडियंस ही खा जाएगा. पीछे से
मेरा वाला डिस्कॉर्ड भी डेड पड़ा है. उधर से भी डेटा लोग जाके
बड़ा मजा आता है भाई. काफी इंटरेस्टिंग कॉन्वर्सेशन.
स्ट्रीम शुरू होने से पहले बेच दे अपना डिस्कॉर्ड पारितोष को.
It's got 3,000-4,000 odd people there. I'm assuming कुछ लोग जाके बैठे रहता होगा शाम में. But I don't go there. I've been
there. बैंक बैलेंस देख फोन खोल के. Submitting bid.
प्रखर प्लीज लेट अस नो जब आप लाइव स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करा.
वो तो मैं बता दूंगा.
ठीक है आप बता देना.
बड़े भाई श्वेताब गंगवार को तो आ जान दो. उनके इलेक्शन लड़वाएंगे.
I have a genuine question. Do you guys even have a plan? I'm talking to the team from SRCC. के सेशन में क्या होना है फिर हमने चला.
By the way, I represent SRCC as far as this conversation is concerned. I will answer those questions for you.
I represent D2S4.
You represent D2S4.
हाँ तो जवाब दो ना. सवाल तो पूछ लिया हमने.
I think मेरे को Kavan had sent me a few questions and I was like क्या कर रहा है? क्यों भेज रहा है question? Like तुम कर क्या रहे हो तुम्हें पता नहीं है. अब वो तो ब्रो थर्सडे को एक ऐसे प्री क्लाइमैक्टिक एक लाइव स्ट्रीम हो गई जिसपे हम लोग सब बैठ गए साथ में. मैं तू श्वेताब. वरना आज हो रहा होता वो. तुम्हें लग रहा है तुम लास्ट ईयर चला रहे हो ये क्लब जब तक कॉलेज स्टार्ट होगा तो मैं निकाल देंगे इन क्लब से पोजीशन से. आज के बाद खत्म हो तुम.
ये तो पूरी उम्मीद है हमें.
नहीं बट गुड यार. नहीं आई मीन इट लाइक गुड जॉब गेटिंग अस टुगेदर. इवन तुम तो रॉनी एंड बट दे वर आल्सो ट्राइंग फॉर रॉनी एंड बट. इट वुड हैव बीन अ डोप पैनल. हमें पता ही नहीं. मेरे को नहीं पता था कि कोई इस टाइप की कोऑर्डिनेशन चल रही है.
मुझे भी I think when Kavan spoke that's the only time I came to know. One of the reasons I said yes was because he said बाकी लोग भी आ रहे हैं.
हाँ. कवन तूने हमें बेवकूफ बनाया ना. तूने सबको एक दूसरे को बेचा है ना.
भाई साहब dude.
There used to be that meme right वो Bill Gates World Bank वाला. Exactly.
हाँ right. ये पारितोष के पास गया होगा. इसने बोला तुम्हें पता है कौन आ रहा है? नंबर 1 कॉमेडी पॉडकास्ट ऑफ इंडिया.
ये देख इसको अभी लाता हूँ भाई की जनता पे भाई आएगी. अभी इधर कॉमेडी बनेगा. अभी लाइव स्ट्रीम शुरू होने दो. अभी बेंच आएगी पूरी मेरी जनता रेड करने.
हाँ तुम्हारी काफी जनता आके बैठी हुई है. स्क्रीन फिक्स करने दो.
कवन से तो मेरा कॉन्वर्सेशन कितना बहुत पहले हो गया था यार इसका. महीना पहले.
अब मेरे को एक बात बताओ. SRCC, who else going to be in the spotlight so I have to arrange the frame accordingly? How many people? 5 or 6?
There will be total 6 people.
6 people. No, so 5 abhi aa jao online. Spotlight mein please, so that I can then arrange the frame. Acha, also I want to let everybody who's in the panel know, if you type text anything, it will show up on the screen, so just be careful. Otherwise we'll take questions afterwards, I'm sure. Everybody is very happy to do that.
2 panels with a lot more cameras.
Shwetabh sir is there with us.
Shwetabh sir is there.
आ गए. D2S4 नाम रखा नहीं रखा.
मतलब मैं मानूंगा ही नहीं. शर्त लगा ले 50-50 की.
ये तो कह रहा नहीं रखा होगा.
वो तो श्वेताब गंगवार भी रखा हो तो बहुत बड़ी बात है. उन्होंने रख दिया उसमें.
आजकल के पॉप के फैन हो रखे हैं भाई.
K-pop नहीं, K-dramas. K-pop is
अच्छा,
a different thing.
K-drama.
K-dramas are different.
आदमी जब से स्लोवाकिया गया ना तो उसने बोला अब मैं टाइम नए तरीके से स्पेंड करूंगा. नया तरीका है.
Can we add Shwetabh sir to spotlight?
हाँ प्लीज कर दो.
Yeah, he has to turn his camera on for that.
Camera on.
Telegraph failed to start the video camera. Please select another video camera in settings.
वेदांत ने पहले ही अपने आप को सेफ स्पॉट पे रख लिया. देख लो भाई, इसमें मेरी गलती नहीं है भाई. मेरे को कुछ मत बोलना भाई, प्लीज भाई.
नहीं ऐसा थोड़ी है कि बोलेंगे नहीं इसके बाद.
10 मिनट पहले डांट खा रहा होता है. मेरा कैमरा नहीं चल रहा है.
ये तो होता है.
मेरा ऑन ही नहीं हो रहा कैमरा.
क्या हो गया तेरे कैमरा?
पता नहीं आज.
कौन सा कैमरा है?
अरे यही जिससे मैं हमेशा करता हूँ, लॉजिटेक.
लॉजिटेक की ऐप ऑन ऑफ करो.
अबे वो तो है ही बहुत थोड़ी के हमेशा ही करता रहता हूँ मैं. पहली बार थोड़ी कर रहा हूँ.
मैंने बोला
मजेदार, उम्दा, खूबसूरत.
अबे अच्छा.
ये प्रखर दूर जाके हंस रहा है भाई. भाई प्रखर कोने में चले गया भाई. अपना कैमरा को पूरा ऑफ करके म्यूट करना भूल गया अपने आप को.
तो ये मेरा तुम्हारा उसका ऑन हो जा रहा है.
लैपटॉप का वेबकैम.
हाँ लैपटॉप का.
इसको लगा देते हैं, अभी फिक्स कर देते हैं.
ये क्यों नहीं हो रहा, मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा.
इसके अलावा कोई आएगा स्क्रीन पे? कवन, ये स्पॉटलाइट बस बहुत है.
हाँ जी
ठीक है.
तो उसमें से भी पीयूष चले जाएगा मतलब इंट्रोडक्शन के बाद.
Okay, give me 2 minutes. Let me try and fix this. See how I can make this work. चलो. शुरू में it's going to be a little weirder because 7 people really spread the frame out, but we'll be fine right after. Whenever you guys, you know. Shwetabh, are you ready, bro? Kar do start?
Yeah, sure. I'm just checking your camera. I have no idea why it's not.
चल तू कर ले ट्राई. मैं जब तक लाइव प्रेस कर देता हूँ.
हाँ yeah. लाइव तो जा ही सकता. Like this is integrated camera works, but obviously the problem with that is it's not okay.
पारितोष, तेरी जनता बहुत शोर कर रही है ब्रो चैट में. ट्रेन करवा के लाए हो आप?
शांत रहने वाले है नहीं भाई, सब बाल्टियां लाए एकदम युद्ध होगा.
हम लोग लाइव हैं ब्रो.
Let's go.
ये लाइव.
Yeah, Piyush, you can start.
Okay. Hello everyone. The audience may not know this, and I want them to know that Mr. Shehnaz Patel, ma'am, we owe you a special vote of thanks for being here. The session was really insightful, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. Once again, thank you so much, ma'am. Also, I would love to thank Karcher for being our associate sponsor for Histrionica 2021. देवियों और सज्जनों, बज चुके हैं 5:30 और समय आ गया है हिस्ट्रोनिका का क्रिएटर पैनल की शुरुआत करने का. So, without any further ado, let's get started. So, hey, what's up everyone? क्या हाल चाल? A very pleasant evening to one and all. Namaste जी. I am Piyush Kaushal, आपका host for Histronica's creators panel. तो चलिए शुरू किया जाए. सबसे पहले, on behalf of my team, I would love to thank the audience for being here with us today. It is my sincere pleasure to virtually welcome each and every one of you to Histrionica. तो अब मैं आपको एक छोटे से फ्लैशबैक जर्नी में लेकर जाऊंगा एंड बिलीव मी इट विल बी क्विक, सो डोंट वरी। तो जब हम बैकएंड पे प्लान कर रहे थे क्रिएटर्स पैनल को ऑर्गेनाइज करने का, आवर इंटेंशन वाज टू गिव फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस टू आवर ऑडियंस फ्रॉम द लेजेंडरी क्रिएटर्स जो आज हमारे साथ मौजूद है, एंड मेक दिस इवेंट full of ideas and thoughts popping up and getting people close to the creator world where they witness themselves being challenged, entertained and amazed by the thought space, talks and precious ideas that are on the way. और अब शुरुआत करते हैं सबसे ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग पार्ट की, that is to introduce our legendary creators. So guys, fill yourself with energy and believe me, मुझे तो goosebumps आ रहे हैं यार, and I don't know how to control this feeling, but आपका ज्यादा समय ना लेते हुए करते हैं शुरुआत। दिल थाम कर बैठिए क्योंकि I'm about to introduce our very first guest. But उससे पहले मैं आप सबसे कुछ कहना चाहता हूँ। कैसे हो भाई और बहन, काम कर रहे हो कि नहीं कर रहे हो? So on that note, आइए काम की बात करते हैं। So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's welcome Shwetabh Gangwar to our event. A huge round of applause please. वैसे मतलब रॉय एंड रियल की लाइव स्ट्रीम देखते देखते सच कहूं तो दिल मुंह में आ गया था यार, एंड उसी के लिए श्वेताब जी को तहे दिल से धन्यवाद कहना चाहूंगा कि वो हमारे इवेंट में आए। सर बहुत 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 ज्यादा धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू भाई।
तो फिर अब हम बात करते हैं हमारे दूसरे गेस्ट के बारे में। सो गाइस, प्रवचन शुरू किया जाए क्या? Because on a biological level, our guest likes to talk about biological level and levels, and he is no other than Prakhar Gupta. और इसी के साथ देवियों और सज्जनों, again on a biological level, दरबार में आपका स्वागत है। Also the last and very most important thing about our guest Prakhar is that Prakhar loves the song Brown Monday. I mean, just kidding, never mind. और फिर अब हम बात करते हैं हमारे नेक्स्ट गेस्ट के बारे में, जो है मेरठ से एंड करंटली लिविंग इन दिल्ली, और शायद नाम अनाउंस करने के बाद हमारे इवेंट हिस्ट्रोनिका का ब्रेकडाउन करके हिस्ट्रोनिका की वीडियो अपने चैनल पर डाल सकते हैं, और हो सकता है कि ब्रेकडाउन इतना ब्रेकडाउन हो जाए कि ब्रेकडाउन वर्ड का ब्रेकडाउन हो जाए यार। तो अगर आप अभी भी नहीं समझे कि ब्रेकडाउन वर्ड से मैं किस क्रिएटर की बात कर रहा हूँ, तो आप एक काम कर सकते हैं, यूट्यूब पर जाइए, वेदांत रस्टी टाइप कीजिए और आपको अपना आंसर मिल जाएगा। So guys, it is with special excitement that I am pleased to welcome Vedant Rusty to our event. And now, finally talking about our last speaker for the creators panel. So what is up guys? I hope you're having a great day. I hope you're having a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever day you're living in. I am Paritosh Anand, but wait, I am not Paritosh Anand. I am Piyush Kaushal, but I'm excited to announce Paritosh Anand as our next speaker for the creators panel. A huge round of applause, please. So, talking about the moderators for our session, this session will be moderated by Mr. Varun Agarwal and unmoderatedly moderated by Mr. Kavan Arora. Thank you so much, guys. But, जाने से पहले, trust me, guys, this evening is going to be really wonderful and memorable. So just live each and every moment of it. Also, if you want to attend our webinar, you can go to Dramsock SRCC Instagram handle and find link there. Thank you. Handing over the session to the moderators. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Paritosh, तू व्लॉगिंग छोड़ दे, इसको अपना कैमरा दे दे
भाई।
ये तेरे को फुल रिप्लेस कर देगा भाई।
मैं तो कह रहा हूं 50 रुपए काटो, ओवर एक्टिंग
इतना वैलिडेशन मेरी मां ने नहीं दिया ब्रो मेरे को, जितना आज तक मेरे को
मेरी आंखों में सच में आंसू आ रहे थे। मेरे को लगा मैंने इतना काम कर दिया दुनिया के लिए। ब्रो थैंक्स यार पीयूष, तू बेस्ट है, तू बेस्ट है।
थैंक यू प्रखर।
रस्टी अगर ये वीडियो पे, इस अकेली वीडियो पे 50-60 हजार व्यू आ जाएंगे ना, तो रस्टी इसका ब्रेकडाउन बना देगा। रस्टी को 15 हजार व्यू भी मिलेंगे, रस्टी ब्रेकडाउन बना देगा। रस्टी को कोई लोड नहीं है। हाँ भाई, क्या हाल है?
हम लोगों ने सोचा था, वैसे बहुत स्ट्रेटेजिकली प्लान किया था, जैसे आपने बोला कि रोहन रियल का
हम स्ट्रेटेजिकली करेंगे
और पारितोष सर को भी बुला के मतलब एकदम मस्त एकदम हो जाएगा, लेकिन आप लोगों ने 2 दिन पहले काट दिया।
नहीं, तू बिल्कुल क्वेश्चन जो तू लिख के लाया ना, तू वही पूछेगा, हम उसी का आंसर देंगे। हमारे पास और कोई बात ही नहीं है करने को, हम ऑकवर्ड हैं।
आपने क्या बोला था? श्वेताब सर ने मेंशन कर दिया 1 घंटा 1 मिनट में मेरे को कम से कम 50-60 लोगों ने वो टाइम स्टैम्प करके भेजी है वो वीडियो। शताब सर ने वो भेज दिया कि मुझसे कंफर्मेशन नहीं ली गई है।
हाँ भाई, क्या चक्कर था? मैं भी उससे बात कर रहा हूँ, उसे पता ही नहीं।
मेरे को एक बार मेल आया था बहुत पहले, उसके बाद वो आदमी गायब हो गया, जो भी थी किसने मिल गया था।
मैंने बोला श्वेताब हम लोग कर रहे हैं, कह रहा क्या कर रहे हैं,
क्या कर रहा है?
मैं बोला भाई संडे को, कह रहा संडे को क्या है, मेरी प्रॉपर उससे एक फिर मैंने बोला चल मैं उनको रिमाइंड कर दूंगा। पारितोष को तुमने क्या बोला, सच बताओ क्रिएटर पैनल पे।
सच्ची पारितोष तू बता।
पारितोष की पिच
बताओ भाई। मैं देखो भाई, मैं बोलूंगा, मैं तो क्या ही नमक मिर्च लगा के बोलूंगा। कवन भाई खुद बता दो यार, मैं तो क्या ही बोलूंगा भाई।
सर आप बता दो।
मेरे को तो क्या
क्वेश्चंस पूछ, स्टार्ट करते हैं सेशन। लेट्स स्टार्ट, लेट्स प्ले अराउंड, लेट्स सी व्हाट वी गॉट, राइट?
वेदांत के नाम पे शाहरुख खान के सपने दिखाए थे इन लोगों ने भाई।
ठीक है, चलो
स्टार्ट।
हाँ 100%। You start asking questions bro, वो फिर conversation वहां से start हो जाएगी।
Okay.
It's your event after all, right?
मतलब it will be a 1.5 hour का roasting session.
No. We'll let you be.
Okay. So starting the session, we have the first question around this key. As the time is progressing, we are seeing a crossover between the content industry and entrepreneurship. Like Prakhar, you have a course. Paritosh, you have a course. You teach people. Vedant, you also do it. Shwetabh has authored a book. So, matlab, what is your opinion about it? Ki somebody who's a 21-year-old content creator, how should he go about monetizing his content so that he can earn some money online? Or somebody who needs to start this on an initial level?
Who's taking this first?
Prakhar, you go first.
You want me to?
हाँ.
Bro, ऐसा है. My opinion is YouTube, or for that matter, the internet overall. What it did is it democratized means of creation. Overall, तुम कहीं से भी देख लो, ठीक है? सबके पास आवाज है, ये एक तरीका है कहने का. With crypto, everybody will be an investor, right? They keep talking about how the internet culture is sort of going to decentralize power itself. And हम लोग, if you think of us four, you're very excited to have us here and whatnot, which is very graceful. I love that. But at the end of the day, हम लोग ना, the one way to see it is we are downstream from the Bollywood celebrity culture, right? Pehle, only a few people got into the industry, made names. Now we can have individual efforts where people can recognize us, our lifestyle, our ideas, whatever we might be prescribing. So it's kind of sort of, we're downstream from that culture. And invariably, bro, as an artist, if you want to survive, you need money. Historically, artistry and money have come in different forms. Ek time pe patronage hoti thi Renaissance mein, right? Like big lords would give money to artists to, do this, that. In our times, the internet's allowed for us to do both. In fact, it's kind of forced us to do free work first. Right? We have to do free work, build credibility. To some degree, platforms urge us to continue doing free work to remain relevant, behind which we can actually sell whatever we want to sell. And this is everybody. It's not an ethical comment on creators. Everybody does that. सबको पेट भरना है ना किसी तरीके से. कोई brand का product बेच रहा है, कोई अपना product बेच रहा है. It eventually boils down to something along that. YouTube revenue is really not like very encouraging overall, right? So there is scope for it. There's a हम लोग cohort based courses की बात करते हैं, how that is going to be the next thing over the next 4-5 years for almost all creators. They're going to be teaching one way or the other a cohort based course, live learning online, which is cheap, which is accessible, and which is repeatable in so many ways, scalable in so many ways. That's going to happen. I'm not sure, however, कि कितने small creator को पंजा मारना चाहिए towards monetization, because there is certain leverage in giving free value over a very long period of time, no matter what business you're doing. तुम्हारा काम ना मास लेवल पे क्रेडिट बिल्ड करना है ऑडियंस के साथ. तुम इंटरपर्सनल रिलेशनशिप्स में भी ये करते हो. मैं वेदांत के साथ ये करता हूं, वेदांत पारितोष के साथ ये करता है, राइट? वी डू दिस, वी गिव ईच अदर फ्री स्टफ, सो वी हैव ईच अदर्स क्रेडिट लाइंस, एंड देन वी कैन आस्क फॉर समथिंग एल्स. दैट्स कॉल्ड फ्रेंडशिप. That's sort of what you're replicating on a mass level in this situation. So I'm not sure if a small creator should go for that. I think the best way is to transition into a full-time content creation role as far as India is concerned, and start off with giving free value however they can. That'd be my guess.
उसी point पे I think अभी recently Kunal Shah sir, the founder of Cred, said in an interview that the content creation industry as a whole is a zero-sum game. या तो आप छोटे content creator हो के unsuccessful हो, या तो आप बहुत ज्यादा boom करोगे. There's nowhere in between. So what is your take on that exactly?
Not true at all.
Not true at all. Yeah.
Not true at all. 100% wrong. So I mean, I like to add something here. So when you talk about content creators, right, there are two ways a creator can sort of dive into the creator economy. You can either be a creator first, or you can be an entrepreneur first. You can be a creator first, creating content and then doing business under the umbrella term, or you can be an entrepreneur who is creating content for his business. In दोनों approaches में बहुत ही thin, बहुत ही fine line है. But for a creator, for the question, if I'm getting it right, was कि a 20-21-year-old content creator, they have to choose right from the beginning कि उनको creator side जाना चाहिए या फिर entrepreneur side जाना चाहिए. I'm not saying कि hard choice है. There's a transition that can happen anytime along the journey, but there is a fine line that you need to understand. या तुम creator first हो कि तुम content create कर रहे हो, उसके बाद तुम्हारा business है. For example, Bhuvan Bam. We all know Bhuvan Bam. He's a creator first, and then he's a businessman, entrepreneur second. For example, or I'm not thinking of any examples, but other people are entrepreneurs. For example, Cred creates content. उनकी marketing सारी उनके content-based ads पे है. But they're a business first, and then they're creating content. So this fine division is very important to understand.
I think what Kunal's referring to there, and very frankly, I often see Kunal's content broad strokes of generalization. So I'm not sure if this applies. Like a lot of his stuff, I'm just like, it's not nuanced enough. It's not detailed enough. But I think what he's referring to is ये जो आर्टिस्ट्री वाले फील्ड होते हैं ना भाई, सिंगर तो सब हैं, ठीक है, शान, अरिजीत सिंह, AR रहमान इतने ही होते हैं, 3-4-5. आर्टिस्ट्री में एसिमेट्रिक रिटर्न्स फॉलो होती हैं. Very few people get the entire pie. The rest are strugglers. You are never really, समझ रहे? तो this applies for us as well. Either you make or break, you go past a certain number where you're relevant, or you're just in the bheed, and the bheed does not make a lot of money or a lot of opportunity at all. There is not a lot for the beat. So maybe that is what he's saying. I'm not saying that is true, that is not true. Of course, there is grace, yaar. I'm at 80, Vedant's at 150, Paritosh is at 200, 300, Shwetabh's at 2.5 million. Entire spectrum right there, no? And all of us are relevant enough to be here.
Exactly.
Right. So it does not some numbers. I mean,
adding to it, Patik, adding to what Rusty just said, एक चीज बताता हूँ. You don't create an audience. You gather trust. You cultivate trust. कभी भी ऑडियंस तो बॉस जीरो से बना ही नहीं रहे. अगर अपन लोगों के पास लोग आ रहे, we're winning their trust. And it is very easy for people to say कि भाई ये तो sell out बन गया आज. That is, that phenomena is something that you overcome only after a certain point. As Rusty said as well, there is a very thin line of difference between being a creator and an entrepreneur. And an entrepreneur. You can only go here, choose one of the two when you're beginning your journey.
Exactly. I think
before Shwetabh chimes in, one number for the context of the audience. If you're getting 1.5 million views a month on a YouTube channel, from my general experience, is not very specific, you can and will probably earn more than 99% of the fresher job.
Didn't get that. 99% of the
fresher jobs.
Fresher jobs.
तू तेरा कैमरा फिक्स हुआ, कुछ बोलेगा?
मेरे से पूछ रहा है?
हाँ. तेरा ही कैमरा प्रॉब्लम.
I'm just trying to यार कि क्या नौटंकी है, समझ में नहीं आ रहा है.
कर रहा है तू फिक्स्ड. हम कंटिन्यू करें, तो कुछ बोलना है. बोलना फिर जो बोलना है.
नहीं, I was just listening to all of you guys यार. So basically यहाँ पे तुम कह रहे हो content और entrepreneurship, content creator में, right? The relationship between. देखो भाई, I think यहाँ पे completely depend करता है. पहली चीज मैं एक चीज पूछना चाहूँगा परितोष भाई, for how long have you been doing this यार?
भाई, I've been doing this for 3 years यार.
3 years, right? So you asked the question जो जिसने answer किया ना first was Prakhar. Prakhar is an anomaly in the game. You have to understand this. जिस लोग भी समझ रहे हैं, he's an anomaly in the sense कि
क्या तुम ये कहना चाहते हो मैं बहुत बेहतरीन हूँ?
नहीं.
Anomaly doesn't mean that.
Struck gold, right? You built a relationship जिसके through to you pivoted very quickly. Not saying it's undeserved, like not undeservedly so, very deservingly so, very well earned and everything. But you found a route जो कि Paritosh didn't. 3 years.
Right.
I did not. 4 years.
Vedant.
My struggle would have been twice, thrice as long. True.
Yeah.
True.
Even I'll say I also struck gold. First video 60,000 subscribers because Sarabjit thing happened. First video में 60,000. Like my first ever introduction to YouTube. Nobody knew me before then. So I also in that sense also timing, right? I came जब YouTube was very young, very different. कोई creator था ही नहीं. So in the sense पहली चीज ये आती है कि अगर आप कह रहे हो कि भाई मैं कंटेंट क्रिएटर हूं और I recognize myself as an entrepreneur and अब मेरे को फोकस है मोनेटाइजेशन में, तो आई विल से फर्स्ट क्रिएशन पे ज्यादा फोकस रखो. ठीक है, तुम्हारा प्रखर का एग्जांपल मत लो, पारितोष और जो, because most likely, right, you would go the route of Paritosh and Vedant and the 99% of creators, the grind जिसको कहते हैं, right? आपको 100 तक पहुंचने में भी 2 साल लगेंगे probably या possibly. ऐसे नहीं पहुंच जाओगे आप easily कि खटाक से आपने किया, unless आप exceptional creator हो और ऐसा product लेके आते हो, right? Like यशराज मुखाटे or something like that, right? Totally fresh product लेके आते हैं जिस आप बूम हिट करते हो.
ब्रो पता है प्लेटफॉर्म का नेचर ना बहुत मैटर करता है. और मैं ना I'll be very honest, ठीक है, I'll break the ice. I'm generally sick of talking about entrepreneurial side of content creation. It is a very boring topic, and I'm like, I don't know how many these 3 guys, Shwetabh doesn't look interested at all, but I'll tell you something about content creation that is interesting, ठीक है. एक तो this conversation around content economy overblown. Twitter is full of it, and I don't think anybody has any idea where they're going with it, ठीक है. The other thing is, it's like a more interesting question is content निकल के कहाँ से आता है, ठीक है. मैं सही बता रहा हूं. तू अगर हम सबको भी तू इंडिविजुअली एनालाइज करेगा, तू पूछेगा भाई तुम्हारा आर्ट फॉर्म है क्या? What is it that you do? What is it that Vedant does? Piyush spent so long trying to explain somewhat through existing references. हम लोग क्या करते हैं? It's not clear हमारी आर्ट क्या है. It's not clear हमारी परफॉर्मेंस क्या है. तो how do we even repeat it? Right? That is a more interesting question to ask as to कि ये कौन सा जादू है जो कहां से निकल रहा है. तुम आइडिएट कैसे करते हो किस कंटेंट को क्या कब डालना है, क्या बनाना है, क्यों बनाना है? Right? Where is your art coming?
हाँ सर, उसी नोट पे मेरा ये क्वेश्चन था कि सर फॉर द आर्ट ऑफ पॉडकास्टिंग इज वेल, तो उसमें ऐसा क्या होता है? मुझे लाइक आई पर्सनली आई एम मोर ऑफ अ विजुअल कंटेंट गाय. तो पॉडकास्टिंग में ऐसा क्या होता है कि यू मेक अदर पीपल लिसन टू योर स्टोरी?
Bro, that's true for all stories universally. What people want when they consume content, and I mean historical content from cave paintings all the way onwards, is to feel another life. Nobody will say it. I don't think anybody said it like that. My theory is this: someday, if I ever write a book about it, we like to live vicariously. That's an
voyeurism.
हाँ, voyeurism. It's an existential solution to an existential problem. मैं अकेला हूँ, मेरी लाइफ ये है, ठीक है. तो हम कहानियां भी इसीलिए पढ़ते हैं. और पॉडकास्टिंग उसका एक बहुत सिंपल डायलॉजिक फॉर्म है जहां 2 लोग बात कर रहे हैं. और पॉडकास्टिंग एक बहुत लेजी फॉर्म ऑफ कंटेंट क्रिएशन है. पॉडकास्टिंग की एसिमेट्री देखोगे ना, मैसिव है, बहुत कचरा है नीचे, 1, 1.5, 2 लोग ही हैं, सबको जो रोगन बनना है दुनिया में. बहुत लेजी फॉर्म होता है पॉडकास्टिंग कंटेंट का, कोई मेहनत नहीं करनी पड़ती. मैंने कभी पारितोष का
also the thing that you're saying, right? That's why there is this huge puddle of just millions of podcasts happening जिनको you wouldn't be able to, तुम अगर बैठ भी जाओ ना, go past like 15 minutes. Because they're just तुम्हारा वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं. तुम्हें पता है रॉ एंड रियल स्टार्ट होने के बाद how many kids have started? मेरे को पता चला है just the same format, 3 guys and 3 friends.
मेरे को देख रहा कौन प्रखर बना घूम रहा है सड़कों पे. कौन सा है मेरे को मिलवाओ. हाँ,
I just found out like because that's they realize, oh, because visually जो इंसान देख रहा है उसको लगता है, oh, these 3 are just talking, which is actually true. हाँ, right, we are just actually just talking, but what you don't realize is, and यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा हो सकता है मैं self aggrandizing बात कर रहा हूँ, we have achieved a level of communication जो आप शायद replicate नहीं कर पाओगे. That
earned skill level.
Yeah,
you build credibility over the years, you learn, you gain experiences. Only after that you come into a position where you're able to talk about it in front of people.
पारितोष, तू भी रॉ एंड रियल का फैन है ना?
अरे भाई
नहीं बोला. तू भी तारीफ कर दे भाई, तू भी तारीफ कर दे.
अभी लाइव है ना, अभी तारीफ नहीं करूंगा. मेरी जनता आ रही है.
The thing is, it's not just like, अगर मैं दोनों नोट पे टच करना चाहूंगा. जो पहला क्वेश्चन था ना, I would also like to give like some sort of resolution to that as well. जो पहला तुम्हारा सेकंड क्वेश्चन, जैसे अगर हम ये बात कर रहे हैं, that you have to see 5 सेकंड के अगर कोई भी चीज देख रहे हो अपने सामने, उसको अगर हो सके तो एनालाइज करो दिमाग में कि क्या 3 पॉइंट्स हो सकते हैं जिसमें मैं ब्रेक डाउन कर सकता हूं, जिसके वजह से these people, let's just say 5 or 6,000 people live are listening to it. And it is actually, तुम जो देखोगे, it's not just because we are able to talk, RJs are able to talk. ठीक है, like a lot of people are able to talk. जो लड़का भी इंट्रो दे रहा था, I'm pretty sure he can't hold like people for 2 hours live. वो हो सकता है कि इंट्रो बहुत बढ़िया पढ़ पाए. So a lot of people can communicate things very well, but दूसरा एलिमेंट जो आता है, जो कि बहुत एक्चुअल में क्रूशियल एलिमेंट है, वो है क्विक थिंकिंग. The ability to sit and think and connect and come up and produce thoughts, responses,
while
at
keeping
the spot in a streamlined fashion and in a communicable fashion.
And while keeping
6,000 लोग are not, you know, कि वो उनके बीच में वो disconnect create नहीं हो रहा. There is no,
right. You have to keep them involved. मतलब वो लोग तुम्हारे सामने नहीं बैठे, तुम्हें नहीं पता वो कौन है, तुम्हें नहीं पता वो क्या सोचते हैं. तुम्हारे पास जो reference आता है ना एक conversation उसमें, वो comments और live chat का आता है bro. वो chaos है pure. So the feedback's not great. And so the skill is almost constantly empathizing with who's listening to you. And उनको किस भाषा में और किस तरीके से क्या चाहिए, वो भी एक अलग गेम है.
You're talking about live podcast, I think.
मैं तो सारे podcast
not just restricted to live podcasts. You don't have to exactly. You don't have to think like a producer all the time. You have to get that consumer mentality inside of you as well, जिससे पता चले कि हाँ भैया ये चीज उसके अब don't think कि मैं अपने मुंह से कैसे निकाल रहा हूँ वैसे कैसे लगेगी. Think as if कि ये जो बंदा सुन रहा है उसके कान में कैसे लगेगी.
So one तुम्हारा कह लो communication skills, I think which a lot of people can possess, can develop, which is not very hard actually. थोड़ा सा आपको मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी उसके लिए, 6 से 8 महीने देने पड़ेंगे अपनी लाइफ में. डेली 1 घंटा बैठ के आपको एक सेपरेट आवर निकालना पड़ेगा कि communication skills पे वर्क करना है, and you'll be able to do it. दूसरा हमने बात करी क्विक थिंकिंग की जो हम कर रहे हैं. तीसरा जो एलिमेंट है which is the most deadly element, अगर आप ऑडियंस चाहते हो देखो, then it comes as, जो कि आपको पता है, अगर if you want audience, entertainment. You have to be entertaining.
Right.
That's why Raw and Real में there's a lot of comedy actually. हम लोग उसको बहुत didactical, pedantic बना सकते हैं. जहाँ पे हम लोग सिंपल, you know, एडलर ने ये कहा, वो कह रहा है, कोलबर की थ्योरी और कन्वेंशनल मोरालिटी की, और वो करे, और 1 घंटा अगर हम यही बकवास कर लेना, को अभी 1 सेकंड में 4,000 व्यूअरशिप चली जाएगी. जो फिलोसफी का या साइकोलॉजी पढ़ रहा है ना, वो ही बैठ के देख रहा होगा, और वो भी एक्चुअली ये नहीं कह रहा होगा मैंने कुछ सीख लिया होगा, हाँ मैंने ये पढ़ा है, हाँ मैंने ये भी पढ़ा है,
वो रिलेट मार रहा होगा, वो रिलेट मार रहा होगा.
बस वो रिलेट भी नहीं, उसको मिल रहा है, हाँ ये मैंने अपनी किताब में पढ़ा था, इन्होंने बोल दिया, हम नया क्या ऐड कर देंगे उसमें.
Right.
So that's it. But we are not doing that, right? We हम क्या कर रहे हैं? That's the third thing. The entertaining factor जो है ना, कि हमने एक intellectual, didactic, एक बहुत ही simple research या academic चीज को relatable बनाया comedic sense में, कि 17 साल का लड़का is also not getting bored of that.
That's and not just that, bro. वो एक tough pill swallow कर पा रहा है उस चक्कर में. एक hard earned thought जिसको हमने शायद और उम्र लगा के सीखा है, वो उसको digest करके घर ले जा पा रहा है. तो उस सेंस में हाँ, right, like if you break it down like that, it sounds like magic. I've always felt right, like जब हम कर रहे होते हैं, मतलब बकवास कर रहे हैं बैठ के, but now that you make it sound like I was like, हाँ यार कमाल कर रहे हैं हम लोग सारे बैठ के.
That's why it worked ना, that's why it worked, प्रखर भाई. It wouldn't have.
True.
पहला तूने जो बात कही, I'll tell you something. Entrepreneur और so a person जिसके लेजर से अपना कंटेंट स्टार्ट कर रहा है, क्रिएटर है, आई अंडरस्टैंड कि पैसा आपके लाइफ में बड़ा फैक्टर होता है, बिकॉज पैसा चाहिए यार, राइट. आपके अगर घर में पैसा नहीं है, आपका वो नहीं है, एंड इफ यू आर पुटिंग लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, तुम्हारे इक्विपमेंट से लेके यू आर टेकिंग टाइम आउट, और तुम्हारे पिताजी तुम्हारे सर पे चढ़े में कि एडिट करता रहता है, लैपटॉप दिलाया, ये वो. आई मीट अ लॉट ऑफ किड्स यार, पता है मेरे को मैसेज आते हैं, यू नो, कि मैं ये करता हूँ, एडिटिंग कर रहा हूँ, मैं, उनके पास सॉफ्टवेयर खरीदने के पैसे नहीं है, उनके पास इक्विपमेंट नहीं है, क्योंकि एडिटिंग सॉफ्टवेयर के लिए बहुत बड़े इक्विपमेंट चाहिए होता है. अनफॉर्चुनेटली यू कांट जस्ट एडिट, और अडोबी फॉर एग्जांपल जो तुम्हारा है, वुडंट वर्क ऑन अ 20-30,000 लैपटॉप, राइट. तुम्हें मिनिमम 90 to 1 लाख के ऊपर का लैपटॉप चाहिए, जस्ट अ मशीन फॉर दैट सॉफ्टवेयर टू वर्क वेल, या आफ्टर इफेक्ट्स अगर आपको चाहिए. सो अनफॉर्चुनेटली पैसा इज अ बड़ा वेरी बिग फैक्टर. आई एम प्रीटी श्योर परितोष भाई आप व्लॉगिंग करते हो.
बिल्कुल मेरे भाई, बिल्कुल
राइट. इक्विपमेंट इज वेरी एक्सपेंसिव इवन टू व्लॉग.
एब्सोल्युटली ये वो यार, लाइक इंडियन सोसाइटी में इस चीज को शुरू से ही कभी भी क्रेडिट दिया नहीं गया. दिस मॉनेटरी फैक्टर हमेशा से इस चीज को बहुत डिसरिगार्ड किया गया. We've always been told that treating money above, in fact I'm not even sure when I say it's just restricted to the Indian society. It's something that we've grown up with.
Like what is it?
I mean, I mean, उससे पहले I would like to disagree. I mean, slightly. You're right कि पैसा जरूरी होता है, इक्विपमेंट जरूरी होता है. But there are a bunch of great creators who have started off editing videos on their phone. उनके पास एक स्मार्टफोन है, basic smartphone.
वेदांत अपने Zoom की सेटिंग चेंज कर, तेरा माइक ढंग से नहीं लगा हुआ है.
हाँ, और तेरा माइक आई थिंक तेरा कंप्यूटर का माइक से तू बोल रहा है, ऐसा लग रहा है. हाँ.
वैसी तेरी आवाज सुन के चैन नहीं पड़ता, अब तो बहुत बुरा लग रहा है.
Sorry, my apologies. Did it get
अब
better?
सही हो गया तेरा.
हाँ, अब बेहतर है. अब सुना.
So what I was saying was कि while it is true that you need equipment, you need to have a lot of money to put in investments for if you want to be a content creator, it is not the only way to get there.
Sure. तू BB Vines की बात कर रहा है. That
नहीं. No. I'm not talking about BB Vines. I'm not talking about BB Vines. I've seen young creators who are just starting out, have 5,000, 10,000, 2,000 subscribers, who do everything on their smartphone. And I'm not saying...
No, I get that. Smartphone, chalo, one thing. But editing and, you know, there are a lot of aspects. तुम्हारे उसमें.
But there are so many
Vedant bhai,
do it on their phone.
you grow as a creator, your content needs to evolve as well.
Yeah, of course.
है ना?
तो फिर फ्लाईव्हील हो जाती है पारितोष, पैसा आता है, पैसा लग जाता है, इन्वेस्ट हो जाता है.
यार वो साइकिल अलग है.
वो साइकिल
स्टार्ट ऑफ करने के लिए वो तो
स्टार्ट ऑफ करने के लिए
वो नहीं चाहिए.
I would agree with you on that क्योंकि मैंने भी उसी से स्टार्ट किया है भाई. There was a stage in 2019 where I was without a camera for 3 months. I was producing content with my iPhone itself. So yeah, like equipment per se is not a very important factor, but it is very essential as well.
Bro, पता है YouTube पे सिर्फ YouTube की बात है ये ना. देखो, one of the other things that people need to understand when they discuss content and entrepreneurship और ये सब is that every platform is different. हर प्लेटफॉर्म के रूल्स अलग हैं. ये लोग बाहर से नहीं समझ सकते, अंदर से समझना होता है. YouTube demands well produced content. Instagram less so. TikTok demanded just absolutely like produced content and it was fine. True. Right? There is layers to different formats और उसके different requirements होते हैं. So with YouTube you need kind of sort of, or in fact यार तुम लोग यहाँ पे ना 3 out of 4 people that you have here don't really make content for YouTube. Have just something interesting to say. हम सिर्फ कैमरा लगा के बात करते हैं भाई. हम लोग कोई YouTube कंटेंट नहीं बना रहे. सिर्फ पारितोष ऐसा है जो जिंदगी में एक्चुअली चलता है अपना कंटेंट करते हुए. हम चारों में से. So we are also not great representatives of content as such as ideas probably. You know what I mean? But yeah, like that is the distribution. Initially you can start off with, I had a Chinese webcam bro when I started off, and I made that video about Shwetabh where he got in touch with me. When I got in touch with Vedant, I had a Chinese bloody $12 webcam. फिर मैंने Logitech लिया, फिर उसके बाद मैंने ये कैमरा लिया last year. So it happens slowly as you move forward.
Also, what's changed in the last 2 years, specifically in the last 2 years, is that YouTube is not the only platform where you can start off your creator journey. Literally, Twitter पे भी start करके बहुत अच्छी following ले सकते हो. I mean, it takes time, more time than YouTube probably. But तुम्हारे पे Twitter है, तुम पे Instagram है. These days you can create a great following on Snapchat for that matter.
Basically तुम लोग उठा सकते हो भाई. इसको सीधी देसी भाषा में बोलना.
I would say यहाँ पे अगर कोई भी like अगर creator है, if you're जहाँ पे लड़कियां लड़के जो भी हो, if you are like on that path जिसको करना है, monetization की सोच रहा है, I would simply say life में whatever तुम्हारा nature of content जो भी है, around that think कि fuck जो भी screw जो भी monetization की opportunities platform आपको provide कर रहा है, वो गई भाड़ में. आपको देखना है थोड़ा सा 5 सेकंड के लिए वो चीज सीखो जो हमें बचपन से हमारे डीएनए में नहीं डाला गया. हमारे माता पिता का भी बात नहीं करने वाला, हमारे प्रोफेसर्स का भी बात नहीं करने वाला, कोई नहीं करने वाला, जिसे कहते हैं इनोवेशन. ठीक है, मैं क्या चीज अपना जो ब्रांड है बेचने में बेचूंगा जिसको मैं ये नहीं कहूंगा मैं बेच रहा हूं. दैट इज माई एक्सटेंशन, दैट इज हु आई एम. फॉर एग्जाम्पल लोगन पॉल के लिए मैवरिक इज नॉट समथिंग ही इज सेलिंग. Great. It's an extension of your extended, basically तुम्हारे ब्रांड का वो एक एक्सटेंशन है. तो अगर कोई फोटोग्राफी कर रहा है तो आप सिंपल बहुत ही खूबसूरत चीजें ऑक्शन में डाल सकते हो. वन वे ऑफ सेलिंग. मैं बता रहा हूँ छोटे छोटे एग्जांपल. अपने ही प्रोडक्ट को तुम ऐसे दिखाओ, अपने तुम्हारे 100 लोग भी है ना अगर, that's enough for you to generate good amount of income. If you're clever enough. If you only have, even if you have just तुम्हारे 1000 people invested in you, तो तुम्हें ये देखना है लॉन्ग टर्म. दूसरा, स्टाइल लाओ अपनी लाइफ में बेचने में. हमारे देश में सबसे प्रॉब्लमेटिक चीज ये है, हम देखते हैं दूसरे यूट्यूबर क्या बेच रहे हैं. टी शर्ट बेच रहे हैं, मैं भी अपनी टी शर्ट बनाऊंगा. स्टाइल कहाँ था इसमें?
किसी की बिक रही है टी शर्ट्स. I don't think merchandise is
not in India.
It's boring. It's so like there is no creativity.
Bro, where's the innovation? That's what you're getting at.
तुम creator क्यों कह रहे हो अपने आप को? Right, that's the thing. Be cool. If you're young and if you're coming up with your thing,
be cool. हाँ, ये advice है. याद रखना सारे लोग be cool.
बता रहा हूँ अभी.
कोई भी uncool हुआ है ना?
Shwetabh will put it on Twitter now.
And let's just say Paritosh है. Paritosh, you have a very distinct, cool look about yourself, right? अब इसको तुम simple कार्ड्स में भेज सकते हो. Like you can create so many cool things जो कि limited edition product हो गए. Right? सिर्फ 500 निकाले तुमने. तुम्हारे सुपर फैन उसको खरीद रहे हैं. तुम NFTs कर सकते हो. तुम ऑक्शन कर सकते हो खुद से. भाड़ में गया NFT. Right? तुम प्रिंट कर सकते हो चीजें. तुम अपनी सिलेक्टेड मर्चेंडाइज निकाल सकते हो. एंड आई विल टेल यू समथिंग, 500 भी अगर फैंस है ना, इफ दे स्पॉन्सर यू, यू विल हैव इनफ मनी टू गो फॉरवर्ड, गो बियॉन्ड. एंड वो प्रोडक्ट्स धीरे धीरे वो भी तुम्हारे साथ साइमल्टेनियसली इवॉल्व करते रहेंगे. दैट्स हाउ यू क्लेवरली डू एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप. यू बिकम यूनिक. योर प्रोडक्ट शुड बी यूनिक जस्ट एज हाउ यू वर टू पीपल. दैट्स व्हाई दे आर चूजिंग टू वॉच यू. हमारे देश में या most YouTubers produce जो प्रोडक्ट बेच रहे हैं, they're just so like disappointingly like सिर्फ monetization के लिए ही है वो बस.
पता है क्यों?
हमने बनाए हैं पैसा कमाने के लिए, इसमें कोई creativity नहीं डालने वाले हम.
I'll add something to it. This was a conversation I was having with Prakhar on his Discord. Because these people, they're not able to.
झूठ बोल रहे हैं, मैंने कोई बात नहीं करी इससे.
बात करी थी प्रखर भाई उस दिन डिस्कॉर्ड पे बात हुआ. हाँ तो उस दिन bro, this was what we were talking about. ये most of the time these products they don't work because they're just products, they're not stories.
हाँ very true यार.
लोग आज की डेट पे कहानियां लेते हैं, कहानियां खरीदेंगे लोग, प्रोडक्ट कोई नहीं खरीदेगा.
There should be a pulse to it ना. Yeah.
Exactly. वही अभी प्रखर भाई इधर एग्जांपल दिया था उस दिन, याद है कि नहीं? मन में लड्डू फूटा. श्वेताब भाई ये देखो क्या है मन में लड्डू फूटा. सुनो ध्यान से सुनो, ठीक है. डेयरी मिल्क के वो 2 लड्डू आए थे.
क्या है डेयरी मिल्क? चल तू बोल ले दे अपना एग्जांपल, सुन रहा हूं मैं.
डेयरी मिल्क के 2 लड्डू आए थे भाई, डेयरी मिल्क के, ठीक है. डेयरी मिल्क के 2 लड्डू आए थे, ठीक है. आज तक लोगों को सबको वो याद है. क्यों? क्योंकि उसके साथ एक कहानी जुड़ी थी. वो मन में लड्डू फूटा.
भाई तू इन लड्डुओं के साथ बहुत एसोसिएटेड है. तू मेरे को बार-बार ये कहानी सुनाता है भाई.
अरे मेरे वाले पॉडकास्ट में सुनाई थी इसने कहानी शायद.
हाँ भाई, अरे लोग कहानी खरीदते हैं. कहानी उस दिन आगे रात को 11 बजे डिस्कॉर्ड पे लोग कहानी खरीदते हैं. कहानी तेरे को पता नहीं है.
Because as content creators you get approached by God knows how many people all the time कि भाई आप क्यों नाम की हम टी-शर्ट, आप टेंशन ही ना लो. Right, we'll do everything, manufacture, print and everything. आप बस अपने उनको कह दो. And the thing is, that's the thing कि जब इंसान पैसे के चक्कर में फंस जाता है ना, he forgets कि your brand has some meaning to the person who's watching you. आप देख रहे हो, अच्छा 200 रुपए का प्रॉफिट निकल जाएगा. आपने कभी टी-शर्ट पकड़ के उसका चेक नहीं किया, उसका वो क्या है, क्वालिटी क्या है, कितने हैं, या क्वालिटी फैब्रिक से लेके स्वाद से लेके आपका कलर कौन सा मैच करेगा आपके हिसाब से, आपका डिजाइन क्या है, आपकी कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट ही नहीं है. Yes, in that thing. Right. But 200 में बेच देंगे और बिकती भी हैं, let's just say. But that's the thing. That's why you stay a mediocre creator. That's why you will disappear in the tides of time, I would say. You would never come out as...
Paritosh? I said, are you saying that to Paritosh?
नहीं. Is that a personal remark? That's a difference. That's why, like तुम्हारा creators who will always stand out. Because they will always bring products to the तुम्हारा उसमें because that's the true entrepreneurial spirit भी ना.
That's an extension of them, no?
It's innovation. You
like
fucking create
it's an
new
extension
things.
of their personality.
एक genuine reference ना of about what Shwetabh and Vedant and Paritosh are talking about is Logan Paul, bro. Hands down. मतलब तो समझ रहे हो, वो कल्चर चेंज करता है bro. Both those guys. हाँ, वो कल्चर चेंज करते हैं bro. उन लोगों ने मतलब मैं तो अभी recently got acquainted with them. I've never been a YouTube consumer, so like these questions anyway mean nothing to me except my personal experience.
There are many acts में Dr. Disrespect.
Dr. Disrespect, वो gamer.
That's what we
completely like new चीज ही लेके आ गए तुम.
Absolutely.
Right.
तुम्हारा Live Later, right? With his podcast,
Unbox Therapy वाला बंदा.
Mr. Beast, but he brought new thing. Yeah. So yeah, you get it. So though I think sure.
I give us question. हाँ बताओ.
अभी स्टोरी टेलिंग के ऊपर बात हो रही थी. तो as we belong to dramatic society, मतलब there are different characters.
Dramatic as in तुम लोग बहुत हर चीज को ड्रामा बना देते हो.
इन लोगों ने सोचा हम ड्रामेबाज हैं इसलिए इन्होंने हमें यहाँ बुलाया भाई. मेरे को पता लग गया ये ठीक नहीं है.
इनसे कम्युनिकेशन नॉर्मली हो ही नहीं पाता.
भाई अपने आप को इस
कुछ भी बोल लो तो ड्रामेटिक करके अरे यार पूरे दिन के ड्रामे चलता रहता है. इनसे मिल लो, आदमी रो के जाता है, पूरी एनर्जी सक कर लेंगे तुम्हारी. इतना ड्रामा
पूछो. ड्रामेटिक सोसाइटी वाला सवाल पूछ लो भाई.
10 रुपए भी नॉर्मली नहीं मांगे जाते. सुपर ड्रामा आज क्या हुआ पता है
भाई. वो अब इस पे भी श्वेताब भाई, इस पे भी ड्रामा बन जाएगा अभी.
बताओ
बन जाएगा अभी जाके.
कौन क्वेश्चन पूछ.
कवन पूछ यार.
अरे हाँ, क्वेश्चन ये था कि स्टोरी टेलिंग पे बात हो रही थी. तो हाँ मतलब we are from the dramatic society and different लोग different characters play करते हैं. And I think every character has a story to tell. So can you shed some light कि मतलब storytelling, I personally think it comes through naturally, but how can somebody improve it? This is the first aspect. Or storytelling के बाद there is one thing, retention of that storytelling. So इन दोनों चीजों पे can you guys shed
what
some
is
light?
retention of the storytelling?
कि लोग कितनी देर बैठे हुए हैं स्टोरी में.
Is that what you're asking?
Story कितने लोगों ने याद रखी है?
Okay, then audience retention, because retention of storytelling is very big.
भाई मेरे को लग रहा है मेन कास्ट यहाँ पारितोष है, हम साइड कास्ट हैं. तो पारितोष तू ही स्टोरी टेलिंग करता है, हम तो बातें ही करते हैं. तू बता भाई.
भाई इस केस में
बट ये फिक्शनल स्टोरी टेलिंग की बात कर रहे हैं.
प्रखर ने दिया
स्पॉटलाइट भाई,
तो पेलूंगा मैं.
बता.
थैंक यू शिला भाई. देखो भाई एक चीज बताता हूँ. दिस वाज समथिंग दैट आई शेड लाइट ऑन अभी थोड़ा टाइम पहले भी. व्हेन यू थिंक लाइक योर कंज्यूमर ना, यू आर एबल टू प्रोड्यूस स्टोरीज इन अ वे दैट यू नो दे विल लिसन टू इट. अभी कमिंग इन स्पेसिफिक्स विद ड्रामेटिक्स, अभी ये देखो लाइक आई एम प्रीटी श्योर एनिमे सबको पता है आज की डेट में. ठीक है, एनिमे सब लोग देखते हैं. व्हाट इज द बेस्ट थिंग अबाउट एनिमे इज लाइक द बेस्ट थिंग अबाउट एनिमे दैट पिक अ कैरेक्टर and there'll be a trait that you'll be able to relate to.
Right.
Pick a character and there'll be a trait that you'll be able to relate to. ये होते हैं the perks of their storytelling. वो लोग कहानी इतने खूबसूरत तरीके से बताते हैं that they'll always be, and pick any character, you'll all the time, all the time would be a very major exaggeration, but most of the time you'll be able to pick something that you'll be able to relate to. Now this is because of the thought process that goes into the pre-production of that anime. The team, they sit because they want every single person who is watching, the consumer per se, to relate to every character that they're putting out there. How are they possibly able to do it? By putting themselves in the picture, asking them this very question कि यार अगर मैं इस dialogue को सुनूंगा, अगर मैं इस position में हूँगा, तो मुझे कैसा लगेगा? How can I mold this dialogue, this entire story, in a way that I am able to relate to it and I am able to feel कि यार ये तो है मेरी जिंदगी भी, ऐसी तो मैं भी feel करता हूँ. ये होता है भाई. Like storytelling is where you find that spark, you find that connection, where you bridge that gap between the product which your producer is selling and the consumer, which is yourself. वो बीच का जो gap होता है ना, वो वहां पे bridge होता है. And then talking about audience retention for that sake. Prakhar, I'm pretty sure ये तेरी चीज है. Anchoring effect पता है? ठीक है, तू बहुत बढ़िया बोल लेगा इस चीज में, है ना? You create a hook and you tell the audience that this is what I'm offering. ये रहा मेरा फल. अभी तेरे को इसकी एक बाइट दे रहा हूं जो बहुत टेस्टी है. अभी सोच के इतना सारा फल जब तेरे को मिलेगा क्या लगेगा, मस्त एकदम. Not the exact depiction of what this cognitive bias really is, but trying to tell. ये hooks का जो खेल होता है ना, that really plays a very major role in storytelling, because it tells the audience that there is more. This is what I'm giving you, and there is way more than what's coming.
Right. Sir, this is story. सर जैसे स्टोरी टेलिंग की बात हो रही थी, तो कल सर टीवीएफ की टीम भी यहाँ पे थी, तो उनसे भी जब बात हो रही थी तो उन्होंने भी बोला कि लाइक मुझे भी हिट किया उसी समय कि जैसे अभी इनकी जो नई सीरीज आई है एस्पिरेंट्स, तो उसमें व्हाट दे आर डूइंग इज दैट दे विल रिलीज न्यू एपिसोड्स एट सर्टेन सब्सक्राइबर कट ऑफ्स. सो इफ दे हिट 10 million दे लाइक लॉन्च द लास्ट एपिसोड. सो उन्होंने भी यही बोला कि वी आर क्रिएटिंग कंटेंट फॉर फ्री एंड देयर आर वी स्टिल डोंट हैव 10 million subscribers and TVF creates like a lot of good content, okay, but like, and there are other creators who don't really create content of that level but still have 10 million subscribers. So what's your take on that?
TVF is basic. TVF started off on a, I mean, they struck gold at the right time when they failed to evolve with the times. They placed a couple of bets on OTT which did not probably work out. Now they're coming back to YouTube. So that is not a content or a storytelling decision. That's a business decision. That is not a content or storytelling decision. They create great content, no doubt. But ये जो subscriber वाला है या फिर free content वाला है, they choose to do it, right? It's a business strategic decision. There's no storytelling involved there. Please free your minds of this confusion कि उधर कोई storytelling का reason है, इसीलिए वो कह रहा है कि normal subscriber release करेंगे. None of that. Series बन चुकी है already. But the point that I'm trying to make in terms of storytelling is that most of you guys, I'm assuming, except for the people that are जो attendees हैं, how many of you have had the opportunity to perform on the stage? I'm assuming तुम theatre society हो, तो तुमने stage करा होगा या फिर करा होगा, just chat में हाँ yes कुछ no लिख.
Dramatic society है ये.
Yeah, so dramatics can be stage or street.
No, 24/7 dramatic.
24/7. वो इनके रूम में है कि हमें play करना है, हमारे को character से relate करना है. A lot of people are missing because I'll tell you why. Because I've been in your place. I think I performed also तुम्हारे SRCC में कभी 15 या 16 के तुम्हारा कोई fest हुआ था. So I know where you guys are coming from when you think of storytelling. I know when you sit in your amphitheater या theater, तुम बैठ के script पढ़ते हो, तुम्हारे को क्या vibe होती है, तुम क्या zone में जाते हो वहाँ पे. So that storytelling is very different from a content creation storytelling. And for a creator who doesn't have any experience in the world of storytelling, it can either come in naturally to them. And naturally नहीं आती है. Naturally कि तुमको किताबें पढ़नी होती है, movies देखनी होती हैं, और लोगों को देखना, तुम और जगह से inspiration लेते हो. तो एक तरीका वो होता है storytelling सीखने का. दूसरा तरीका storytelling को improve करने का होता है, you learn as you grow. You start off somewhere. You start off ground zero. एकदम बिना any ground rule. You just gotten yourself into, तुमने झोंक दिया अपने आप को कि हमें ये करना है, and then you evolve as you grow. And इस path पे major जनता drops off. कुछ 5 या 6% लोग होते हैं जो इसको continue करते हैं, and then they reap the benefit out of it. Very simplified, but that is how it works. of course बहुत सारे nuances है इसमें, but usually that's how it works.
So
bro,
let me like talk about this. तो character development की बात कर रहे हो, right? तुम लोग basically, क्योंकि starting का question यही था, retention और character development, right? यहाँ पे कितने लोग हैं जो कि actor हैं या कितने लोग हैं यहाँ पे जो actually में writer हैं?
Or directors.
Director is a very different thing.
I know, but
yeah, director has very little to do with the acting या you know तुम्हारा writing. That is enactment. आप direct कर रहे हो, आपका उसमें पूरा हो जाता है. How it sees. तो यहाँ पे I don't know, are there writers here? Because यहाँ पे हम एक तरह से fictional उसकी बात कर रहे हैं. Because the way I got this question was not to the point of view of YouTube. Character is writing. You're talking about fiction.
Yeah.
Right. So सिंपल से सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम ये होती है, सिंपल से बता दूं, दुनिया के सारे जो फिक्शन राइटर यहाँ पे अगर कोई है लिख रहा है, इस चीज को समझ लेना बहुत हेल्प करेगा जो मैं अभी बोलने वाला हूँ. सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ये होती है फिक्शनल राइटर्स के साथ, वो अपनी पूरी जिंदगी लिख देते हैं क्योंकि आपके पास दूसरा कोई एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है. स्पेशली तुम लोग की एज में, आई एम अज्यूमिंग तुम लोग अर्ली 20s के हो, तो तुम लोग जिंदगी में घंटा कुछ नहीं हुआ है, ठीक है. जो थोड़ा बहुत भी हुआ है तुम लोग उसको पहले एग्जाम्पल की तरह लोगे. दूसरा जो तुमने मूवीज में देखा है कि ये स्टोरी में ये हुआ था, वो स्टोरी में हुआ था, तुम सबकॉन्शियसली और सॉरी अनकॉन्शियसली में भी, और हो सकता है कॉन्शियसली भी तुम इंस्पिरेशन लो या फिर अननोइंगली तुम वही पूरी स्टोरी लिख दे रहे हो कि ये कैरेक्टर ऐसे हुआ करता था. बोथ वेज यू आर गोइंग टू बी अ टेरिबल राइटर. बेसिकली आपकी कहानी इंटरेस्टिंग नहीं है. ये बहुत बड़ा मिसकंसेप्शन है हर इंसान जो सोचता है कि मेरी कहानी को नॉवल होना चाहिए. मैंने 21 साल में अपनी पहली बुक लिखी थी. जब मैंने कहा बढ़िया बुक है, खराब हो गया, आई एम जस्ट वांट टू टेल यू समथिंग. वंस ये टैग जो मेरे दिमाग में पड़ गया ना कि मैं नॉवल लिख चुका हूँ, एवरी पर्सन आई मेट प्रखर उसके बाद से, दिस इज मोस्ट फैसिनेटिंग थिंग, वाज लाइक भाई तुझे कभी बैठी हो तेरे को अपनी स्टोरी सुनाऊंगा मैं. एवरी पर्सन थिंक्स दैट माय स्टोरी, लव स्टोरी और व्हाटएवर हैपेंड इज अ नॉवल,
worth telling.
कि तुझे लिखनी चाहिए ब्रो.
मेरी कहानी लिख यार, कमाल कर रहा है यार, तू क्या बातें लिख रहा है.
बड़ा फैसिनेटिंग था मेरे नोटिस करना कि
most fiction is autobiographical anyway.
Sorry भाई.
Most fiction is autobiographical.
Most fiction.
Well, terrible fiction is unless intentionally आप उसको biographical way में लेना चाह रहे हो, right? But terrible fiction, that's why पूरा बॉलीवुड से लेके जितने भी हैं इसमें आपको क्रिएटिविटी या इनोवेशन नहीं दिखती. तो आपको सिंपल अभी जो भी इंसान है अपने कैरेक्टर लिखने आ रहा है या फिर जो भी एक्टर है, अगर जो भी राइटर से अगर बात कर रहा है तो उससे पूछना 3 चीजें या फिर एक राइटर को हमेशा 3 चीजें सोचनी चाहिए जिससे आप इमीडिएटली ऑटोबायोग्राफिकल जोन से आउट हो जाते हो. पहली चीज ये है, फॉर एग्जांपल एक्स मेरा कैरेक्टर है, वेयर डू दे कम फ्रॉम. आपको इमीडिएटली हमेशा कभी भी एक कैरेक्टर इन्वेंट करना चाहते हो, अगर उसको अपने से डिस्कनेक्ट करना है तो आपको उसका चाइल्डहुड अपने दिमाग में सोचना पड़ेगा. इनका चाइल्डहुड था क्या, ये आ कहां से रहे, यानी कि इनका एनवायरनमेंट क्या है. गाना से आ रहा है ये, बिहार से आ रहा है ये, क्योंकि वो एनवायरनमेंट पहला उसको एक पर्सनालिटी का एक लेयर प्रोवाइड करेगा छोटी सी, उसकी एक्सेंट में, उसकी सोच में. वो दूसरा व्हाट दे विटनेस्ड. अब आप लेयर के और थोड़ा सा अंदर आए, चाइल्डहुड में देखा क्या इस इंसान ने, क्या एक्सपीरियंसेस थे, क्योंकि वो अब इसकी पर्सनालिटी शेप करती हैं, वो इसके ट्रॉमा शेप करते हैं. अगर इसके माँ बाप इससे बात नहीं करते थे, अगर उतना प्यार नहीं देते थे, पूरे टाइम बाहर रहते थे, तो देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी अटैचमेंट अवॉइडेंस डिसऑर्डर है इसको. ये रिलेशन में तुम्हारा घुसने से डरेगा, या फिर हो सकता है उल्टा ही करे, उसका पूरी तरह से चाह रहा है इसको कोई प्यार करने के लिए मिले, ओवर हो रहा है. तुम्हारे दिमाग में पहली बार तुम दूर होते जा रहे हो. Whoever you are, अपना नेम रखो with that character. Now you have actually already built a lot of things. What happened to them? क्या ट्रॉमेटिक इवेंट थे जिन्होंने बचपन में देखे. जितना डीप जा सकते हो उतना बेटर कैरेक्टर तुम लिख रहे हो. तीसरा, अब आई कैरेक्टर मोटिवेशन. What they decided to do about it. ये 3 चीजें अगर फिगर आउट कर ली, you have a good character. 20 लोगों के साथ ये चीजें लिख दोगे, और अगर 20 लोगों की तुम अलग चीजें लिखते हो, तुम्हारे पास 20 to just start with. You have 20 actual human beings that are not you. Now you know a little bit about these people. तो पहली कैरेक्टर बिल्ड में ये होता है. दूसरी चीज जो तुमने बात की रिटेंशन, वो एक्चुअली में पारितोष ने बात करी थी. इट हैज टू बी ह्यूमन. जो मैं बात कर रहा था जॉर्ज ऑरवेल की स्टोरी याद करो, मैं बता रहा था ना एक बार प्रखर, हम लोग रॉयल रियल में, कि ही सॉ लाइक अ पर्सन हु वाज अबाउट टू बी एग्जीक्यूटेड एंड ही इज अबाउट टू बी हंग, राइट, ही इज हैंग्ड, एंड वो जा रहा है एंड देयर इज अ puddle of water, like a prisoner जो कि execute होने वाला है within like minutes or something, and he decides to jump into it. For a brief moment he secures some levity or some joy for himself. That's called the human element, जो कि immediately जितने लोग भी देख रहे हैं who don't know उसकी punishment क्या है, who don't know क्या हुआ है, but because of that tiny human action they will connect. So right. Anime does that. You're right Paritosh भाई. It वो anime जब भी आपको origin story वो इसलिए दिखाते हैं.
Exactly भाई.
जब भी कुछ भी हो रहा है वो सडनली जैसे बहुत बड़ा क्रूशियल मोमेंट आ गया, हीरो हार रहा है या फिर कुछ हो रहा है, समथिंग ऑफ वेरी बैड इज हैपनिंग, एंड वो एकदम पीछे ओरिजिनल स्टोरी में लाएंगे, वो तुम्हें ऐसा मोमेंट लाएंगे दैट इज सो ह्यूमन, जिसको मेरे इस वक्त दिमाग में सिंपल आ रहा है तुम्हारा माय हीरो एकेडमिया का तुम्हारा वो जो कैरेक्टर है, फीमेल कैरेक्टर है उरारा या उरारा का, उसके मॉम डैड गरीब हैं, तो वो हीरो बनना चाहती है ताकि उनको वो प्रोवाइड कर पाए, यू नो शी कैन प्रोवाइड फॉर देम, एंड उसका बाप इज लाइक द काइंडेस्ट पर्सन, उस लाइक तू बस अपने लेकर हमारी परवाह ना कर, कि कौन इससे रिलेट नहीं करेगा।
वही ना, डिपिक्टिंग एवरी माइन्यूट डिटेल ऑफ दैट स्टोरी, every minute detail that has built that character in the first place.
There's two things I want to talk about when it comes to immersion. ठीक है? And I'm only qualified to talk about immersion in terms of a performer, not as a teller. And when I say teller, it's usually writer director, because ये decide करते हैं कि story का flow कैसा होगा eventually. समझ रहे हो? मैं performer हूँ, मैं actor, एक acting के sense में बता सकता हूँ, एक performance के sense में बता सकता हूँ. मैं ना, I did this very interesting school play, school की annual production back in 9th grade, and we had a very talented director directing it. उनका नाम था आलम सर, काफी फेमस है वो थिएटर सर्कल्स में, पता नहीं अब क्या है, उस टाइम तो काफी नाम था उनका जितना हमने सुना था. एंड मैं ना जब सीन में नहीं होता था ना, I'd sit right around him and I'd watch him look at क्या हो रहा है रिहर्सल्स में. ठीक है? और ना उनके चेहरे पे एक एक्सप्रेशन होता था जिसको देख के मैं बहुत हंसता था. मेरे लिए वो फनी होता था बिकॉज ही वॉज ऑलमोस्ट विदाउट नोइंग इमिटेटिंग द एक्टर्स. समझ रहा है? जो बंदा सीन बोल रहा है ना, जो बंदा अपनी डायलॉग्स बोल रहा है, वो उसके एक्सप्रेशन में कभी कभी अपने लिप्स भी मूव करते थे वो. एंड आई वाज लाइक सो फनी, he'd suddenly become a woman, he'd suddenly become a man, he'd suddenly become somebody else अपने चेहरे में बैठे बैठे, राइट? एंड I'd be like, ये हो क्या रहा है? एंड मैं बहुत टाइम तक इस बारे में सोचा, ये बात बैकग्राउंड में चली गई until probably you asked this question when I was reminded of it. और होता क्या है ब्रो, very often storytelling is a process of exploration. You don't know what I'm going to say next. You don't know where we're going to go next. You are in this journey with me because I've captivated you for 5 seconds. 5 seconds mere sath chal, 5 seconds. And you're willing to step into the woods with me. If I know where I'm taking you, the exploration is one-sided only. You will find that out very quickly. You will notice that. If I am totally immersed in the process of telling you that story myself, where I am exploring as I go to, you're more likely to hang by the word. You're more likely to stay on the cliff. You're more likely to walk with me. The point is, iski neuroscience very clear hai. It's mirror neurons.
Yeah.
Right? Your mirror neurons activate. They sort of sense mera mental state kya hai. They create intersubjectivity. We share the same subjective experience and we go along the dance together. Up for your mirror neurons to be triggered, I need to actually have this frame of mind. I need to actually be in that spot, in that process of exploration. इसका मतलब ये नहीं मेरे को पता नहीं हो सकता मेरी स्क्रिप्ट क्या है. इसका मतलब ये I as a performer need to immerse myself. I need to be lost. I need to be. That's why flow is such an easy hack to all performance ever. तुम अगर flow में हो, तुम immerse हो, सामने वाला तुम्हारे साथ है. That does not even arise as a question. The other thing, as a speaker, as a teller of stories, one thing I've noticed that works exceptionally well, एक छोटी advice जो सबको काम आ सकती है. Sensory details डालनी शुरू करो. Say if you're verbally telling a story, no, sensory details. हवा कैसी थी, पानी कैसा था, म्यूजिक कैसा था, एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा. ये ताकि आदमी ना अपने सेंसेस सारे ऑन कर सके उस सीन के डायरेक्शन में, उस डिस्क्रिप्शन की डायरेक्शन में. और the more senses are occupied in his imagination, the more he's invested in that scene, the more he's invested in that situation, the more he's invested in that description. ये दो चीजें I think work very very well if you are totally immersed in it and then you are taking the time out. Like when I'm telling a story, I'll take the time out to be like, time क्या हो रहा था शाम का, sky कैसा था उस टाइम, you know, वो evening वाला sky होता है ना, जब लगता है कि हवा चलेगी, बारिश आएगी, थोड़े बादल होते हैं. समझ रहे? उसकी इस डिटेल की एक वैल्यू है, इस डिटेल की एक वैल्यू है. Just like Shwetabh said, human element, that randomness that comes with being human. Bro, उसको गुस्सा बहुत आ रहा था, बट उसने अपने टिपिकल फैशन में अपना उसने बोला छोड़ यार, आगे काम करते हैं. Now I gave a tangent about him being angry, but he moved in a different direction. That his base state was something, but his action was something else, and that allows for the human element in all of us. We all experience that somehow, instead of just an action to action, mechanical, algorithmic. वो यहाँ गया, फिर वो यहाँ गया, फिर वो यहाँ गया, फिर वो यहाँ गया, story खत्म.
This is exactly what happens when you start off a play, right? जब play शुरू करते हो, पहले पेज खोलते हो स्क्रिप्ट को, you have a setup. Right. ये एक्ट है, ये सीन है, ये सीन ऐसा दिखता है, इधर ये कैरेक्टर्स हैं. Exactly what this does, it sets up a scene and then you can immerse yourself into it. आई डोंट नो तुम स्ट्रीट थिएटर करते हो, स्टेज करते हो, पर जब तुम स्ट्रीट पे जाते हो, अगर तुम विश्वविद्यालय पे कभी गए हो तो तुमने स्ट्रीट प्ले देखा है, तो तुमको दिखेंगे 20 लोग इकट्ठे खड़े हुए हैं, बीच में वो शोर मचा रहे हैं, लोग आए इकट्ठे हो, एंड दैट इज हाउ दे सेट इट अप. इफ यू आर ऑन अ स्टेज, यू सेट अप अ सीन, you set up all the important details that help the audience and the actors and everyone immerse themselves कि वो वहां पे हैं, ये characters हैं, इनकी कहानी चल रही है और कुछ नहीं है यहाँ पे. It's a क्या कहते हैं इसको, सब नहीं, I'm not getting the word, but you get immersed in the story, you forget about everything else and you just focus on this particular character or a bunch of characters or a setup or a story.
Well, add to this a little. ये beautiful point यार, ये sensory elements वाला beautiful point. How to add this in films, as I've experienced this myself, is through perspective. Shots, and how do you bring it in visuals? Color grading.
अच्छा.
Sound
I would say even take like shots. देख, मतलब मेरे को कोई फिल्म मेकिंग खास एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है, बट लाइक टेक शॉट्स, पर्सपेक्टिव शॉट्स होते हैं ना. लाइक कभी भी फिल्म देख रहे हो ना दोस्त, जरूर अपने आप से पूछो ये शॉट यहीं से क्यों शूट हुआ है, यही क्यों दिख रहा है इस शॉट में, स्पेशली विद गुड स्टोरी. हाँ बोल प्लीज, सॉरी.
पता क्या, अभी ये मेरा ऐसा, मैं ऐसे बैठा हुआ हूँ, ठीक है, there's a shot of me happening there. Now this shot can be depicted in a happy tone, in a sad tone, in a monologue tone, in a dramatic tone, in a suspense tone, just with the color of the film and the SFX. What's going on in the background? What is adding on to the elements? एक चीज होती है जो तुम दिखा रहे हो, जो तुम बता रहे हो, और एक होती है जो चीज बिना तुम indirectly उन चीज को डिपिक्ट कर रहे हो.
That's what film can do.
Exactly.
It can sit in
what
your
happens head. Exactly. और ये मैंने क्या पता है, स्टेज शोज जो मैंने थोड़े बहुत देखे, वहां पे SFX और लाइटिंग का जो यूज हुआ है ना, दैट इज व्हाट दिस डज. हाउ डिफरेंट कलर्स डिपिक्ट डिफरेंट मूड्स.
Not just even films यार. Like for example, अभी का example, there are 6 people on the screen right now. सबका background frame अलग है. Every frame has a different story.
तुम्हें लग रहा होगा मैं कितना पढ़ा लिखा हूँ, मैंने सारी किताबें पढ़ी हैं. नहीं पढ़ी. सिर्फ ये पापा की उठा ली मैंने बाद में.
2 लोगों का फ्रेम है, उनको अपना फेस्ट ऑर्गेनाइज करना, उनको सोसाइटी के बारे में बताना है. प्रखर फ्रेम सिग्निफाई समथिंग एल्स.
तो तुम्हें वेदांत के बारे में इससे क्या मालूम पड़ता है?
बताओ क्या मालूम पड़ता है? पीछे एक ड्रोन पड़ा है, वो ड्रोन चलता भी नहीं है, पर पड़ा है क्यों?
और YouTube सिल्वर बटन
वो तो रखा हुआ है, वो तो दिखाना पड़ता है, वो जरूरी है.
Nice.
These are all, I mean, you set up frames. Every single thing that you see in these frames has been carefully put there. It's not कि बस ऐसी कैमरा ऑन कर दिया. Every live stream, every single YouTube video you see, every creator knows what is going on in their frame. True. बहुत ही conscious choice होती है, बहुत ही conscious decision होता है. Every single element tells something to the audience, consciously or subconsciously. तो चीज़ों का ध्यान रखना पड़ता है. When you're trying to
आंसर मिला कवन भाई?
जवाब मिल गया.
मैं खुश हो गया, मेरे को खुश कर दिया भाई श्वेताब भाई.
मैं तो ये कहूंगा like अगर राइटर हो, don't get lost or bogged down by too many details. मैं अगर राइटर हूंगा, तो can I be very honest, I would ignore 90% of what was said in this panel because too many directions. For a writer you have to be free. True. Too many directions, too many details. Fuck this shit,
bro. Writing
सबकी करो मन की.
नहीं, जो राइटिंग और स्टोरी टेलिंग और कॉन्वर्सेशन और ये परफॉर्मेंस जो होती है ना ब्रो, ये स्किल ऑफ द बॉडी होती है, स्किल ऑफ द माइंड नहीं. इसको तुम इंटेलेक्चुअली कितना भी समझाते रहो, वो निकलती फ्लो में है थ्रू हैबिट, इंस्टिंक्ट, इंट्यूशन एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा.
थोड़ी ट्रिक्स आर यूजफुल. जैसे मैंने कहा ना, जैसे आप ऑटोबायोग्राफी लिखे पढ़ो, अब समझ नहीं आ रहा कैसे नया कैरेक्टर करें, क्योंकि अनफॉर्चुनेटली आप जब भी लेके बैठते हो नया कैरेक्टर, यू थिंक ऑफ अ कैरेक्टर ऑफ योर एज. अब उसको डिफरेंट लिख ही नहीं पा रहे हो आप. सो उसमें कह सकते हो कि लेट्स जस्ट फर्स्ट उसके चाइल्डहुड पे चले गया, देन आप डिस्टेंट कर गए. दैट्स अ ट्रिक, इट वर्क्स, इट विल हेल्प यू. दूसरा तुम्हारा ये हो गया ह्यूमन एलिमेंट, की सेकंड के बीच के सेकंड में भी क्या इंसान कर रहा है, अगर वो लिख पाओ. क्योंकि लाइन में जब कोई लिख रहा होता है ना, हम वो कंसिडर नहीं कर रहे होते, हमारे दिमाग में ऑलरेडी डायलॉग चल रहे होते हैं ना राइटर के. उसने ये बोला, सीन यहाँ से A to B जाएगा और B में ये चीज हो जाएगी. राइटर के दिमाग में ऑलरेडी फिक्स्ड होता है कहाँ से कहाँ जा रहा है. अनलेस आप नॉवल लिख रहे हो, बहुत डिटेल नॉवल लिख रहे हो और कैरेक्टर्स ने ऑटोनॉमी हासिल कर ली आपके दिमाग में, वो गजब राइटर है. जहां पे कैरेक्टर्स आप लिखने वाला तय नहीं कर रहा, दे हैव गेन्ड और अटेन्ड सच ऑटोनॉमी कि अब वो स्टोरी खुद ड्राइव कर रहे हैं. आप B पे ले आने वाले थे, लेकिन कैरेक्टर ने कुछ और ही कर दिया. और राइटर हैज नाउ वो रेंज जो होती है ना घोड़े चलाने वाली, he's left them, he's allowing the character, because he's like, now character will actually do this. The character that has grown to be itself now will not do what I am thinking he would do at this point. Actually he will, and that's why, or she or he, वो यही करते हैं, and the story takes its own now. Universe जैसे कहते हैं ये, वो बहुत बात की बात है. लेकिन स्टार्टिंग में हमेशा सोचो कि सेकंड के बीच में भी अगर ये कैरेक्टर सिंपल कुर्सी में बैठा है कभी कभी और खिड़की के बाहर देख रहा है, तो वो सिगरेट पिएगा, नहीं पिएगा, पानी पिएगा. तुम समझ रहे हो ना, वो थोड़ी डिटेल्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती हैं. that brings that human element. कंप्लीट वेला कोई इंसान जैसे बैठा है, उससे भी बहुत लोग रिलेट कर जाएंगे. समझ गए इन दैट सेंस, तो वो भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। बाकी राइटिंग में अगर ग्रेट राइटर बनना है तो भूल जाओ फिजिक्स एग्जिस्ट करती है, सलमान खान के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से नहीं, रियलिटी के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भूल जाओ फिजिक्स एग्जिस्ट करती है, भूल जाओ एस्ट्रोनॉमी है, भूल जाओ कुछ भी है, मैजिक भी एग्जिस्ट कर सकता है, यूनिवर्स है,
तुम क्रिएट कर रहे हो, रूल्स तुम्हारे हैं,
तुम्हारे रूल्स हैं। तगड़े अगर राइटर बनना है, अगर तुम्हें ये चीज इस लेवल पे पहुंचना है, दिख रहा है तुम लोग को?
किसकी किताब है?
किताब नहीं है यार, नोटबुक है, उसके म्यूजियम में गया था ना, घर गया था मैं।
अरे वाह,
क्या मैं फ्रॉइड के घर भी गया हूँ बाय द वे।
अरे वाह यार, मजा आ गया, मजा आ गया। क्या कह रहे थे वो लोग?
कुछ नहीं, खाई नहीं गए उसके घर यार, मिलने खाई नहीं यार घर पे यार, लोगों ने म्यूजियम बना दिया उसका घर यार।
Not even kidding, that is actually a very inspiring process। अगर तुम अपने किसी फेवरेट राइटर या ऑथर या पोएट के घर वर पे जाते हो,
अब तो म्यूजियम है ना सारे ये। तू आ कभी वियना में रहता था ना ये फ्रॉइड, इसका जो घर था ना पूरा, लाइक इसका काउच वाउच सब है इंटैक्ट पूरा।
हाँ, तो तुमको you get to understand कि वो किस हिसाब से गए होंगे, क्या करते होंगे,
किस हिसाब से गए होंगे, किस हिसाब से गए होंगे, कैसे बात कर रहे हैं भाई यार।
यार हो जाओगे,
मर्चेंडाइज
देखोगे इतनी महंगी बिक रही है, कहोगे
मर्चेंडाइज खरीदने जा रहे हो तो बात और है, मर्चेंडाइज खरीदने जा रहे हो तो बात और है।
वेदांत भाई बनाओ अपना भी कमरा,
देसी आदमी तो खरीदता ही मर्चेंडाइज भाई, कहता है भाई
हम ना खरीदते, भारतीय ना खरीदते,
यूरो में लिखा है भाई, 100 से गिनती कर लो, 100 से कर लो,
20 यूरो के नोटबुक लेंगे, पागल हो गए हैं।
बहुत ही महंगा हिसाब होता है।
बता भाई,
कवन जी,
कवन तैयार है अगले क्वेश्चन के लिए?
वो लोग बेकार ही पूछ रहा भाई, मैं क्वेश्चन साले चुप ही हो रही है लोग।
वैसे श्वेताब सर ने कंक्लूड किया कि वो एक स्टोरी फ्री फ्लो में आ जाती है, और सेशन के एकदम स्टार्ट में प्रखर सर ने मेंशन किया था कि कंटेंट आता कहाँ से। सो उस चीज से मेरे दिमाग में एक ये पॉइंट आ रहा है कि जब आप सब लोग कुछ ना कुछ क्रिएट करते हो, इनोवेट करते हो, आपको कैसे पता चलता है कि हाँ it has reached a stage जब मैं इसको float कर सकता हूँ? मतलब for example कि अगर
that's not a realistic question to, I understand it's a genuine doubt, it's not a valid question. ये एक स्पेशल टाइप के क्वेश्चंस होते हैं जो रियल टाइम में चीजें करते हुए आते हैं एज डाउट कि कब वो थ्रेशोल्ड पॉइंट क्रॉस होगा जिसके बियॉन्ड मैं ये कर पाऊंगा लोगों के सामने। बट जब रेट्रोस्पेक्टिवली तुम देखते हो, इट इज ऑलवेज टू लेट, इट इज ऑलवेज टू अर्ली। समझ रहा है? You don't know, bro. You have no idea. There is very little way in which you can even do some kind of a market research, because तू सोच के देख, कल को suppose Varun starts doing content around some specific fan theories in Harry Potter, and there is an entire generation of latent Harry Potter fans, much like myself, who are shipping, say, Snape and Hermione. I don't know, bro. Whatever, right? Like whatever used to work. Bro, हो सकता है मैं हूँ परवर्ट, तू क्या कर लेगा? तू क्या कर लेगा? Right? Like now the point is कि you
had been shipping pedophilia in short.
after adulthood was reached, okay? But like the point is, with all of that, like you generated a market of latent potential consumers for yourself. There's very little to know with respect to that. Plus, bro, the learning curve initially is huge. Something far better told by Paritosh than probably myself, because मेरे लिए तो कैमरे के सामने बैठ के have to give my ideas, right? But you learn very quickly कि क्या कौन से मोमेंट पे ड्रॉप ऑफ आ रहा है, क्या हो रहा है, क्या कहानी नहीं एग्जीक्यूट हुआ, क्या एडिट में नहीं इंटीग्रेट हो पाया, एटसेट्रा 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 एटसेट्रा, क्या बोलना कितना सही रहेगा. I have learned how to simplify myself to the point I can, frankly, where people are like, अच्छा चलो मेरे को समझ तो आ रहा है. If you go to my earlier videos, they're pure just like Prakhar nonsense. Straight. मतलब वो नहीं वो average grasp नहीं बैठेगा उस पे. So you learn all of that as you go along. And it's always too late, it's always too early. Start, if that's what you're thinking. It's an easy experiment यार, घर बैठ के experiment करना है, करके देख लो, 2-4 स्टेप मारो, देखो क्या फीडबैक मिलता है, कितना मजा आता है.
अपना सेम क्वेश्चन दूसरी भाषा में बोल, ट्राई कर.
मेरे से बोल रहा है, उससे बोल रहा है.
नहीं, कवन से बोल, कवन से. तू अगर अपना वो कवन समझता है तो मैं कहूंगा तेरे को मल्टीपल पर्सनालिटी डिसऑर्डर के लिए चेक करना चाहिए.
अभी हैरी पॉटर वाले मूड में भाई, अभी वो कवन नहीं समझेगा भाई.
वो भूल गया कवन है. मेरे से बात कर रहे हो क्या यार? शिट यार, मैंने अपनी सारे फोरम्स को हाइड कर दूंगा वाले, बुक मार कर रखे थे स्नेप और हरमाइनी शिप वाले.
नहीं, बट लाइक यू गेट द पॉइंट. नो, यू गेट द पॉइंट. नो,
या तू बता कवन, फिर से मेरे क्वेश्चन पूछ. ये सेम बट इन अ डिफरेंट लैंग्वेज.
If I rephrase it, तो basically if I produce some content, मैंने एक वीडियो शूट करी, एडिट करी, बना ली, 2 बार बना ली.
Cool.
लेकिन I am not getting that कि is this the right thing? मतलब ये इतनी perfect हो गई, perfect is the wrong word.
The satisfaction कि this is complete product, the best I have produced.
Yeah, can I float it? मतलब अगर मैं इसको फिर से writing के aspect में लेके जाऊँ, I have written a story. Is the story fine enough that I can float it? When should I stop scripting it? क्योंकि when you're scripting it ना continuously आपको thoughts आ रहे होते हैं कि हाँ इस character में मैं ये improvement कर सकता हूँ, यहाँ पे मैं ये चीज improve कर सकता हूँ. Same goes for video content, same goes for audio content. So when do you take that call कि हाँ now I can float it?
Okay, so अब मैं समझ गया तेरा क्वेश्चन. तो यहाँ पे तुम समझ लो 3 तुम एक्चुअल में लेवल्स बात कर रहे हो. बहुत ही इसको ओवर सिंप्लीफिकेशन में देखते हैं. पहला लेवल हो गया जहाँ पे आप अंडा हो, ठीक है. दूसरा आपके दिमाग में आ गया जिसमें आपका बेस्ट वर्जन जो होगा, जिसको आप कह रहे हो ये होता फ्लोट अगर तो मैंने इससे बेटर में जा ही नहीं सकता. दैट इज देयर. बीच में कहीं आपका आ रहा है द बेस्ट एक्चुअल में व्हाट यू आर केपेबल ऑफ प्रोड्यूसिंग, राइट, अपने दिमाग में, जिसको आप कह सकते हो या जिसपे मैं सेटिस्फाई हो सकता हूँ. फैक्ट क्या है लाइफ का? रीविजिटिंग, जो प्रखर कह रहा था, जितनी बार भी आप पीछे जाके देखोगे यू विल ऑलवेज फील, यहाँ पे आई डोंट नो तुम लोगों ने कितनी चीजें क्रिएट करी अपनी जिंदगी में. हो सकता है कोई स्केच आर्टिस्ट हो यहाँ पे, इसने स्केच बनाए हो, राइट, क्योंकि 20-21 में कौन कितना कुछ उखाड़ लेता है अपनी लाइफ में. बट छोटी एक लेवल पे आपने कुछ ना कुछ क्रिएट किसी ने करा होगा. आप जब भी रिविजिट करोगे आपको लगेगा हाँ यार ये चीज कर सकते हैं, इसमें ये लाइन चेंज कर सकते हैं, ये कलर में ये कर सकता हूँ, इसको मैं बेटर बना सकता हूँ. सो जो स्टडी होती है ना, रिट्रोस्पेक्शन जिसे कहते हैं, उसमें जाके आपको हमेशा खामियां दिखेंगी. बिकॉज बेटरमेंट का स्कोप कोई ऐसी चीज है ही नहीं. यूसेन बोल्ट भी जो होता होगा ना, अपनी पुरानी देखता होगा जब रेस, उसको लगता होगा यार इसमें अभी 1 सेकंड और कर सकता था मैं.
हाँ, मेरे को सांस और रोकनी चाहिए थी.
हाँ,
समझ रहे हैं?
या फिर अगर मैंने इतने दिन और थोड़ा ट्रेन कर लिया होता.
कि मैंने ड्रंट सही टाइम पे नहीं लिया. बिल्कुल ब्रो. पता है क्या होता है जब हम लोग किसी भी क्रिएटिव प्रोफेशन में घुसते हैं, एवरीबडी हु इज अ क्रिएटिव हियर, यू शुड अंडरस्टैंड दिस. दिस इज समथिंग आई लर्न फ्रॉम क्रिस डो. आई थिंक व्हेन वी गेट इनटू अ क्रिएटिव प्रोफेशन वी डू इट बिकॉज हमारा ना वी बीन इन्वेस्टिंग अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम इन इट. हमारा टेस्ट बड़ा इवॉल्व्ड है. वी बीन एंजॉयिंग the delicacies of this creative profession from other people for far too long. So we are starting off with great taste but very little skill. And so when we produce something, we look at our production, whatever we produce, whatever we created, from the place of that taste. अब तुम टेस्ट में हो दोस्तोयेव्स्की, तुम लिख रहे हो वेदांत, कवन, पारितोष, प्रखर, श्वेताब, वरुण स्टाइल में. Initially you'll be like मैं क्या लिख रहा हूँ ये? Why am I doing this? It will never appear perfect to you. So going for that perfection as an indicator is not the best strategy starting with. Satisfaction, where you've given your 100%. And मैं तो कह रहा हूँ take the time. Initially तू कह रहा है मेरे को 1 साल लग गया भाई, पर उसको satisfaction तक लाते ले आ. वो तेरा जो feedback loop है ना satisfaction वाला, छोटा होता चला जाएगा. It will take its time but it will happen. The point being, aim for what is the best you can do right now. Because eventually क्या होगा, your skill will take up and it will cross your taste one day, hopefully, if you're really a creative innovator in that sense. But slowly, you'll begin to approximate your taste with your skill. Slowly, you're prouder of your work, more tight with your work, in whatever way, whatever index pe tu dekh raha hai. Right? So initially that discrepancy haunts a lot of people. This is where most people give up. Because they're like, I don't produce quality stuff. Shwetabh was saying something very profound to me the other day, that I don't think a lot of creators have the access to think like or think like. He's like, bro, I think Shwetabh's 30, 31. I'm 25, 26. We're 5, right? He's like, bro, abhi na, we are nowhere near our peak.
Yeah.
It's like 20 years from now, 25 years from now, we'll be peaking. Right? तो तुम समझ रहे हो, गेम उतनी लंबी खेलो. That is going to be the time where probably Shwetabh exceeds his historic expectation of public intellectuals. He's like, bro, मैंने वो barrier तोड़ दिया जिसको लेके मैं शुरू किया था as an inspiration. Probably not Shwetabh. Prakhar probably is more fit an example here. Right? I saw a few public intellectuals. I was like, this is who I want to be. When I started off, like last 1.5-2 साल पहले. Maybe I become one of those 20 years down the line. That's how long that game is. Initially, I have to be humble enough. I have to understand. I'm way downstream from all of them. Right? So I have to work to satisfaction. I've given my 100%. And that is a very important marker to have, bro. ये skill cultivate करना कि मेरी satisfaction reach हुई है. It's very, very important to cultivate that. वो perfection के loop में आदमी फंसता चला जाता है यार. एक एब्स्ट्रैक्ट कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ सब कुछ बढ़िया है जी, इसमें सब कुछ बढ़िया है, डीले होती चली जाती हैं, चीजें कभी नहीं होती. थिंग्स नेवर रीच फ्रूइशन.
अ गुड एग्जांपल पता है जो तू बोल रहा है ऑफ इट इज दिस डिकवर्ड. सो ही एक्चुअली आस्क्ड इन हिज डाइंग, तुम्हारे टाइम पे अपने बेड पे अपने बेस्ट फ्रेंड से कि तू बेसिकली तुम्हारा एक्सटिंग्विश या तुम्हारा इसको जितनी भी उसकी बुक्स थी टू इंसिनरेट देम, आग लगा दो. बिकॉज़ ही नेवर थॉट दे वर गुड इनफ. सो अगर आप ये परफेक्शन के उसमें फंस गए कि अब मैं एक बात बताता हूँ, तूने एक लैंग्वेज यूज करी, मैं उसमें थोड़ा सा चेंज करना चाहूंगा. The language is the best I can do. For a 20-year-old, he will mingle that with the perfection only.
Right. Right, that's why I'm saying it's need to be discovered.
वो नहीं कर पाएगा, थोड़ा सा लैंग्वेज में चेंज लाना पड़ेगा. तो मैं बताता हूँ वो क्या है. परफेक्शन में अगर फंस गए कि मुझे बेस्ट निकालना है, तो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली जो होगा वो है इनएक्शन में फंसे रहोगे, क्योंकि आप जो भी बनाओगे आप उससे सेटिस्फाई नहीं होगे और आप कभी कुछ बाहर डालोगे नहीं. पहली चीज तो द थिंग मैंने जो बात की थी ना, पहला 0 जो हो गया कि आप अंडे पे बैठे हो, आपने कुछ नहीं क्रिएट किया. दूसरा कि 100 की मैं बेस्ट चीज जो क्रिएट करूंगा, दोनों ही ट्रू नहीं है. आपको हमेशा सोचना है कि बेस्ट मेरे को अटेम्प्ट करना है. A beautiful perception always हमेशा होना चाहिए. I should attempt. You're attempting, and I will be satisfied at जहाँ पे मैं कहूँगा let's just say this is good enough. A good enough. Yeah, it's good enough. So मेरी first novel जो मैंने 21 में लिखी थी, I wrote it in 3 months. This book actually भी ये जो है ना मेरी rudest book ever, wrote it in 3 months. Now am I satisfied? जब मैं अभी as a 31-year-old, जब मैं 21-year-old की अपनी जो बुक को देखता हूँ, even though जो ओरिजिनल लिखी थी तो उसकी एडिटिंग में धज्जियां उड़ा दी तो हटा ही दो, but even if I look at the original one, you think मैं कहूँगा क्या, what a great work.
Right.
I was 21.
If he is proud of that book, that means he's no longer evolving. Because मतलब हम लोग कोई भी देख के बोल देगा श्वेता, this is not your standard. But Shweta will say मैंने 10 साल पहले लिखी है भाई. हाँ, मैंने 5-6 साल
पहले. book
ever
I wrote in 2018 or 19. Not good enough for me anymore.
Right.
Not anymore. I look at it and I'm like,
I'll give you a practical example from my life and might work or might not.
This is going to be a very important example, by the way, guys. Hold on to your seats.
I'm not even kidding. It will be.
All our lives are about to be changed.
मजाक नहीं कर
रहा. बाकी लोग तो यहाँ वहाँ से बना रहे हैं कहानियाँ. ये जिंदगी का example है. सब लोग तैयार हो जाए.
A very important example. Life learning thing is about to be shared. सब लोग आ जाए.
Yeah. The first video that I made on YouTube professionally, मतलब ऐसे proper कि YouTube video बनाऊंगा मैं, took me around 3 months to make. ठीक है? And I got perfection अपने standard से. मेरा इंस्पिरेशन था नर्ड राइटर. मैंने एक वीडियो बनाई, मैंने कहा ठीक है ये तो इससे बढ़िया वीडियो मैंने आज तक बनाई भी नहीं है. आई एम नॉट इवन गोना लाई. दैट वीडियो स्टिल ऑन माय चैनल, बट उसको बनाने में 3 महीने लगे मेरे को. कुछ नहीं मिला मेरे को उस वीडियो से, आज तक व्यूज नहीं है उस पे. आई रियलाइज कि इतनी मेहनत करके भी कुछ हुआ नहीं. हाउ डू आई इवॉल्व, हाउ डू आई ग्रो? सो आई सेट अप अ पर्सनल टाइम बेस्ड डेडलाइन कि एवरी वीक I'm going to put out a video. I'm going to put it out in front of the audience, whatever audience there is. I will take their feedback, but every week I'm going to do the best I can. I have this time-based deadline. I have to execute. Regardless. उस टाइम जॉब भी चल रही थी, कॉलेज भी चल रहा था, but मेरे को वीडियो निकालनी है. Every Friday 5 PM a video is going to come out. Did that for 2 years. Got an audience 5,000 10,000 लोग YouTube पे. I reached a point where I personally realized कि ठीक है अब ये उस स्टेज पे पहुंच चुका है where I can leave everything पीछे and take this step into doing this professionally or फिर explore this आगे.
Yeah.
So वही सारी चीज है कि practically you can aim for perfection. You can even achieve it for that matter. तुम्हारे जो भी standards हैं, you will get there, but you will not have that experience of evolving. 2 years of putting myself out, my content out, my exploration out, whatever. 2 साल में मैंने face cam भी try किया, video essays भी try करे, गाना गाने तक की कोशिश करी मैंने. You put it out there, you get it in front of the audience, because आज का टाइम वो नहीं है काफका वाला कि तुम किताबें लिख के डाल दो. आज अगर तुम अपनी creativity audience के सामने नहीं डाल रहे हो तो तुमको feedback नहीं मिलेगा. And if you're not out there for feedback, then you might be in a different phase for your creativity. But अगर creative आज की तारीख में YouTube, Instagram पे आना चाह रहे हो, you're going for it either for the fame or the audience, or whatever you want. But the gist here, if you want to grow, if you want to evolve, set deadlines, execute on the basis of those deadlines.
But ये art पे normally नहीं आ रहा. This is very restricted to YouTube.
It is not just YouTube
and Instagram. मैं थोड़ा सा broad में.
हमें पारितोष की बात सुननी है.
हाँ, सुनना भी. ठीक है. रेफरिंग टू द स्पेसिफिक्स ऑफ द क्वेश्चन इन रिगार्ड्स टू द प्रोसेस, कि ये प्रोसेस में जब हमें ये फील हो जाता है कि जब बीच में या फिर मिडवे या फिर प्रोसेस खत्म करके पोस्ट प्रोडक्शन में कि भाई नहीं आ रहा मुझे, द बेस्ट थिंग टू डील विद इट इज हैविंग रियलिस्टिक एक्सपेक्टेशंस विद योरसेल्फ इन द फर्स्ट प्लेस. तुम्हारे पास अभी सिस्टम ही नहीं है. यू आर नॉट इन द कैपेसिटी टू प्रोड्यूस कंटेंट ऑफ ABC लेवल, but you're expecting yourself to produce it. And by the end of the entire process, when you're not able to produce it, you don't achieve that satisfaction in your mind. So the very fact that you're not able to meet that expectation gap is why you're feeling unsatisfied by the end of the process. वो expectation gap ही नहीं meet हो पाता है. तो have realistic expectations in the beginning of the process itself. You should know what you're capable of. एक पता है इसमें डिफरेंस है. Knowing what you're capable of and striving for what you want to be or what you want to do. तो उस बीच में This is where you keep your realistic expectations कि हाँ यार मुझे पता है कि मुझे वो बनना है पर अभी it's not possible. I don't have the right skill set. I don't have the right equipment. I don't have the people around myself which will help me grow in the process to be the person that I want to be, to put out the message that I really want to put out. So have realistic expectations in the first place. अगर वही gap अपन लोग meet नहीं करेंगे ना तो लास्ट में फिर वो अनसैटिस्फाइड वाला फेज आएगा हमेशा.
ब्रो अगर तुम्हारी 20s में कोई एक सिंगल चीज है जो मोस्ट नंबर ऑफ प्रोफाउंड लाइफ लेसन्स अपने अंदर दबा के बैठी हुई है ना, ये सिंपल इक्वेशन अगर फॉलो करें, मेरे को सबसे ज्यादा लाइफ लेसन चाहिए अपने 20s में, तो मैं क्या चीज के पास जाऊं, उसका सीधा सीधा आंसर फेलियर है. मैं सही बता रहा हूं. मतलब फॉर मोर देन 5 reasons that I can think of at least, it's great if you're failing in your early 20s. For so many logical, extra-logical, paralogical, intellectual, emotional, physiological, etc. reasons. So as an artist, take that to be your duty. You will once get to paint the mural that Michelangelo, Sistine Chapel pe jo usne wo paint kiya hai. Once you'll get that opportunity, you'll have your time. In the meanwhile, prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Keep or yaar, build a very intimate relationship with your artwork. Like very frankly, very rarely do I watch. मेरे को समझ में भी नहीं आते, पता है ये कितने क्या व्यूज क्या है, मेरे को नहीं समझ आता. अच्छा ये अच्छी परफॉर्म करिए, बुरी परफॉर्म करिए, थोड़ा बहुत नंबर्स तो सबको समझ आता है, बट रफली फॉर मी इट्स लाइक एम आई हैप्पी विद दिस बीइंग आउट. कल को कोई मेरे को पकड़ के लाता है इस वीडियो पे, बोलता है प्रखर तूने क्या बोला है, कैन आई डिफेंड दैट, कैन आई बी लाइक आई सेड दैट एंड आई एम फाइन विद दिस, कि दैट आई एम इंटेलेक्चुअली स्टैक्ड, आई एम स्पिरिचुअली स्टैक्ड विद व्हाट आई हैव सेड हियर. It comes from the center of me, right? If that is yes, I let it be. That is how I've created my point of satisfaction. There is always ways to make it better. It's an endless process. So set out. चलो करो ना, और क्या है करने को.
In short, you need to have a, तुम्हारा एक बता रहा हूँ, चाहे तुम 18 के भी हो ना,
सब लोग in short बोलेंगे एक.
You can develop in yourself. तुम्हारा जो ये बोला ना पारितोष ने, दोनों जो वो तुम vertices कह सकते हो, इनको synthesize करके simple में कि I have to develop a self-approving system.
Very true.
तुम्हारे अंदर एक मैनेजमेंट वाली जो डिपार्टमेंट है उसको एक सेल्फ अप्रूविंग सिस्टम डालना है जो कि कहता है व्हेन आई लुक एट द वर्क आई हैव क्रिएटेड एंड आई फील दिस इज गुड इनफ, इट्स गुड इनफ फॉर नाउ, इट्स टाइम टू पुट इट आउट. बिकॉज लाइक व्हाट वेदांत सेड, एट द एंड ऑफ द डे पुटिंग आउट इज एक्चुअली मोर इंपॉर्टेंट देन ऑल ऑफ देम, जो बाकी के एस्पेक्ट्स थे. बिकॉज व्हाट प्रखर सेड, फेलियर इज इंपॉर्टेंट.
Thanks for tying all of us in.
समझ गए दोस्त? जो सिस्टम आपको इन्वेंट करना है वो है इज इट गुड इनफ. दैट्स लैंग्वेज इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, याद रखना. जो लैंग्वेज, जिस लैंग्वेज से आप अपने दिमाग में बात करो ना अपने आप से, गेम चेंजर है दुनिया का. वो
रियलिटी है आपकी.
अगर लैंग्वेज के साथ खेल सकते हो ना दिमाग में, किलर हो तुम फिर. ऑन द कॉन्ट्री मैं कहूंगा थेरेपिस्ट तक की हो सकता है लाइफ में, क्लिनिकली अगर हटा दो तुम्हें जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी अगर तुम लैंग्वेज से खेल पाते हो. बहुत सारा गेम एक्चुअली में लैंग्वेज का ही है पूरा, कि लैंग्वेज से अपनी मार रखी है अपने दिमाग में.
राइट, ही इज स्पॉट ऑन विद इट, ही इज स्पॉट ऑन विद दैट. स्पॉट ऑन.
लैंग्वेज को सिंपल कहो, इज दिस गुड इनफ और नॉट. बेस्ट को थोड़ा सा दूर कर दो और जीरो पे कभी मत रहना. एस्पायर, राइट? तो रूडेस्ट बुक एवर एट दैट टाइम वाज गुड इनफ. माय 21, जब मैं बुक खोलता हूं प्रकार, दैट्स व्हाई आई नेवर थिंक इट्स अ पीस ऑफ शिट. बिकॉज़ फॉर अ 21-year-old boy I'm surprised
that you did that.
3 महीने में लिख दी इसने. And I'm like, it's actually, there are moments जो कि actually बढ़िया हैं.
Right.
Fun to read.
And you're like, अबे ये मैंने लिखा है तब. Like you have that moment where you're like, this came to me. Because you forget that language too, no? Like you forget how you explained that away. So I know what you mean. Sometimes I discover old write-ups and I'm like,
it. Right. But the game is continuing. It's not over. कौन रोक रहा है तुम्हें अपना next product लाने के लिए?
Right. I remember
bewilder करना है, baffle करना है. Get your next product. रखो.
पारितोष बोल चुका है, उसका in short है अगला.
अच्छा,
पारितोष इन शॉर्ट बोल दे. पारितोष चैट में बोल चुका है उसका अगला इन शॉर्ट.
मैं भाई चैट में मस्ती ले रहा हूं भाई लोगों के साथ.
चलो
सब लोग इन शॉर्ट कर रहे हैं. लाइक
no, to finalize it, I have just one whole.
Oh, you have.
Not a
yes, अभी इन शॉर्ट
डाउन होगा, इन सारी बातों का ब्रेक डाउन होगा.
Not a personal anecdote. I read this किसी podcaster है जो पिछले 10 साल से podcast कर रहा है, ठीक है? And that guy hasn't been really successful in the podcasting world, but he puts out this very short snippet. I've been doing this for 10 years. I've seen people come and go. The only reason I'm relevant is now that मेरा podcast चाहे ना चल रहा हो, पर लोग मेरे पे आ रहे हैं experience के लिए मेरे. So longevity is the name of the game if you're in this space. मैं लंबा गेम तो खेलना ही खेलना है. Profound, right?
Right.
हाँ कवन अब तो बोल ले.
मेरा हो गया भाई. तो
कह रहा मेरा हो गया.
तेरे हो गए क्वेश्चन. अब हम लोग इवेंट हाईजैक कर ले.
तो मैं इवेंट हाईजैक कर रहा हूँ. मैं अभी पीपी करके आ रहा हूँ, ठीक
जाओ
है?
जाओ 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 जाओ
हमारा
जाओ
signature, ठीक है?
जाओ जाओ, हाँ बीच का टाइम हो गया है ब्रो. बट यार ट्रूली मैं बताऊं, मेरे को लग रहा था अच्छा ये आसान होगा, पर जब अगर मान लो जैसे यार कॉलेज में आए हुए हैं, ठीक है, लाइक वर्चुअली सही, बट देयर इज अ कॉलेज ऑडियंस एंड देन देयर इज अ कॉलेज सिस्टम. इट वाजंट दैट इजी. इट्स लाइक टेंशन हो रही है यार, क्या बोलना है, ठीक है. बट यार you guys spoke very well, all of you. I'm very proud of everybody. Personally speaking, very proud of everybody.
I'm just disappointed we're not having this offline. क्योंकि इनके offline events पहले काफी अच्छे होते थे.
For sure, bro.
काफी अच्छे होते थे.
मेरी मम्मी का बड़ा सपना था मैं एसआरसीसी जाऊं. सही बता रहा हूँ, बहुत बहुत टाइम तक कहती थी एसआरसीसी चला जाए. मैं बोला क्या करूंगा,
नंबर तो आए नहीं उतने.
कॉलेज तो हाँ भाई दूर दूर तक नहीं आए.
मेरे भी नहीं, किसी के भी नहीं आए. यहाँ पे चलो बैठे.
मेरे आते भाई.
क्यों नहीं आया?
But yeah, good stuff.
No, it was
Good
fun.
stuff. You sure you don't have more questions? Audience, do you have
Yeah,
questions
please.
sitting here?
I mean, there are some questions in the chat, वैसे, which I see.
Yes, I think
Piyush has a question.
Piyush,
Diksha
you
has
may.
a question. Diksha has a question.
Piyush from Manali.
Manali.
What's up, bro?
पीयूष का तो बहुत ही ट्रिपी क्वेश्चन होगा भाई, मजेदार. आ चलो.
अरे लिखा हुआ है chat.
चलो सब लोग रेडी हो जाओ.
So actually my question is basically for Prakhar
डरा
specifically.
क्यों रहा है भाई?
So Prakhar, I've been consuming your content since long, and what I've seen is that people generally misunderstand you as someone who provides motivational content or caters the audience who looks for motivation. But since I know that it's not your intention at all कि मैं motivation provide करूँ, and as you talked about something like drive, you talked about the concept of drive. So can you please address it and throw some light over
Bro,
it?
people also think कि मैं psychology का content बनाता हूँ. People also think कि ये psychology मैं college में पढ़ के आया हूँ. Like, मैं I can't help that. मैंने तो बोला जो करना है category में box कर दो. बहुत अजीब, वो उसमें कुछ नहीं कर सकते. I'm sure like everybody has one or the other category they're boxed into for no good reason at all. I think the most how do you say degenerate use of the word motivation is within this motivation, and I have no less harsher word to use, but motivation porn industry that has been created over the internet for people who have not gotten their lives figured. लोग one off injections देते हैं adrenaline के कि जाओ कुछ करो, एक दिन आदमी motivated रहता है, कल घर आके सो जाता है. Fact of the matter is motivation, as far as psychology, as far as your mind is concerned, categorized as drives, already exist. You have motivations already. जब तुम आलस कर रहे हो और काम नहीं कर रहे, तुम्हारा मोटिवेशन है आलस करना और काम ना करना. You are motivated towards a point of change at all given point. तुम हमेशा you are going from point A to point B. I'm rushing through the psychology explanation, the depth of it, but this is generally the arc of things. You have motivations. My job is to get them sorted and refocused to stuff that is important. Because it's not obvious, like Shwetabh said no थोड़ी देर पहले कि भाई it is not obvious 20 साल के बच्चे को 21 साल के बच्चे को कि perfect क्या और satisfaction क्या है. These things are abstract, they're not clear. And people like myself, if I dare include Shwetabh in it too, हमारा job is not to tell you कि भाई तू कल भी कर सकता है और तू परसों भी कर सकता है, और नहीं, वो नहीं कर रहे हैं हम. We are refocusing your attention to things that are important. Right? तो I think it is a facade. हम लोगों ने कॉमन लाई में बिलीव कर लिया है कि मोटिवेशनल कंटेंट क्रिएशन कुछ होती है जहां पे लोग मोटिवेशन हैंड आउट करते हैं. इट इज लाइक एड्रेनलिन के इंजेक्शन देना, एपिपेन मारना बेसिकली. ठीक है, कुछ उससे सिर्फ एलर्जी दूर होती है. जो रूट है वो अनरिजॉल्व रहता है. आदमी उस टाइम पता है बात नहीं सुन रहा होता. यू सीन वीरदास केम आउट विद दिस वीडियो रिसेंटली वेयर ही इज मिमिकिंग ऑल मोटिवेशनल कंटेंट एवर. राइट? व्हाट ही इज प्रूविंग एज अ पॉइंट इज तुम कुछ भी बोल दो, आदमी को वो बोला जो गया है उससे रेलेवेंस नहीं है. इट इज व्हाट दे आर सीइंग. और वो देख रहे हैं सूटों की चमक, स्पोर्ट्स गाड़ियां, राइट? दे आर वाचिंग एक्सपेंसिव वॉचेस एंड स्टफ लाइक दैट. दे आर वाचिंग न्यूयॉर्क का स्काईलाइन. They're been giving dreams through well-edited shots that disappear as soon as they came because they're not organic, they're not yours. You don't care about them. You want to believe they're yours. So I think it's silly. I think we're born. हमारे सारा time कुछ ना कुछ motivation है. I'll take 5 questions to figure out तेरी क्या motivations है life में. Some of them are very clear. Maslow says no. Food, water, shelter, sex. This, that, basic. उसके ऊपर association, उसके ऊपर actualization. ये basic motivations हैं, exist करती हैं. Focus coded किस चीज के साथ है? What do you code, say, association with? Who do you code it with? Who do you want to be friends with? That needs to be edited. That needs to be refined. वो सवाल है आंसर करने का. किसके साथ दोस्ती करो? दोस्ती करने की मोटिवेशन तो है. नेटवर्किंग करने की मोटिवेशन है. किसके साथ कर रहे हो? जो लोग रात को बैठ के नॉन स्टॉप दारू पीते हैं उनके साथ, या जो लोग भाई सुबह उठते हैं काम करते हैं उनके साथ. ये रिमाइंडर एग्जिस्ट करता है हमारे पैराडाइम में. एक जहां पे हम लोग आंसर करते हैं हाउ टू लीड अ गुड लाइफ वाले टाइप के क्वेश्चंस. तो well, people have it easy, you know. They need boxes, they need categories to explain phenomena, people, fundas, concepts away. And motivation, psychology, and all of this is something I get. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't. As long as I get my job done, I don't care about it.
This leads also into Diksha's question: why do we follow the people that we follow online? I mean, reason दो ही होते हैं. In my opinion, we either follow because we either like those people, we want to be like them. वहाँ पे दो एंगल आ जाते हैं, या तो उनको आपको इंस्पायर करता है कि आप उनकी तरह बनो, या फिर वो आपको जेलस करवाता है कि हमारी लाइफ कितनी अच्छी तुम्हारी नहीं है, तो वो कॉन्शियसली तुम वाइकेरियसली उनके थ्रू जीना शुरू कर देते हो. So the answer to your question, Diksha, is choose.
There's a deeper answer to that.
I mean, of course, there is a
simple.
deeper answer.
Yeah.
No, I want to hear the deeper answer. I want to hear the deeper
But ये लोग को रैप करना है यार 7 मिनट में इवेंट.
हाँ, मैं तभी तो.
अच्छा, ये कहाँ मैसेज आया? हमें नहीं पता लगा.
ये अभी कवर छुपके से मैसेज कर रहा है.
हाँ.
अभी बंद करो इवेंट. ओए, इवेंट क्या है? भाई ऐसे थोड़ी यार, तुम भगा दोगे. वो भाई के पास deeper answer है.
But they have to, right? Another event is starting in about 5 minutes.
Sure. We are more than happy to do that.
Yeah.
So Vedant, तू अपना दे दे, आंसर दे दे.
No, I think the simple answer is this: we follow people for these two reasons. Either they inspire us, or they, I mean, specifically in the social media world, because that's what I'm saying. The
7-minute rant, Shwetabh.
Yeah.
Under 7-minute rant है इसके आंसर का?
है क्या? बता दो. Because the question was, why do we?
नहीं पता.
The question is, why do we follow influencers? No, why do we follow influencers? Specifically influencers. तो उसके पीछे answer is this, my opinion, because I made a legit video around it.
The question is, instead of asking a person, why do we follow this? Have you ever asked yourself, why do I follow this person or whoever I follow? What is the need in me, that desire in me, that fascination that develops when I see this particular type, this particular type of content, this particular style of thing, this particular type of person? Instead of asking a person, hum pe rely karke, maybe make that question an introspective
about yourself,
drive. And you may find something about yourself, and you can maybe objectively then debate also कि ये क्यों पसंद आ रहा है मुझे. अगर स्काईलाइन देखनी है, या फिर अगर मेरे को एक इंसान है जो कि आप पर्टिकुलर कंटेंट देख रहे हो, पर्टिकुलरली वो यही है कि आपको प्राइवेट जेट्स में आपको दिखा रहा है चीजें, या आपको लेट्स जस्ट से डैन बिल्जेरियन टाइप अगर आप लड़के हो, टीनेज हो, तो आप ये क्वेश्चन इंस्टेड ऑफ आस्किंग व्हाई डू वी फॉलो इन्फ्लुएंसर्स, भाई थोड़ी सी इन्फ्लुएंसर्स की लो ना. That's what this question actually means. पता है? थोड़ा सा रैंट मारो ना यहाँ पे. हमें बड़ा अच्छा लगता है जब सोशल मीडिया इन्फ्लुएंसर्स के लोग लेते हैं. नहीं भाई, हमें नहीं लेनी. तुम कर रहे हो फॉलो, हम नहीं कर रहे. हमारा भी फॉलोअर लिस्ट देख लोगे, अभी बैफल हो जाओगे. हम किसी को नहीं देखते. मेरे पास तो मैं एक सिंपल सा सीक्रेट देना चाहूंगा. दिस इज समथिंग आई थिंक ऑल किड्स विल लर्न. आई नो ऑल तुम्हारे बिगेस्ट यूट्यूबर्स इंडिया के. आई हैव हैड, ये बात मैं बताना नहीं चाहता कभी, आई हैव हैड क्लाइंट्स फ्रॉम बॉलीवुड एज वेल एज पॉप इंडस्ट्री तुम्हारी अमेरिका की. ठीक है, एलन शो में मैंने बताया था ना, आ चुके हैं. लाइक ऐसे लोगों में मैं जानता हूँ. कोई नहीं देखता सोशल मीडिया बैठा हुआ. Nobody watches YouTube. That's why they're famous.
Right.
All big YouTubers, तुम्हारे जितने भी हैं यहाँ पे, तुम्हारे आशीष चंचलानी से लेके तन्मय से लेके तुम जिसकी भी बात कर रहे हो, they are not wasting single minute on बैठ के कि हम जैसे सुबह उठ गए चाय के साथ बैठ के देख रहे हैं, पूरे दिन फोन रखा हुआ है. They watch for research purpose. ट्रेंडिंग क्या चल रहा है, टॉपिकल क्या है, that's a different thing. वो वर्क को वर्क की तरह कर रहे हैं. वो टाइम वेस्ट नहीं करते. समय रैना इज नॉट वेस्टिंग टाइम. समय रैना से मेरे जोक चलते रहते हैं पीछे, पता है, लेता रहता मैं उसके, वो मेरी करता रहता है. टाइम नहीं है उसके पास. सो द पीपल हु, मैं बता रहा हूँ, आई डोंट हैव टाइम. आई एम नॉट वाचिंग. एक दिन में एक कोरियन ड्रामा का एक एपिसोड देख पाता हूँ मैं व्हाइल आई एम ईटिंग फूड. सो नोबडी, जो क्रिएटर्स जो है ना, they may ask you to follow them and उनकी जिंदगी में खूब इन्वेस्ट करो और ताकि monetary gain हो, and of course entertainment भी provide कर रहे हैं to a great degree and everything, but they're not doing what you're doing. So maybe you should ask yourself, right, कि why am I doing what I'm doing and what should I be doing?
Sure.
Rather.
Sure, that's a good point, right? It's a moment of, like, all self-awareness comes from interacting with the world outside. This is your moment. As soon as you begin to ask why anybody else does that, ask why you do that.
Why you do that?
वहां से कोशिश.
दुनिया में कोई क्या कर रहा है उससे क्या करोगे? हम एक एंथ्रोपोलॉजिकल आंसर दे रहे हैं आपको. इंसान ये क्या कर रहा है, इंसान की इसकी रीजन क्या है, क्या कर लोगे जान के उसको क्या हेल्प मिल गया? तुम अपने आप से पूछो ना, बिहेवियरली, इमोशनली क्या तुम्हारी लाइफ में घटित हुआ है, क्या तुम्हारी डिजायर्स हैं, थोड़ा सा स्पिरिचुअल भी बना दो उसको. क्या पैटर्न है, क्या टेंडेंसीज है ना. खाली बैठे हो, जैसे जिस भी उसको ले आना डायमेंशन में ले जाओ भाई. सदगुरु जी तो किताब, औरतों को भी तो, विमेन को भी डायमेंशन बता दिया ना वो तो आप ख्याल के कोई वो थोड़ी है परिभाषा. जिस डायमेंशन में ले जाना ले जाओ. मैं कहूंगा भाई अपनी डायमेंशन में अपने पे ले आओ और पूछो अपने आप से. सेल्फ डिस्कवरी हो जाएगी थोड़ी सी भाई, और मे बी स्ट्रीमलाइन कर पाओ अपने डिजायर्स, अपने एक्शंस और अपनी हैबिट्स को. आपका बेनिफिट होने वाला है. हमसे रैंट सुन के क्या करोगे? हम तुम्हें सच बता दे रहे हैं, इन्फ्लुएंसर्स टाइम वेस्ट नहीं करते इन्फ्लुएंसर्स पे.
Right. Thank you
सही
so
है?
much, guys.
हम
Anji,
can करें?
thank you.
हम can करें.
Thank you so
मैं
much, guys.
समझ रहा हूँ.
मतलब, I thank you all on the behalf of all the members of our society. Thank you so much for being here. We are
कोई
really
सीन नहीं है, bro.
grateful for your time. Thank you so much for being here.
चलो stream end कर रहा हूँ मैं. ठीक है?
चलो.
Let us know. We can leave.
हम भी जाएं. Bye.
Sure.
There's a show after this stand-up comic show. If you want to stick around, definitely you're
अच्छा.
more than welcome.
कौन आ रहा है?
There's Harsh
परेशान
Gujral
क्यों
sir.
है? आराम से
अभी
पूछो.
भाई अभी श्वेताब भाई ने बोल दिया, अभी एकदम दिमाग में डाल दिया, टाइम वेस्ट नहीं करना तो बेहतर जाकर
हम नहीं टाइम वेस्ट करते इन चीजों में.
खाना खाओ, आइडिएशन करो, अपने माता पिता को कॉल करो, कोविड चल रहा है, पूछो कैसे हैं, राइट? अपने प्यार वाले को कॉल करो, कहो भाई थोड़ा सा चेप कम हो जाओ, टाइम दे मेरे को जिंदगी में, अपनी जिंदगी में कुछ कर, ठीक है?
बेचारे कॉलेज वाले बच्चों को देखना था ना.
चलो, okay.
चलो, bye.
Good talking to you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you. So this was the creators panel that we had. Next up is Just for Laughs with Mr. Harsh Gujral. Please stick around.
Okay, so the show is starting. There are, however, some basic rules.